Chapter 2061, a phenomenon that pierced through the void, a trace of the mythological era. The second situation alone was enough to send a chill down his spine, and his heart was faintly uneasy. He had been a little uneasy ever since his eyes were repulsed by the energy when he was spying, and most of his uneasiness was because he did not know what it was. Well, the origin energy and the annihilation energy did not react, and that was the only reason he could tell himself that it was fine for now. But be it fine or uneasy, there was nothing he could do about it. Frost had used his power to slash at it, and there was no reaction at all. Basically, it could be assumed that both conventional and unconventional methods would not work. After eliminating those, the only method left was a small void turbulence. That being said, he would have to lie down after one round, and it was not worth it. If he still could not deal with that thing, it would be a huge loss, and he would have died for nothing. Either way, he just had to throw it aside and keep a close watch on it. There was nothing he could do for the time being, and for the time being, there was nothing else he could do, so he just ignored it. It should be fine, right? Probably. Forget it. I really don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I'll just wait until it's done. Being indecisive in such unclear matters is not my style. If he says to throw it aside, then throw it aside. Yes, throw it aside. Even if this unknown phenomenon was caused by those damn things, he could only throw it aside for now. Just to confirm, it should be fine for the time being. So now, let time flow faster. Well, even though he sounded impatient, he would definitely wake up every once in a while. Now, to him, all that was left was to wait. At present, all that was left was to deal with the big and small matters, be it the environmental conditions needed to construct or the creation of things. And all that was left was the problem of the core that gave him a huge headache. It was a damn problem that he had to solve even if he had to risk his life. If he could not solve it, he would really be damned. To solve the problem of the core, there were still conditions that could not be solved in a short time. He could only wait for time to settle. Origin energy. Oh, origin energy. Can't you save some oil? Apart from the core problems that he had to focus on solving, the situation of the others. Well, the path was paved and the path was unobstructed. He did not need to worry about the rest, as they could solve it themselves. The things that he had to worry about. Blue Phoenix's rule, order, energy form. For now, that was the only problem that he needed to worry about. Rule, order, energy form. It seemed that he had to figure out some formations that he had not used for a long time. He thought for a while, and it seemed that there were about 200 or 300 formations. Compared to when he was crawling and crawling to figure out the rule, order, energy form, the levels and realms of all aspects were much higher. His understanding of this form was also much deeper than before. Based on the current situation, if he were to adjust this form of power, he could probably, well, it would be safer and more convenient. It sounded like there was no danger, but in reality, it was still the pot calling the kettle black. Reducing the death of 1,000 cuts by half was not much different from the original situation. Either way, he would die. Well, if he could reduce it by half, then so be it. He really could not bear to see his girl end up like himself back then, screaming in pain in his heart, dying in pain, and waking up in pain. In just a short period of time, every minute and second was comparable to an era. Since the current situation was better than before, then, well, although he had many ideas and wanted to make all kinds of adjustments, and perhaps even create a new form of power, he estimated that it would not be better than the rule, order, energy form. This should be the form of power that he could reach the limit by himself. Although it was ridiculous in all aspects, it was still just a basic form. Mastering the form of power was just the beginning. There was still a lot of room for self-adjustment and improvement. The 3 types of power represented in the form of power were directly related to the strength of this form of power. As long as the paths related to these 3 types of power were not blocked or restricted, this form of power would not reach its limit. The little angel floated in the sky and then quickly circled around the loop of Frost's descent to complete her daily activity mission. After that, she gently floated down beside Little Star. Looking at the layers and layers of formations in front of him, she blinked and hung herself on his back. Stretching her wings, she gently blew into his ear. Busy, yes. Yin Nuashing recovered from her contemplation and nodded. Pressing down on the wings on his back, he tilted his head and looked at Blue Phoenix, who was wrapped in green-blue origin energy in the distance. I'm preparing a switch to the rule, order, energy form back then. If possible, I want to improve it. The little angel trembled when she heard this. She turned her bright golden eyes to look at Blue Phoenix and swallowed hard. Are we really going to do this? He shrugged, and there was a trace of worry between his eyebrows. However, he still said calmly, that girl's wish, the path that she asked me to take. You know, that's right. She whispered. She also discussed with us that she wanted to do this. We all saw that she was a little hesitant, as if she had not made up her mind. You haven't woken up yet. So we tried to persuade her for a while, but she didn't change her mind. I didn't expect that she would actually do this. What? There's such a thing? The little angel nodded and told him about how they failed to persuade Blue Phoenix back then. He smiled bitterly and could not help but let out a long sigh. Blue Phoenix is also very stubborn. You also know that when she is determined to do something, it is not easy to persuade her. So when I forced her to do something back then, that look in her eyes, I will never forget it. She has the same temperament as you. She smiled helplessly. However, Blue Phoenix will only become stronger when it comes to things related to you. She will also listen to you very much. If you directly tell her not to do this, she will also, but you can't say it out loud. Yin Nuashing shook his head helplessly. I don't do that kind of thing. Most of the time, I don't do it. I'm just a guide. I could be considered a not-so-reliable backup. They have to walk their own path, and it's up to them to decide what they want to do. I can help them whenever they need it, or even pull them when it's necessary. Other than that, there's nothing else I can do. Just like this time, Blue Phoenix wants to master rules, order, and energy form. Once I've confirmed that she's mentally prepared, I'll give her a hand. To me, it's more important for them to make their own choices, to forcefully decide the path of others. To be honest, although I can do that, I don't have a reason to do so. I just feel like I'm pestering them endlessly. If I take their affection for me for granted and use it as a reason to control them and do whatever I want, then I'm no different from those bastards in the void. He looked at the large and small magic circles in front of him and remained silent for a while. Since I have chosen to help her, I will do my best to ensure her safety as much as possible. The little angel looked at him and whispered, speaking of which, why did you reject Blue Phoenix's soul contract? Didn't it go well in the 139th era? Is there something you are hiding? He was silent for a while again. After a while, he slowly replied, under normal circumstances, a soul contract would definitely be beneficial for both of us. Since this girl wants to fight with me, she can cooperate better with me with a soul contract. However, that is under normal circumstances. A soul contract binds my soul and hers together. It will affect both sides. Since my soul is bearing a lot of things right now, if I hastily establish a soul contract, it will only affect Blue Phoenix negatively. The little angel immediately understood. That's right. There are too many things in your soul, and it is bearing too much. If you tie it up, Blue Phoenix might. Blue Phoenix's soul wasn't as powerful as his, and the difference between the two of them wasn't something that could be described with the word powerful. There were many different aspects of the difference that existed from the very beginning. However, none of this was important. To put it bluntly, he didn't intend to establish a soul contract with Blue Phoenix. Blue Phoenix's soul was far too heavy. The two of them were like two seas of different heights. The difference between them was enormous. If they were directly connected, it would cause a huge wave. That was the simple meaning. Yin Nuashing's eyelids drooped slightly, and she sighed. A soul contract is not what people think it is, something that pursues fairness for both sides. Yes, this thing is not used like that, and it does not have that meaning. It is not a connection between a superior and an inferior, or something that two people are interested in because of each other's power. It is not used to seek power or whatnot. In the past, in the ancient era, the hunt of the four gods was just a storm caused by a group of people who coveted the power of the four gods. It was originally a small matter, but somehow it became something like a trend of the times. It caused the entire divine realm, and even the beings of the outer realms, to scramble for it. It was as if obtaining the power of the four gods would allow one to go further, or some kind of, a symbol of glory. Bah, to hell with lunatics. A bunch of lunatics. Their minds are filled with power, but they have forgotten what they need to do first as living beings. Every one of them has cultivated to the point that their brains are fried. Even if they donate directly, they will think that it stinks. Let me put it bluntly. Those lunatics don't even plan to be human anymore. So what do you expect them to understand? To Blue Phoenix and the others, soul contract is just a proof of acknowledgement, recognition, and absolute trust. The other meanings attached to it are not as heavy as the meaning of the contract itself. They're just icing on the cake. If they cannot achieve mutual support each other, and walk through countless years together, if they do not have this mentality and mental preparation, if they cannot bear the weight of this matter, how can they dare to say that they can accept this contract? I forgot. Those lunatics don't care about these things at all. They don't care about the meaning of this thing at all. They just want to cause trouble and kill them. Heh. Ahem. I don't know if you have noticed, but this matter can only be realized if they actively seek it. It can never be forced. Let me put it in the most straightforward way possible. For them, this is to seek a place to stay in the future. They have been wandering alone in the God realm for countless years, and they are looking for a place that can accept and accommodate them. This is the true meaning of a soul contract. To me, when I brought Blue Phoenix back, these conditions were already met without a soul contract. Just like how she has accompanied me for 5 eras, I don't need any more proof. Of course, Blue Phoenix still cares a lot about soul contracts. When I rejected her back then, she must have been a little depressed, but she didn't mention it again. She should have understood what I meant. My soul is tainted, isn't it? If I build a bridge, I might even dye half of the clean land on the other side black. Little Angel looked at her thoughtfully. She then looked at Little Star, who was speaking indignantly. Suddenly, she said, "So, Blue Phoenix is using all her strength to close the distance between you and her. She wants to help you. Could it be?" Yin Nuashing scratched her head. "She hasn't given up." "Yes, but she knows that she can't do it now. So, she can only give up on this idea for now. When she feels that she can, she will probably come and find me again. Let me think. Maybe she will come and talk to me when she becomes a high-level premier." Sigh. It's a pity that I won't be able to fulfill her wish in this life. I don't know what a high-level premier is like, but judging from a high-level premier's soul in you, I don't think it's possible. We'll see when the time comes. She won't give up. Little Angel couldn't help but murmur, "Stubborn girl." Is this also the reason in the primordial age? That's right. In the ancient times, I didn't make myself as colorful as this, but I also carried some bad things on my body, and they still exist at this moment. The element of extinction and the sin of the world. I carried these two things that even I couldn't suppress back then. How can I accept that girl's soul contract without worry? I can't harm her. As he spoke, he paused and suddenly gasped. You reminded me of this. When I return to the 139th era, I have to find a way to break the soul contract with Blue Phoenix, Little Blue, and Little White. Countless powers and things that come back with the awakening of the godly soul. These existences that can crush the void are weights that they can't bear. Even if the soul contract has its own limitations, it can't bear the weight of an ultimate. No, a pseudo-high-level premier soul. I have to find a way to seal or break the soul contract before it affects them. Sigh. The two of them sighed at the same time, thousands of thoughts swirling in their minds. As they sighed, the array in front of them suddenly exploded with a bang, and a small spark began to leak energy. The two of them were startled, and their eyes widened as they began to scramble to save the array. They had been distracted for too long, and the incomplete array had exploded due to their nagging. After stabilizing the array, the two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Hey, Little Star, what are you doing?" A fragrant wind, wrapped in cold air, floated from the side. Yin Nuashing had just stabilized the array when he turned his head and saw Shuang beside him. A cold ice storm was blowing on her body, causing him and the little angel to shiver from the cold. Shuang Shuang exclaimed when she saw that he was trembling and trying to wrap himself up tightly. She quickly restrained the cold air on her body and shook his arm embarrassedly. "Oh, I just finished dealing with the matter of the Premier Realm, so I didn't restrain myself well." "You've been dealing with the Premier's domain all this time?" Yin Nuashing patted off the frost on his hair and turned to look at Shuang Shuang, who was beaming with joy. For the past few hundred years, Shuang Shuang had been sitting on the ice lotus, freezing herself into an ice sculpture and not moving at all. However, he wasn't worried that something would happen to her. He just didn't understand the meaning behind her actions. Now, he finally understood. Well, it took a long time. The subsequent evolution of the Premier's domain is much more difficult than I thought. Shuang Shuang nodded. Her little face was a little distressed. "I didn't expect it to take so long to complete the evolution. It took, 700 years. But it's finally solved. After solving the Premier's domain, there's nothing else to do. I could spend some time with you." Yin Nuashing and Little Angel were speechless. No, she was indeed the life of the origin. It only took her 700 years to evolve the Premier's domain from scratch, and she had reached the limit of what she could achieve at this moment. This girl was really too much. "There's nothing else to do," Yin Nuashing muttered. Looking at the girl who was pulling her wings into his arms, he couldn't help but ask, "Have you solved the path of essence?" "When dealing with the Premier's domain, I've dealt with it. In the origin energy, everything has been dealt with." Shuang Shuang smiled and nodded. "Now, we're waiting for the door to the higher level to open. Well, being close to Little Star can help me dissolve the seal faster. This position is mine." Yin Nuashing and Little Angel were speechless. No, she was indeed the life of the origin. Isn't this too much? The great path to heaven was really the path that allowed her to reach the sky in a single bound. Others climbed up slowly, step by step. This girl was running forward at the speed of light, wasn't she? The guys who were at the same time as you were still there obediently listening to the lessons. Save some face for them. Lower the standard and let them feel that their speed was actually quite fast. What's wrong with Little Star? Are you tired? Well, I'm a little sad. I feel a little tired. Yes. It's nothing. Don't mind it." Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He pulled Shuang Shuang's shoulder and turned her around. With one hand around her waist, he pointed forward with the other hand. If you're free, do me a favor. I'll borrow your power. Well, use the power of the principle of the origin of life to help me. I'm perfecting this array." Shuang Shuang let out an "oh" and released her power, making Yin Nuashing shiver. At this time, he felt that hugging this girl was the wrong choice. It was too cold, as if he was hugging an ice cube that was constantly blowing in a snowstorm, and it was only snowing in a small area, within half a foot of the body, which made him and the little angel shiver from the cold, and a pile of snow piled up on their heads in a short while. With Shuang Shuang's help, the modification and adjustment of the array that was thrown aside after being used once could be completed easily. Currently, it was in good condition. He also came up with more ideas. He threw the array piece by piece and added the origin energy and origin energy into it. It should be able to reduce a lot. Reduce a part of the pressure that Blue Phoenix had to bear. If it can be adjusted so that she won't have to bear too much pressure, the principle, order, energy form should be able to be popularized. But according to the current situation, reducing the pressure by 30 to 40% seems to be the limit. Well, the structure of the origin for adjustment, the disintegration, suppression, and strengthening of the origin of the soul, and the adjustment and reconstruction of the origin of the soul, as well as the adjustment and reconstruction. These core steps can't be changed. So, in fact, the impact of the energy suppressing the body is actually reduced. He muttered as he processed the array. He felt a little distressed and let out a long sigh. Although he was not very satisfied, it seemed that this was the best he could do. Speaking of which, there was not much difference between this and no changes. The little angel and Shuang Shuang shivered as the cold wind blew across the icy plain, making their bodies feel cold. However, They were sweating profusely as they listened. In short, the pressure of the less critical part was reduced as much as possible, but the critical part was still at the same level as before. Isn't that still critical? Looking at the formation array that had been modified and adjusted and was currently operating smoothly, Yun Nuoshing sighed. He hugged Shuang Shuang's shoulders with both hands and pulled the two girls back and forth. Aya, there's no better way. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the first high-level premier on the front line of the Void who was hanging on his back, and the first peak mid-level premier of the Order Void who was standing in front of him. He suddenly had an idea. Do you have any ideas? The two girls were stunned at the same time, and then shook their heads vigorously. Cold sweat broke out on their forehead. This was not suitable for them. No, it was not suitable for most normal life forms. This was a very, very serious matter. They had no experience and could not give any constructive suggestions. Well, if there is no better way, then this is the final situation. In short, there is no change at all. Yin Nuoshing sighed. It was not that there was no change at all. Well, there were changes in other aspects, such as the success rate and rescue measures. Yes, it was true. When he was struggling, there was no rescue measures and the success rate was as low as 30%. Now, the success rate was at least an exciting 60%, which was double. If there was a rescue plan, he would not have to worry about Blue Phoenix being sent directly to the spiritual temple if it failed. After dealing with this part of the array, he looked at it again and confirmed that there was nothing to adjust. He then prepared to pack up the pile of things. Little Star, what are you playing at? Suddenly, an energetic voice sounded behind them. At the same time, there were two sets of footsteps. The three of them turned their heads and saw Siyu holding Blue Phoenix's arm and walking over with a smile. When she came closer, she saw that the three of them were like a sandwich. She could not help but be startled. You have a very unique style. Shuang Shuang's pretty face was slightly red. She laughed dryly and squirmed out of Little Star's arms. Then, she held Blue Phoenix's hands and looked at her with a pair of eyes that were as gentle as a glacier. Even the aura on her body felt like it was about to warm up. Blue Phoenix, think twice. Oh no, are you ready? Foam Blue Phoenix had just woken up and was still a little confused. She looked at Shuang Shuang with a puzzled face. Ready for what? Shuang Shuang glanced at her and turned her head to look at the array floating in front of her. She reminded her, rule, order, energy form. Blue Phoenix was stunned for a moment. Yin Nuoshing stepped forward and pulled her over to take a look at the situation. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, the current situation is good. The origin energy has also reached its current limit. The conditions are met. Foam Blue Phoenix immediately understood and quickly recovered. Her pink eyes looked at him with determination. She was so determined that even if he said anything now, she would still step on this path without hesitation. She took a deep breath and looked at Little Star. She nodded solemnly. Yes, I have always been prepared. Always. Although, I just woke up and want to stay with you for a while, but there will be opportunities later. Yes. Yin Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He stepped forward and hugged her tightly. He stroked her long hair and whispered in her ear, then firmly hold on to the will and faith that has driven you to this day. Do not let go. I cannot make the process easier and easier. I can only give you a reminder. Faith, the will hidden deep in your heart. You must hold on to it tightly. I will try my best to reach out to you from here. So do not give up so easily. Foam Blue Phoenix chuckled. She wanted to say something, but she changed her mind. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and bit his earlobe softly. Ouch! Yin Nuoshing trembled and let out a sorrowful cry. He hurriedly let go of his hands and covered his ears. Just as he was about to say something to this girl, she had already run into the spherical array formation. Her hands were naturally crossed in front of her. She smiled sweetly at them and then slowly closed her eyes. He grumbled and scratched his ear. Looking at Qing Huang in the array, a hint of hesitation appeared on his furrowed brows, but only lasted for a moment before disappearing. He clenched his teeth and waved his hand. The static array instantly emitted a rumbling sound of energy surging. Energy chains swept out from the outermost array. Hundreds of chains circled around her, and when they were ready, they tightly closed and rolled her into a large, multicolored cocoon. At the same time, all the arrays expanded dozens of times in the blink of an eye, lifting the large, multicolored cocoon into the air. The energy in this space rapidly flowed towards it. I remember the first day Blue Phoenix came here. See, you pulled little Xing Xing and looked up at the big cocoon with him, muttering softly. Ah, yes. Yin Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. At that time, we were reshaping her life. We had to deal with the things that were left in her body. This time, we have to reshape her structure. The two are different in nature, but they are almost the same. See, he was a little worried. Will Qing Huang be okay? Will it work? He was silent for a while. Then he closed his eyes. I will bet everything on it. I can guarantee that her life will not be in danger. But whether it works or not, it depends on her. Girl, you must not let go halfway. Chapter 2062. Her senses felt as though she had been plunged into a hot spring. A scalding sensation covered every inch of her body, causing her heart to feel hot and dry. The heat quickly spread throughout her body, causing her to feel uncomfortable, as though she was being pricked by needles. Gradually, she seemed to feel that the temperature was still rising, turning from a hot spring pool to a magma pool. That was just her senses. If she were to compare her current situation, she might as well have jumped into a sun. The searing heat that could penetrate her soul wantonly spread out, causing her to feel irritable even as she felt the stinging pain all over her body. She had no choice but to free her mind to suppress her restless soul. However, the various sensations that came from her senses were like a chain reaction. Just as she suppressed her restless soul, a viscous pressure came from her body. It was as though she had been pressed into a thick, gelatinous object. It was very uncomfortable to be squeezed. Even the air was so viscous that it made it hard for her to breathe. The pressure on her body also gradually increased as time passed. This was not an ordinary pressure, but more specifically, she could not put her finger on it. It was like, yes, she remembered now. According to Little Star, this power and pressure were born from her own power, born from something that she possessed. It was a pressure that came from a part of her body. It was like she was beating herself up, so it was unbearable. After all, Little Star had said that no matter how strong she was, it was still very easy for her to kill herself. The sudden pain of being squeezed interrupted her thoughts, causing her body to stiffen in an instant. She could not help but clench her fists. However, she only thought that she would do such a thing. In reality, she was not sure if she had really clenched her fists. From the moment she felt that her soul was under increasing pressure that was slowly approaching its limit, she could no longer open her eyes. Now, even her senses were blurry. She could not clearly sense what was going on outside, but the touch that came from inside her body made her feel incomparably clear. What kind of feeling was this? It was as if she was awake and watching her stomach being cut open. A small knife violently sliced open her flesh, slicing her organs into pieces, and then forcibly pulling them out of her body. At the same time, she could clearly feel that she was suddenly missing a part of herself. Even her soul felt empty. Her body and soul were no longer complete. This feeling of emptiness made her feel as if she had fallen into an endless abyss. She watched herself being eroded by darkness bit by bit. Even if she struggled with all her might, it was futile. This was far more unsettling than the pain. This was the feeling of her root being disintegrated. It was only the beginning, but it had already numbed her. Pulling out her tendons and peeling off her skin was probably not even 1/10,000th of it. It was as if her internal organs and bones were being smashed into pieces from inside her body. Every inch of her body was being cut into pieces. Her senses were magnified by hundreds of times at this moment. She could clearly feel that part of herself was being torn apart, and crushed into powder. In the end, it disappeared bit by bit. Even the powder that was separated from her body seemed to have her nerves, allowing her to clearly feel every step and every detail. Even her soul was being torn into pieces under the shocking impact. However, the broken pieces would not remain. They were bound by the body and would only be crushed more thoroughly. Woo crap. Did she make a sound? But she could not make a sound. She could not distract Little Star and the others. She absolutely could not make a sound. Feng Qing Wang. Oh, Feng Qing Wang. Is your will such a ridiculous thing? If not, then she had to grit her teeth and hang on. Dong! The heavy impact sounded as if a heavy hammer or a meteorite had smashed into her body. She could clearly see the traces of the impact in her body. The broken parts of her body and the potholes were being filled up bit by bit. However, the moment the hole was filled up, another heavy impact hit the top of her body, widening the hole even further. It was as if the wound that she had just covered was stabbed again. The second injury almost made her soul fall apart. Before she could regain her consciousness, she saw another impact exploding in her soul. She almost fainted in an instant. When she saw that ripples were bursting out from every part of her body, she only had time to grit her teeth and pass out immediately. In the conceptual dimension, a gigantic spherical formation that was several thousand feet in size was slowly rotating in midair. After a period of evolution, it had gained 3 more formations in the shape of a triangle. There were countless formations that had been activated. Only Little Star knew what each formation was used for. Siyu tilted her head and looked at Little Star. He had already maintained the same posture for 4 hours. The worry and tension between his brows had not dissipated, and they were also very nervous. However, this was only one of the reasons. The other reason was they had also been staring at the formation ball in the sky. At first, Blue Phoenix's aura was still very stable. However, half an hour ago, there was no trace of it at all. Her life aura was completely concealed, and the soul seed could not sense her chi at all. It was like, however, there was still a faint remnant of her soul aura, which made them feel at ease. Yes, but it was only a remnant. There was a small trace that let them know that Blue Phoenix was still firmly guarding her soul inside. She had not given up. "Phone, what are you guys doing here?" Scattered footsteps suddenly sounded on the icy plain. A tired voice sounded, which made Yin Nuoxing and the others who were in a trance turn their heads. Hui and the others were yawning and rubbing their eyes as they slowly walked towards them. The group of people walked together in 5 or 6 different steps. Suifeng's face could not help but tremble when he saw the group of people walking towards them like zombies. He could not help but say, "You guys woke up at the same time." "What do you mean wake up? You guys woke us up." Hui pinched his chin that was about to dislocate and rolled his eyes at Suifeng. The energy flow has been very irritable and restless since the beginning. We felt restless even when we were sitting down. We thought that something had happened and woke up on our own. "So what are you guys doing?" Yin Nuoxing's eyelids drooped slightly and did not respond directly. He just looked up at the magic formation ball hanging in the air and sighed. We followed his gaze and looked at the large ball shape. He couldn't help but cross his arms and frown. "This thing looks a little familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before, but I haven't seen it many times. It's your functional magic array. It seems that I haven't seen you take out so many functional magic arrays for many years. What are you doing?" He shook his legs and thought hard for a moment. His face instantly turned pale. F***CK. Don't tell me. Feng tilted his head and glanced at him. Then, he gently nodded his head, causing a cold breath to rush up to the top of his head. He grimaced and said, "Why didn't you tell us about such a big thing? It's useless even if I told you. There's no other way to improve it. Or do you guys think that you can do something when you're fixing this thing?" Yin Nuoxing lowered his head and sighed. "That's one of the reasons. The other reason is that I didn't wake you guys up because you were busy. I didn't expect that you guys would be awakened by the rapidly surging energy." Hui was speechless. He scratched his head. Then this pile of magic formations of yours. You've adjusted it, right? I didn't recognize it at first. I've done my best to adjust it, but in the end, I only solved the unimportant parts at the edges. There's no way to change the core." Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief. He could not hide the worry on his face. The reason why the core could not be changed was because it would become something else if it was changed. It could not be changed at all. In short, it was fatal. Shi Xiao stood there and listened for a while. He more or less understood what was happening now. He looked at where Blue Phoenix was and asked, "Is there anything we could do to help? I also want to find a way to reduce the pressure on her, but there's really no way. Even if the origin energy and the origin law were here, it would not be easy to deal with this matter." Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh again and shook his head. This is a struggle between herself and herself. When she retains her body, she completely disintegrates the origin of her own structure. As she disintegrates, she reconstructs, and the process of reconstruction continues to disintegrate. Because this is the power she exerts on herself, there's no way to resist it, and there's no way to reduce it. So, there's no way. None of us can help her. We can only wait quietly for this battle to end, and while we're at it, we can only pray that she can get through it. He sighed again. There was no way to skip class. The situation back then, what kind of situation did he face back then that led him to this step? He could no longer remember it clearly. However, there were probably only a few things that could make him so resolute. So maybe he was faced with some kind of difficulty that he knew he could not overcome, or he had encountered something that made his hair stand on end. So he recklessly stepped onto this path in order to transform into the law, order, energy form. What he had to face was actually the situation he faced back then, reenacting it once again, walking this path all over again, speaking of which. He tilted his head and looked at Hui, a little puzzled. Why did I create this damn thing back then? Everyone was speechless. This guy himself said that it was a damn thing, so it was obvious how deadly it was. But I've never seen him say that before. It seems that he was troubled when he saw his sister fearlessly embarking on this path. Why did you forget? Hui stared at him, puzzled. I don't know. I really don't remember. Yin Nuoxing lowered his head and pinched the bridge of his nose with a distressed look on his face. He could not remember the conditions under which he had done such a thing. Perhaps the pain at that time was too excruciating. The pain that filled his mind made him forget why he had done such a thing. Now that he recalled the feeling when he had to deal with the law, order, and energy form, he felt goosebumps all over his soul. It was really not something healthy. Blue Phoenix, you have to hold on. He crossed his arms and tried to recall. If I'm not mistaken, the situation you faced at that time was, it was similar to our current situation. For example, the Underworld was about to invade the Celestial Realm in a few days, or we were about to invade the Celestial Realm, but you were still heavily injured. That's it. You dealt with it in secret without informing anyone. By the time we found out, it was already the next day. We sensed that you weren't in a good condition, so we hurried over to check on you, just in time to see you at the end of your treatment. After you were done, you rested for a whole day before we felt that you were alive. Everyone. So, it was an observer's instinct to not let go of him, even though he was heavily injured, and to torture him to death. Sure enough, this guy's mental illness had existed from the very beginning. It was just that it had gotten worse now. I still remember. The one who spoke was Jing Yuanji. Everyone turned to look at her. They saw that she was looking at the observer with a slightly nostalgic look. She slowly said, "It was the incident before the Void Carnival. The Celestial Realm, which had just barely integrated into one force, was attacked by many outsiders before they could get through the run-in period. After a long battle, they finally paid a great price to repel all the invaders from the Celestial Realm. Lord Feng took the unconventional path at that time, but it was also the main reason why Lord Hui judged that he had enough power to drag the lives of this void region and rush to the Celestial Realm for revenge." Hui clapped his hands when he heard that. See, that's about it. Qing Jun also made an O sound to indicate that he remembered. Then, a few days later, when Lord Feng showed his invincible might for the first time, he tore the void apart. Everyone. Sure enough, a certain someone was so unyielding from the beginning that it made people's liver tremble. Yin Nuoxing also pondered for a while. Is that so? Hui, Yuan Ji, and Qing Jun all nodded vigorously at him, which made him silent for a while. So that's how it is? No. So why did you forget this kind of thing? It should be impossible for you to forget this kind of thing, right? Hui laughed bitterly and looked at him in puzzlement. After this, you talked to me about the terrible degree of transformation for 100 years. Every time I heard it, I would tremble. Every time I heard it, my liver would tremble. Now, I have to tremble for half a minute when I see you switch to the rule, order, energy form. Everyone, this was really a psychological shadow that could not be brushed away in this life. Because Yin Nuashing took a light breath and may have found another reason. I have been preparing for this power form for many years, at least millions of years. Maybe it's too long ago, so long that I don't think it's strange to trigger it at any time, so I can't remember it clearly. Can it be like this? Hui rubbed his forehead with a wry smile, sighed, looked at the little phoenix wrapped into a ball, and whispered, "When you discussed the feasibility with me, I opposed it for a long time. At that time, it was not like now. There was no spiritual temple, people died, and the lights went out. There was only a 30% success rate, so I didn't want to see you fight for it. At that time, when I saw you suddenly execute it, my mentality at that time was probably the same as your mentality now." Yin Nuashing stared at the sky in silence for a while, and could not help but sigh softly. Today was also the day of her death. She sighed when she opened her mouth, and took a deep breath when she closed it. Her heart was sometimes stuffy and sometimes painful. Everyone waited quietly, either pacing in place or squatting on the ice, but no one could calm down. Even if they knew that even if they failed in the end, they would only return to the spiritual temple to be reconstructed and would return after a period of time, they could not be at ease, especially a certain observer. The ice under his feet had cracked because of his shaking legs. This was the first time they had seen this guy so anxious. Well, after all, it was his sister, so it was normal. When this was mentioned, they remembered the pitiful look of someone who had rejected them a few 100 years ago. It was really, damn the void. If there was less trouble, he and the others would have a good ending. But looking at the current situation, it was hard to say. He had never felt that time was so long and unbearable. He had never felt that. In the past, he always felt that time passed quickly. Hundreds of years, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Although they all felt a little long, it seemed that he had never experienced such a long time that made him feel anxious. Even when the underworld was causing trouble, he did not feel this anxious. He always felt that he was going crazy. Obviously, his anxiety could not speed up time, nor could it make Blue Phoenix feel better inside. But he was just anxious. Huff, deep breaths, calm down. No matter what, he had to calm down now. He still needed to make preparations for rescue. This preparation was indispensable. He had to plan for the worst. It did not matter whether he hoped or not, because reality would not be distorted because of hope or not. He only needed to make the corresponding preparations and wait. Time slowly passed, and more than half a day had passed. It had already been more than 10 hours. Everyone gradually calmed down from the small uneasiness and anxiety at the beginning. They calmly sat on the ice field and brewed tea, calmly waiting. From time to time, they would raise their heads to look at the colorful sun, and then lower their heads to look at the observer who had his arms crossed like a pillar rooted in the ice field. They waited, prayed, until a certain moment, when they saw him slowly put down his hands. His expression changed from calm to solemn. When it became extremely solemn, to the extent that the atmosphere changed, they were all stunned. "This is bad." The words that sounded like a judgment seemed to confirm his words. The sky that was as clear as ice crystals suddenly darkened bit by bit, revealing a strange dark purple color. The ice field was also instantly dyed with this strange color. The temperature between heaven and earth rapidly rose at an unreasonable speed, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into the center of a star in an instant. Without any preparation, they were all sweating profusely. As if the energy impact that could shake the permanently frozen earth suddenly exploded, everyone only saw a circle of crimson pink mixed with dark purple energy suddenly appear, rushing to the end of heaven and earth in an instant. The next moment, a three-colored sea of fire spewed out from the center of the array, like a flood pouring down from the sky. The terrifying flames stunned everyone present, and they subconsciously put up layers of energy barriers. "We, look after everyone." Shuang Shuang released the power of the Ring of Frost Descent to suppress it. Shuang Shuang immediately jumped into the sky and landed on the Ring of Frost Descent, an icy aura surging out from her body. The Ring of Frost Descent responded to her call and began to release an icy blue luster. In the center of the Ring of Frost Descent, a blue sun appeared, but the light it released was incomparably cold, and it could even cause the void to stagnate. In an instant, a storm of ice and snow fell from the sky, and a huge storm swept up in the entire ice domain and gathered here. The wind and snow fell, and two suns appeared in the sky. One carried a bone-chilling cold that could freeze the void, and the other carried a destructive aura that could incinerate everything in the void. When the two suns clashed, abnormal distortions appeared in the space. The entire space was like a twisted towel that had been twisted into a whirlpool. Traces of fragmentation emerged from everywhere, as if this concept-level space would be torn to pieces. Shuang Shuang, use all your strength. This is Blue Phoenix's rule, order, energy form. Don't let your guard down. Hui hurriedly threw out the last layer of energy barrier. Looking at Maple, who was standing in the three-colored flame without any defense, he hurriedly shouted, "What's the situation now? Can you explain it clearly in one sentence?" The structure has collapsed. Yin Nuoxing raised her hand and felt the flame passing through her body. It contained a sense of pain and fragmentation that exceeded the limit. She could not help but clench her fists, gritted her teeth, and said in a helpless and distressed voice, "Maybe it can't hold on when it's almost 80 or 90% transformed. It's still too difficult. Then what should we do? Should we stop it now, or do something else?" Hui exclaimed. He hurriedly took out his large shield and prepared to charge. "Do you want me to go? It's harder to control with one more person. You just stay here and watch the situation and wake up." Yin Nuoxing shook her head and turned to the little angel and shouted, "Girl, come with me." The little angel came to her senses and immediately turned into a golden light and merged into his soul. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and spread her 2 pairs of cloud wings on her back. She turned into a light shadow and rushed to the 3-colored sun. Accidents were indeed within the scope of what he had thought, but you, girl, don't take it as a normal situation and let it happen. Idiot, idiot, idiot. The fierce flaming storm was roaring and raging around him, making the whole space, rules, and order turbulent, although it could not cause him any harm. Jumping into the sun that was close to the peak of the mid-level premier and seeing the various violent energy phenomena in the center of the sun still made him feel a little pressured. Moreover, the emotion and will contained in the energy seemed to be more intense. Every outbreak and agitation seemed to be telling him something. In the 3-colored sea of fire, there were huge tongues of flame sweeping across. The blazing energy was constantly in a state of extreme eruption and slapped on his body again and again. Damn, it was very hot. This girl had 3 forms and 3 powers, which were suitable for the rules, order, and energy form. Looking at the energy storm that was smashing on his face, it could at least roast a newly advanced premier realm. It was not the time to talk about this. Oh, I'm being resisted. I can't walk fast. The thick energy layer had a repulsive force, resisting his entry. He tried to push the thick energy layer in front of him, but gave up after trying for a while. Blue Phoenix's full power in this form required him to use all his strength, so he could not do that kind of trick. So, the best way now was to use his sword to destroy this place. However, he was worried that he would hurt Blue Phoenix, so he could not choose this path. As a result, he could only force his way in. Just passing through this layer of blazing and thick energy took some time. Just like this, he used an even stronger force to force his way in. After about 2 or 3 minutes, a ray of colorful light suddenly appeared in the sea of fire in front of him. That was his formation array. However, good heavens, 1/3 of the formation array had already been destroyed. At present, the core was still stable, so there was no need to worry about the formation array. However, it did not have much time left in this sea of fire. With Blue Phoenix's increasing power, He estimated that he only had 5 minutes to do something. Should he be glad that she did not release the power of origin? If the Sea of Fire was filled with the power of origin, then today would be terrible. 5 minutes would definitely not be enough. The explosion of energy in the center is more than 100 times stronger than the edge. Later, you focus on dealing with Blue Phoenix. I will take over your defense. The voice of the little angel rang out in his mind. He nodded and touched the golden energy barrier on his body. Then, he found a direction, took a deep breath, and rushed in without hesitation. After crossing the final distance and passing through the layers of formations he had set up, the energy instantly surged to the level of a high-level origin. He finally arrived at the core. The energy chains that originally wrapped around Blue Phoenix had already collapsed by more than half, revealing the curled-up girl. Her body had already become translucent, and the right half of her body was disintegrating bit by bit like yellow sand being blown by a gust of wind. Seeing this made his heart tighten, and he hurriedly rushed forward. Yin Nuoxing's hands pulled open the chains around Blue Phoenix's body and gently stroked her cheeks. Her eyes flashed as she began to gather energy. There should still be time. You must not let go. Bang. He did not know whether it was because his arrival had affected the stability of the core or because the collapse of Blue Phoenix's structure had accelerated. But at this moment, the speed of her eruption of energy had suddenly reached the limit. The tricolored sea of fire was surging more and more violently, becoming more and more uncontrollable. Based on her current situation, it would not be long before her structure completely disintegrated. As the core, she would collapse, and the accumulated energy would be released all at once. That energy was enough to flatten everything in the concept-level space in one go, and her structure would also collapse and enter a state of disintegration. The energy he gathered had reached the peak in just a few breaths, and he accurately sensed Blue Phoenix's situation. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and hugged her into his arms. This action made him feel like he was embracing a new energy star that was about to explode, but he did not care too much. 2 pairs of azure wings hugged her like streamers and pierced in her body from both sides. Colorful energy was released continuously from his body, and it broke into Blue Phoenix's body in the most unyielding manner. Then, it suddenly scattered, turning into silk threads to pick up the fragments that were drifting throughout her body. Countless energy threads entangled and protected her fragmented structure with countless energy threads, and then carefully gathered them together bit by bit. Soul! Soul! He barely managed to forcibly stop the disintegrated structure of her structure and structure from collapsing. He took some time to look at Blue Phoenix's soul. He was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. What? Didn't you remember my words? You didn't let go from the beginning to the end. Under the fragmented body was a soul that was still intact and unscathed. It was not even affected by the collapse of her structure. As long as there was no problem with her soul, then the most dangerous situation would not occur. The energy eruption was because her structure had mostly collapsed, and her soul could not withstand the pressure and release the energy. Now, she was still guarding her soul, so the situation would not worsen. Although he breathed a sigh of relief, he did not know whether he should cry because of this result or feel lucky that it was not the worst situation. He smiled. However, whether to cry or to laugh, it was better to wait until the current situation was solved. Her soul was already very weak. Although she said that she was guarding her soul, she was already an arrow at the end of its flight. As time passed, the energy eruption in Blue Phoenix's body was almost exhausted. Her body was almost completely transparent, but the scene of her dissipating like yellow sand in the wind was no longer visible. The energy storm created by her environment had also successfully reached the level of a high-level premier. The defense of the little angel was getting more and more difficult. He had to spare some of his attention to assist in the defense. At the same time, he had to maintain the precise control of the energy in Blue Phoenix's body and divide some of his attention to block the energy blast that was comparable to the level of a high-level premier from the person in his arms every second. His eyes shook a few times, Perhaps because he had used up all his energy, a sudden tiredness appeared in his soul. His vision turned black, his body stiffened for a moment, and his control of the energy stagnated for half a second. The little angel hurriedly shouted, "Ugh, pull yourself together." Yanuashing gritted her teeth and slapped herself hard. She took a deep breath and slapped the root of her soul, releasing a huge amount of soul power in one breath. Then she lowered her head and touched Blue Phoenix's forehead with her forehead. "Blue Phoenix, take the baton. Wake up." Chapter 2063. The annihilation of the storm happened all of a sudden. The tricolored sun suddenly retracted the violent energy blast it was releasing. After squirming for a while, it quickly shrank and collapsed inwards. The entire sun was twisted into a petal shape, and light and heat rapidly dropped to normal levels in just half a minute. Seeing this, frost slightly weakened the ice storm hovering in the air. Everyone stared at the sun, not daring to relax before the results were out. After all, that was rule, order, and energy form. Previously, there was an observer who exerted extreme power to blast against the chaos concept body, and then there was a small phoenix sun that almost melted through the eternally frozen earth. Moreover, the latter's obvious form had just emerged, and the exploration of this form of power had just begun. When she reached the level of the former, she would be able to truly release that power, although it was already very frightening. After waiting for a little anxiously for 5 minutes, the tricolored sun finally disappeared completely. The ice storm that swept across the sky had lost its target and drifted away with the wind. They looked up and were startled. Little Phoenix, who was wearing a red and black dress, was slowly floating down from the sky. Her body was constantly emitting tricolored flowing light, which was still like a brilliant sun. The energy in her body was in a state of extreme eruption. That oppressive feeling that could shake the void was indeed the rule, order, and energy form. They estimated that if she hung in the void, those who were not high-level Yuanshi would have to retreat. Well, she was still not as good as a certain observer. She had to be more familiar with the newly mastered form of energy, which was enough for her to keep busy for a while. As for the observer, as expected, she was carried down in Lin Sanju's arms. This person was very interesting. She went to rescue someone else, and then she was lying down. What the hell was this? When the blue phoenix landed on the ground, the little angel also floated out of her soul. She sighed to everyone and knew what they wanted to ask, so she spoke first. "He is fine. He just spent a lot of energy and soul power to wake up the blue phoenix in the last stage and fainted." Hearing this unsurprising answer, Huey's face was indifferent. "It's also a traditional skill. I don't find it strange at all. But looking at your expression, it seems that there's something else." The little angel shrugged and sighed with mixed feelings. The tiredness that has been accumulating for a long time backfired on him just now. He almost couldn't complete the last step of awakening in time and passed out from exhaustion. Everyone was silent for a while, and there was a complicated feeling in their hearts. Finally, it had come to this point. They had guessed that this kind of situation would happen a long time ago, but there had never been anything that required him to deal with urgently, so the hidden danger in this aspect had not been exposed. They had never thought that the issue of dealing with the little phoenix would be exposed. TSK. Now that things have come to this guy, forget it. He probably won't take it seriously. Feng Qingwang hugged the person in her arms tightly. Mei Mao was a bit helpless and self-blaming. She had done everything she could for this. She had spent thousands of years to prepare, but she still couldn't withstand the situation during the transformation. The little angel looked at her and said, "Don't worry." Little angel saw that she was a little down and patted her head. "All right, don't put on such an expression. It's not all your fault. You've done well enough. It's better than what little Star and I expected. He didn't make it to the end because he often tortured himself. He's fine. He'll be fine after a few days of rest. Actually, it's not a bad outcome. Let him know that he's already endured to the point where he can't bear it. Next time, I'll have a reason to nag him. He won't know that he's riddled with holes until something happens." We thought for a moment and said, Although, I think that even if Feng knows that he is in all kinds of situations, he will still come up with a lot of reasons to show that he can still bear it and continue to endure. But even if he was lying down, he was not really resting or relaxing. It was just an emergency treatment. Once he recovered to a state where he could move, he would definitely get up without a second of delay. Even if they knew that he was enduring, they could not find a reason to attack him. Efficiency reduction, or poor condition, would not appear under normal circumstances. After all, he was trying his best to suppress it, and he would not show it unless something happened. Things like today would not happen so often either. Therefore, they could not find a reason to attack him. Even if they did, he would not care. If he really cared, when he was tormenting the source laws back then. Phew, they did not know who could change that guy and save him some trouble. Perhaps no one could make him change. His unique and impregnable worldview was not something that could change him. That was why they could not find a reason to attack him. Even if they attacked him, he would not care. If he really cared, when he was tormenting the source laws back then. Phew, they did not know who could change that guy and save him some trouble. Perhaps no one could change him. His unique and impregnable worldview was not something that could change him. Little Angel patted Blue Phoenix's head and asked her to send Little Star into the conch house to rest. This matter could be considered to have come to an end without any abnormal or fatal incidents. Apart from a certain someone who almost went out of control and had to lie in bed for 3 to 5 days, everything was still under control. This was something worth celebrating. When Little Phoenix came back, we saw that she was still in the law, order, energy form. He felt that her aura was comparable to that of a high-level premier. He could not help but shout, "Bless the birth of the second crazy guy in the Void Battlefront." Feng Qing Huang staggered when she heard this. She could not help but smile bitterly at everyone who looked at her. Because she did not know what to say, she could only pull her hair and smile bitterly. C went forward to look at Blue Phoenix. She circled around her, held her hand, and looked at it. Then, she touched the flowing light on her body. She could not help but say, "Law, order, energy form. No matter how many times I see it, I still feel that it is very powerful." Speaking of which, this kind of unreasonable way to increase one's combat power. Should I try it too? Everyone turned pale with fright. Thousands of words were prepared in an instant. When they were about to spit it out, Feng Qing Wang hurriedly grabbed her hands and took the right to speak. She looked at Siyu with a gentle face. "You think twice." Everyone. All right, this was someone who had experienced it once and knew that this path would only lead to more deaths. Thus, he turned around and advised the others. It was really only after experiencing it personally that one would know what it meant to lead to more deaths. "Aha, I'm just kidding. Don't be so nervous." Siyu smiled and shook her head. She looked at Blue Phoenix, who was still scared. She could not help but ask, "So, what did you experience in there?" Feng Qing Huang thought for a while. She felt that if she described it in too much detail, she might not be able to feel it deeply. Also, if she described it in too much detail, she felt that she would have hallucinations. So, she thought about Little Star's tone and words and said softly, "It was like dying once every minute." Everyone was speechless. This conclusion gave them goosebumps. A chill spread from the bottom of their feet to their backs. In the end, their brains were numb and they were frozen. Seeing that everyone's face was pale and scared to death, Feng Qing Huang smiled bitterly. She could not tell the details of what she went through. It was just something like that. If it was not for Little Star's help and her awakening, she was not confident that she could grasp the form of this power. Perhaps the best result would be to forcefully interrupt it. Then, everything she went through would be in vain. Fortunately, she managed to endure it in the end. Now that she had this power in her hands, she felt that everything was worth it. Why did she suddenly have the thought of going back and slapping herself to calm down? An illusion. It must be an illusion. It was worth it. It was just that she had troubled little Xing, so she felt a little apologetic. She originally thought that she would be able to completely handle it by herself. After confirming that the 2 crazy eggs, one big and one small, were fine, everyone strolled away and continued to study. Recently, They had been stimulated too much. First, there was the little angel, who quietly broke through to the higher rank. And then there was the little phoenix who resolutely turned into a crazy egg. Feeling the strong sense of oppression from her body, their minds were a little messy, and they sighed a little. What were they thinking about? They just obediently went back to study and didn't dare to think too much about other things. Anyway, they really didn't intend to touch this damn thing, even if they died. That was really terrible. Even if they could enjoy it for a lifetime, they had to not play themselves to death when they received it, and they really didn't have the confidence to receive it. They really didn't have the confidence to do it. Well, the occasional thing that happened was already considered a leisure event in their busy lives. Although this leisure was a little ridiculous, it was the essence of it. Now, their schedule was like a spinning top. If they had nothing to do, they would spin in circles until they were dizzy and vomiting blood. If something else happened, they could treat it as a luxurious rest time. Usually, after the rest, they would be followed by a little stimulation. After the stimulation, they would be 3 times more motivated to study. In this regard, Sui Feng said, "If you don't get kicked, you won't be able to force yourself to stay awake. And once you do, you'll be forcing yourself to go down the path of little brother Feng. You will start to accumulate pressure and play with your life to death." Everyone agreed that this result was quite terrible, so they decisively stopped the 3 times speed. They still had to rest when they needed to rest. A certain observer finally met with a backlash after enduring for 5 years. He deserved it. Oh no, he deserved it. Why did it sound like they were looking forward to the day something happened to him? Little brother Feng didn't do anything wrong. It was just the same old problem that had been discussed for a long time. He was tired and couldn't take it anymore. Every day, he pushed himself to death. Did he really think of himself as the god of origin? But the god of origin and the others didn't go to such extremes. Looking at the conch house and all the junk on the floor, they also had a normal life. Occasionally, they would read, write, fish, and in their spare time, they would make a pot of tea to chat, brag, and tease their children to change their mentality and mood. He had reason to believe that even in the long 326th years of the Chaos Era, they also had other activities other than fighting. That's right, teasing their children was definitely the most important thing in that era besides boxing with the Chaos concept body. After all life in the world were disciples. That was the situation back then. His Eminence had mentioned it. So, why did Feng keep pushing himself to death when it came to him? They didn't know. Of course. They knew his thoughts and wishes, which were the direct cause of his current situation. But did he really have to? Phew, forget it. Let's not try to figure out his thoughts. 5 days later, Maple jumped out of bed as if she was counting the seconds and yawned as she walked out of the conch house. She sat down and did not even take a sip of tea before she began to work on her origin energy, which made them feel very tired. But after a while, Maple remembered that his girl had just finished switching forms. So, he went over to check on her, told her some of his thoughts and experiences, and helped to guide and perfect the form. It was as if she had switched from one busy thing to another. Speaking of which, they didn't expect the little phoenix's form to be incomplete. Well, it seemed that they were stunned by the aura that was comparable to that of a high-level premier, causing them to be unable to see things clearly. Of course, it was also true that they didn't understand this deadly form of power. It was better to stay as far away from it as possible. Let Feng and the little phoenix figure it out on their own, and they wouldn't get involved. Well, they wouldn't get involved. Let's first deal with it according to these 3 conditions. As for the second stage, let me integrate the origin energy into it, and the 3rd stage will be free. Go where the limit is. This will take a long time to deal with, so don't be anxious. It's useless if you're anxious, and you won't get a good result. Just deal with it step by step. In addition, dealing with the structure of the rule, order, and energy form will consume a lot of energy in the beginning. It will consume a lot of energy in all aspects. You'll get tired easily, so remember to rest in time and don't force yourself. When he said this, the atmosphere became awkward. Everyone looked at him strangely and couldn't help but criticize him in their hearts. Damn it, you're the one who needs rest the most. Why are you nagging others to rest every day? If you continue, You'll become a small ball sooner or later. Hui patted Suifeng's shoulder and pointed at himself. Then, he raised his chin and walked toward Maple under everyone's gazes. He patted Maple's shoulder and said earnestly, "Maple, you should rest too. We all know that a certain someone pushed himself to the limit a few days ago. He was so exhausted that he almost lost control of his soul." Yin Nuoxing glanced at him, crossed his arms, and thought for a moment. Then, he admitted helplessly, "I am really tired. I can't hold it anymore." Everyone was shocked. He didn't say, "I'm fine," or "I'm in good condition this time." Shouldn't he say, "I'm in good condition. What can you do to me?" with his hands on his hips? Why did he say this? Hui shuddered violently and stepped back a few meters. He pointed at Feng with his shield and sword and said, "Who's the demon?" Puff. Everyone watched as a guardian was knocked down by a huge brick and laughed in silence. It seemed that it was indeed the real guardian. Glancing at everyone, Yin Nuoxing continued to sigh. "Give me some more time. Now is not the time to rest. After all, that massive energy is still slowly evaporating. If I don't finish dealing with this energy, I won't be able to rest in peace. Wait until I've dealt with these troublesome matters. I'll go and rest." Everyone was indifferent. It was the same ending. Nothing had changed. The only difference was that he actually admitted that he was really tired and couldn't hold it anymore. As for the reason he said, sigh, it was indeed something that needed to be done quickly. As it disappeared and evaporated bit by bit, every passing minute and second would require more time in the future to make up for it. It was not worth it. In their calculations, it was obvious that it was impossible for the observer to deal with all the origin energy before he went out to battle. This was not the incomplete state it was before. The complete origin energy was not so easy to deal with. There was not enough time left. So now, they could only let him deal with it and torture himself. What else could they do? They could not help him in this matter. Occasionally, they would laugh and joke. Occasionally, they would make a fuss. Occasionally, they would sigh about why a certain someone was not resting. Then they would sigh about how the class really made their brains explode. From there, they would talk about the various torments and unfriendliness of the origin energy. It gave him a deeper understanding of the suffering of the inheritors. Basically, their days slowly wandered in this rhythm. Now, when they sat down, their minds would wander about matters related to the origin while watching a certain someone's calm expression and heavy atmosphere as he tormented the origin energy. They would tease him from time to time. Occasionally, they would torment him and occasionally find a place to practice. The function of the tower and the fortress of origin really gave them, the masochist, the perfect place to go. Now, other than Maple's shadow, who had been beaten up by the frontline Order warriors for many years, there were also many more shadows, such as his. However, everyone said that it was really frustrating and demoralizing to fight a wooden stake that could not be broken no matter how hard they hit it. At first glance, he threw out thousands of layers of energy barriers, which were so heavy that they were too tired to lift their swords. Even if they went all out and smashed the barriers, they could not shake a certain guardian's defense at all. Furthermore, he kept taunting them in the shield, causing them to have high blood pressure and low blood pressure. It was like riding a roller coaster. Gradually, their bodies could not withstand the torment, and so they gave up. Because of this, his shadow was not very popular and did not get hit much. It made him feel helpless. He was born to be a shield. He was sorry, but Maple was more professional in terms of sparring. Or perhaps, everyone actually preferred to be abused. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the intention of those who challenged Maple's pseudo-advanced premier form. Time just went by like this day after day. Half of the time was spent leisurely, and the other half was occupied with affairs. He was constantly going in circles amidst his busy and idle time. Unknowingly, another few thousand years had passed, and then he welcomed another node. No, it was not a matter of life and death. It was just that little green child shouted to them that there was a guest coming to the front line. It made them turn over in the sea of bitterness between the 2 points and the line. At this time, there was no need to elaborate on who was running to the front line of the void. It seemed that her thousands of years of effort in the realm of the gods had finally yielded some results. Of course, it was also possible that there was no result at all. She was just here to report, or to say something. In short, they tidied themselves up and made tea at their usual seats. Just as they sat down, they saw her descending from the sky. "I haven't seen you for a while. How did you all become like this?" As soon as the little girl landed, she looked up and saw everyone with dark circles under their eyes. Half of them had dead fish eyes, while the other half had lifeless eyes that had lost their luster. She was immediately frightened. In this situation, Feng Ling, who was holding on, looked more energetic. She was particularly surprised. "What have you all been through all these years?" Yin Nuoxing shrugged. "You don't have to pay attention to them. They are abusing themselves. Gradually, they became like this." The little girl's face twitched. Abusing themselves? Have they finally gone crazy and gradually approached you? So, how is the situation in the realm of the gods? Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly and changed the topic. "Nothing unusual. Everything is fine." The little girl climbed onto a chair and thought for a moment. Then, she reported in detail. "There are many premier tiers in the realm of the gods, but their realms are not very high. At present, the internal situation is stable. If there are no accidents, it should continue to be stable. In short, there is nothing special that requires your attention." "Oh." Yin Nuoxing held the cup with both hands. It was within her expectations. The appearance of many premier tiers in the realm of the gods was also a possibility after dealing with the situation in the realm of the gods. Should I bring some of my people over? Cough, cough. Let's talk about it later. Then, the core of the 8 primordial realms. No. The little girl shrugged and replied matter-of-factly. "Although I have imagined that it might be in the realm of the gods, it is only a fantasy. However, I did find traces of the core of the 8 primordial realms in the realm of the gods," and she purposely paused for a moment. This seemingly unexpected situation made Yin Nuoxing and Hui calm down and look at her. "There are 2 traces. One is the same as what you said last time. It points to the time of the birth of the new era. However, based on the fact that the realm of the gods was born a little later, it can be determined that the void turbulence can indeed erase the time of the traces. Thus, we have obtained proof." The little girl took a sip of tea and sighed in relief. "Then there is the second trace. It is the trace that appeared 40 eras after the void turbulence." Uffed. We turned his head and spat out a mouthful of tea. 40 eras? It was nesting in the realm of the gods at that time. The little girl frowned and blew bubbles into her tea for a while. After drinking it, she replied, "If the traces are correct, that is the case. The trace existed for about an era, or maybe just a little short of an era, and then disappeared. It disappeared all of a sudden. It probably teleported away on its own, not even leaving behind a path for me to follow. I have also wandered around the conceptual layer of the realm of the gods for a long time, but I did not find any useful clues." She sighed and took another sip of tea before jumping off the chair and saying to Feng Ling, "Well, that's about it. I closed the door when I left, so I came to inform you." "You're leaving? Where are you going this time?" "This time, I'm not going to the lower primordial realm. Let's take a stroll in the realm of the 8 primordial realms. Since I found traces of recent times in the realm of the gods, it should still be in the realm of the 8 primordial realms." Everyone, recent times? 16 epochs ago was considered a recent period of time, right? Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Just as she was about to get up and send them off, she suddenly sat down again. She quickly took out a crystal ball and put it on the table. "Hey, wait a minute. Do you recognize this thing?" "What? What is this?" "I was just nesting in the realm of the gods for a while." "What happened in the void?" What was projected in the crystal ball was naturally the big white nail. After thousands of years, it had taken root in the void a little deeper. They had also heard about its activities many times. However, other than the occasional movement of the pupa, there was no other news. It seems to be some kind of thing that has taken root in the void. The little girl frowned. It seems to be a bit of a living thing. Yin Nuoxing and the others were all stunned. Is this a F asterisk king living thing? No, that's not what I mean. I don't know what it is either. But it's definitely not a living thing. The little girl shook her head. I just said that it has traces of activity similar to living things. Such as something like a pulse, energy veins. Ah, yes, energy veins. If I'm not mistaken, it relies on these energy veins to control itself. Do you have any more detailed information? Yin muttered and told them all the information that little green child had brought back over the years. As she spoke, she also sorted out the information. If that's the case, it should be a huge entity. The little girl spread her hands and gestured the size of the entity. It's a huge entity that covers the upper, middle, and lower planes and penetrates the lower levels of the void. As for whether it appeared in the previous era, well, there's no way to determine anything from this. A huge entity. He was a little stunned as he listened. He imagined a strange entity with a huge body that could even cover the entire void. He could not help but gulp. There's such a thing in a void? Well, isn't it right in front of you? The little girl shrugged. I don't know the specifics. As for the characteristics that you mentioned, it should be some kind of self-defense mechanism. Forget it. Anyway, I can't guess anything more. Give me a few coordinates. I'll check it out while I'm walking around. After getting a few coordinates from Feng Ling, she widened her eyes. These positions are a little. Why does it seem like they're very close to the void front line? How is this close? Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. It's like taking root in the corner of our house. They often appear in the void that we have not explored. Maybe that's why we only accidentally discovered them when they got close. This thing can't be dismantled or touched. It's frustrating. The little girl said, okay. Anyway, I'll see what's going on. I'll let you know when I have any news. Chapter 2064. Time silently made people numb. After getting used to the process of day after day, everything would become stiff because of this. Whether it was comfortable or busy, the sea of time that was placed there would not stop because of any factors. It would only sweep up everything in the void and rush towards the end of time. After leaving a mark that was so deep that it could make the void tremble, it would only stop for a little bit of time. Perhaps a day or two. Or perhaps it did not intend to stop at all. It was just like checking in, leaving a mark, and continuing forward. He did not know what would happen when the void tremor happened. He was prepared for it, but based on the current situation, he probably would not be able to wait until then. It was the end of the Dark Age. He did not know how many days were left before the void tremor, but the realm of the gods would be penetrated. That nightmarish image lingered in his mind and refused to go away. It was like a sharp thorn in his soul and heart. It was also the reason why he did not stop for a long time. Anyway, it was heart-wrenching. It was heart-wrenching. It was so heart-wrenching that he wanted to drag the entire third defense line over. When the time came, he wanted to finish everything in one fell swoop. If he could not win the first round of attack, it would be useless even if he had left something behind. He did not know how much time had passed and how much the third defense line had evolved. The countless magic circles and nodes that he had left behind had now changed along with him. The number of magic circles that he had left behind was not the main point. He was more concerned about the large pile of magic circles that he had left behind at the third defense line. To dismantle or not to dismantle? It would not take much effort to dismantle the third defense line and move it back to the second defense line, dismantling it and placing it at the front line to increase their strength. It seemed that there was no need for that. The underworld was too lazy to send people out, and there was no need for them to replenish their strength. They might as well just carry it on their backs and rush into the underworld and smash it out in one go. Are you really going to dismantle the third defense line? Hui was holding a diamond-shaped crystal spire in his hands. When he heard this, his hands trembled, and hundreds of thumb-sized crystals fell to the ground and the table. He held his head with both hands and screamed, I've spent 300 hours on this crystal spire. Yin Nuoxing looked at him, speechless. He bent down to pick up the crystals on the ground and threw them on the table. They were toys made by the god of origin, used to train the power of origin. There were all kinds of toys in that pile of junk, and he had played with a dozen of them. He had to admit that they were better at tormenting people. These little toys were not easy to deal with. They were brain-burning and time-consuming. In general terms, it would be a cup of tea, a book, and a toy would take a year to dismantle. Yes, the book was the instruction manual. Why are you so agitated? He rolled his eyes at Hui and took out a palm-sized crystal cube from his trouser pocket. He pushed it into the pile of crystals on the table and said, I brought it all back. Damn, I've never heard you say that before. Just a few days ago, I went with the girl in Shuang to dismantle the entire third defense line. After dismantling it, I smelted it and used it as another trump card. It's still evolving inside. I'll smelt it every once in a while and add dozens of magic arrays. Yin Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. She pinched her eyebrows and looked a little troubled. After thinking about it, I still don't want to leave any way out. Just charge in once. Once. Why leave any way out? Leaving any way out is just giving myself some unrealistic fantasies. Fight with your back to the river. Put yourself in a perilous situation and fight to survive. Just be like before. You still want to leave a way out even at this point. If people in the past knew about it, they would laugh themselves to death. Huh. Although that's true. We looked at him blankly for a while. He was holding the crystals in front of him and was a little quiet. Suddenly, he noticed that there were many streams of colorful light flowing out of Hao Ren's body from time to time. The light then burst into dense energy particles and slowly dissipated. Huey's attention was diverted. What's wrong with your body? Why is it leaking air like a sieve? Oh, it's a sign that the origin energy is about to be converted to 90%. Yin Nuoxing answered while clenching her fist. When she saw Hui was so shocked that he broke the crystal tower in his hand again, she rolled her eyes again. Is it necessary? It's not like you don't know that I've been dealing with the origin energy. 90% is not the limit. Although 90% is the realm that only the peak of Yuanshi can step into, but in the situation of deduction, my soul should be able to withstand it, so there's no need to worry. But you guys, the seal? It seems that it's too early to talk about it. Hui also rolled his eyes and threw the crystal tower in his hand at Hao Ren. It's only been a few million years, and you're already talking about the seal? Even if the origin energy can continue to wear down the seal, in the end, it's a fixed amount of time. It's still too early. That's true, although I feel that it's been a long time, almost 10 million years. Fiddling with the crystal tower in her hand, Yin Nuoxing let out a long breath and looked up at the sky that seemed to be made of ice crystals. A bright sun hung in the sky of the ice field. It was not known when Siyu put it up. The sun shone on the space that was washed clean by the ice and snow. Countless energy particles with light were captured by the space here and gathered, making it look like the place was reflecting light everywhere. It was a little dazzling. Shuang and the little angel sat side by side at the edge of the huge circle of frost descent and whispered to each other. From time to time, their eyes fell on him. Mei Mao had some strange emotions in her eyes, which made him shudder. It was normal for them to get along with each other. But when they got together and laughed while looking at him, they were probably discussing how to torture him. Generally speaking, the more people involved, the worse he would be tortured. For example, in the past 10 million years. Why did he bring up those sorrowful memories? Evil spirits retreat. Speaking of which, your transformation, mastery, and proficiency of the origin energy should have reached the limit of your current realm, right? He tilted his head and looked at Hui, who was still persistently piling up the crystal tower in his hand. He looked at Hui up and down for a while. Yes, it's already over. Hui nodded. When he saw Maple's puzzled look, he handed the crystal tower in his hand forward. But the exploration of the origin energy is not over yet. Don't think of us as Shuang, the exception of the exception of the exception. When he said this, his face suddenly turned gloomy. Yin Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. A long time ago, when everyone knew that Shuang had nothing to do, he would never forget the collective depression of everyone and the expression of their eyes losing their focus. It was like a hard-earned holiday, suddenly being washed away by an overtime notice. Well, Shuang relied on herself as the origin life and the help of the two ice gods' creations. so her speed was faster than light. This was what he learned from Xiao Xiao after the event. However, there was definitely more to be done. Shuang Shuang was also continuing her exploration of the essence to see if she could find something fun. That was this thing that required a flash of inspiration that coincided with the origin energy, had a probability similar to a lottery. 1 in 10,000 chances would be reserved in advance. Well, that was pretty much what it meant, but it wasn't as exaggerated as that. So, you're also rolling on the path of exploring the origin energy? Hui glanced at him and muttered as he fiddled with the crystal tower in his hand. Yes, it's because I know when the realm of chaos comes crashing down, I will have to take the entire place. Well, I definitely can't take the entire place, but at least I have to share at least half of the pressure with you. I am now trying very hard to explore the origin energy. Huh? Origin energy? Doesn't that mean? Just think of it as me previewing. Yin Nuashing. Can this thing be previewed? Yes, the book, 999 Ways to Survive with a Shield Left Behind by Her Eminence, mentioned the origin domain, but it's a digression. Yin Nuashing. What kind of strange book is this? Hui was multitasking as he fiddled with the crystal tower in his hand. At the same time, he answered very seriously, I am very compatible with the power of my goddess. There are several conditions that determine that I can explore the origin energy in advance, but it is only an exploration in advance. With my current condition, it is indeed a little difficult to support the origin energy. First, I need to lay the foundation. When the time comes for me to ascend to the higher level, and when I raise the conversion of my origin energy to 70%, I should be able to feel the threshold in advance. Yin Nuashing. Is there still a division into upper, middle, and lower levels? Isn't it formed in one go? Being stared at by Maple with a strange expression, Hui laughed dryly. Ahem, that's what it means. Anyway, you can look forward to it a little. Hey, let's not talk about me. How is your origin energy? It's SOSO. Yin Nuashing tilted his head. This time, it was Huey's turn to look at him with a strange expression, but he could not do anything about it. He could only shrug. Just treat it as if there is no progress. For now, the conditions should be enough. Her power as the leader and the other 48 types of origin energy have all met the conditions. But in terms of exploring the origin energy, I don't feel anything at all. How should I put it? It's like I know there's a lump in my body, but I can't touch it no matter what. It's an awkward feeling. It's like the door is not locked, but I can't push it open. Oh, Hui said. Then according to your temperament, you should just break the door open. Break the door open. What's the procedure? Just break the door and the wall together. Yin Nuashing, after nearly 10 million years, he had finally used up the energy, but in fact he did not know whether it was used up or evaporated. Well, anyway, there was a harvest, but he was very concerned about how much had evaporated out of thin air. Even if he knew, there was nothing he could do to remedy it. At present, nearly 90% of the 49 types of origin energy at the forefront had been transformed, and the rest were not directly put aside, but their priority was relatively low. Since the conditions were now good enough, he still wanted to spend some effort to explore the origin energy. Unfortunately, he could not find the way. Pa! Startled by the sudden sound on the table, Yin Nuashing hurriedly came back to his senses. He saw that Hui had cleared most of the things on the table and placed a heavy book on the table. It was really heavy. He had never seen a book that was bigger than a person. This thing that was 2 meters long, half a meter wide, and 2 meters high. This must be a door plank, right? The cover of the book was painted with a lot of very gorgeous golden lines that looked quite powerful. If it was placed in front of the sun, it could use the reflection of the lines to blind people's eyes. There was also a picture of a fire giant standing on a city wall with a shield in both hands. A line of big words was written on the top of the book, How to Build a Great Wall in Your Origin Energy. The name of the book was left for Hui. He lifted this very heavy book and knocked on the cover with his finger. With a strange expression, he said, This thing can enrich your experience when opened. If you close it, it can probably flip the top of someone's head off. Do you believe that if you embed it on your guardian's shield, it will increase your defense by 100 times? Ahem. Don't worry about these details. What's important is the content inside the content. Hui grinned at him. This brick. Ah, no. I remember there's a tutorial about the origin energy in this book. He suddenly turned his head. But I don't remember if it's this book or not. Recently, I've been reading a lot of books. When I turn the book, hundreds of pages of content will crash into my mind. It's so confusing that I can't tell which is which. If it's not this, it might be something in the other dozens of books. Yin Nuashing was silent for a while. Before opening the book, she took out another light ball from her pocket and held it in her arms. That is, the thing she collected about Luo, creation god. See, you gave it to me after she finished using it, but I've always forgotten about it. If you don't bring me this book today, I may not remember this. He held the light ball in his hand for a while, then put on his head. Then, under Huey's malicious gaze, he opened the cover of this door plank. His breath stagnated for a moment. The densely packed catalog was as black as a piece of graffiti. Without a magnifying glass, one could probably see through it. What's this? Is there need to write so small? The words at the back are even smaller. Hui shrugged. It's so densely packed that the whole page is filled. At first, I thought that my venerable god scribbled on it as a prank. It wasn't until I lay on it and stared at it that I understood the reason. This is the rhythm of drowning me with words. Can it be divided into top, middle, and bottom? Yin Nuashing turned her head and spat out her soul. We saw him flipping through the book with a headache and couldn't help but laugh. It's finally your turn to read. Ha ha ha. Do you want to absorb physics knowledge at this time? I'm afraid you've been infected by Qing Jun. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at him fiercely. This kid must have been reading books until his head went bald. Now, seeing others reading books could make him happy. Well, it was no wonder. After all, he had been dealing with these things for nearly 10 million years. After eliminating a lot of tedious things, I actually like reading books on weekdays. Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten, but Huey's evil smile was still on his face, and there was a bit of banter. In fact, you just spread out the book and stare blankly for a third of the time, right? Oh, that's not considered leisure time. Most of the time. Ah, yes, just like now. Yin Nuashing sighed and shook her head. On one hand, there are tedious things, and on the other hand, there are books that are not for leisure and thinking about life. How can I be idle? During the time when I'm absent-minded, I'm mostly thinking about fireworks. Hui scratched his head. If that was the case, the last time Maple was really holding a book and reading leisurely without thinking about anything was probably more than 5 years ago. As for this thing, alas, it seems that I have to focus on reading books for a while. What a headache. Seeing that Maple was gradually engrossed and concentrating the remaining half of his energy, Hui sighed softly in his heart. He tiptoed and packed up his things and stood up. At this time, he would not disturb this busy guy. He should go to the void front line and have a look. He had been staying in the observer space for a long time and had not gone out. Although he was in regular contact with Little Green, God knows what had become of the outside world. Just after taking 2 steps, he heard a sudden scream behind him, followed by Maple's anxious voice, which startled him. Hey, what do you want to do? You just discussed for a long time to do. When I'm reading books, don't. Clothes can't. Ears can't. Wow, what are you two doing today? Hui thought with his toes and knew what was going on. He did not dare to look back and quickly ran away. When Howren came out of the observer dimension, it was dusk in Node Zero City. The setting sun dyed the sky red. Snowflakes fell from the cloudless sky, forming a thin layer on the ground. Howren was startled. He wondered if Little Greenie or someone else had the time to change the weather of the Node City. Snow! How long has it been since I last saw such a scene? My memories of normal life seem to have become very blurry under the erosion of endless time. I can't remember the details of the things that happened in the past, and I can't remember the last time I felt happy because of the change in the weather. It did not take much effort to find Little Qingzi. Although Little Qingzi appeared in various places in the Void front line, there were still a few fixed spots with a higher probability of appearing. Howren only needed to run to 2 locations before he found Little Qingzi. It was in the large garden south of the Node City. Maple had told him that there was such a garden here many years ago. But other than Little Qingzi, Howren also saw something else. By the lakeside where leaves and petals were falling, Little Green was holding two crystal balls in his left and right hands. There were a few floating beside him. He was busy shaking his head from side to side. It seemed that he was probably confirming the day's check-in or busy with various matters in the void front line. Beside him stood a tall and beautiful girl with long brown curly hair. She was also holding two crystal balls in her hands. She looked at Little Green with a helpless expression. Oh, this is probably that. Ahem, it seems that Little Green is not a good person to disturb. I don't want to be a third wheel. However, just as he turned around and was about to slip away, the girl suddenly turned her head and exclaimed, Lord Hui. Huey's face was a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly and hid his expression. Little Green also hurriedly put down the things in his hands and looked embarrassed. Lord Hui, how come you have time to come here? Oh, I'm bored from reading, so I came out for a walk. Hui waved his hand and walked up to them. He winked at Little Green and patted him on the shoulder with a gentle face. You're not young anymore. Hurry up and get married if you have a girlfriend. The girl suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. Little Green blushed and hurriedly responded loudly. Don't be like an old father urging me to get married. I didn't succeed in forcing Maple to marry me last time. Can't you let me have some fun with you? Hui shrugged and looked away from Little Green, who was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a castle on the ground. He looked at the dozens of crystal balls floating beside them and asked, What are you busy with? As soon as they talked about what they were just talking about, Little Green immediately hid his embarrassment and put on a serious face. The anomaly in the void was discovered about 10 million years ago. The big nail that Maple mentioned. The white one. The nail. The nail. Little Green's cheeks trembled and he nodded. Recently, we found that its activities are much more active than in the past 10 million years. In the past, it was active about once a month. Each time, the situation was different. Maybe there was a sudden energy reaction that gathered a lot of energy, or it suddenly continued to extend into the depths of the void, or it expanded horizontally and divided into many branches. But about half a year ago, its activity has shortened from once a month to once every half a month, and there's a little abnormal vibration every day. Lord Maple has repeatedly asked us to pay attention to this thing that is making him uneasy, but we can't find out more than monitoring it. It still can't touch or be affected. Logically speaking, if it can absorb energy from the void, our energy should also be able to mix with the void and enter it together. But why is it that our energy is precisely picked out and can't touch it at all? I don't know why. God knows what's going on with this thing. Anyway, we can't go wrong by continuing to monitor it. But, well, since the frequency of its abnormal activity is increasing, let's keep a distance, just in case we can react in time. We picked up a ball and looked at the image recorded in it. The nail had a lot of branches as if it had cracked. No wonder Maple's girl said it was like a tree root. By the way, have you found its source? No. The progress of the exploration has been, Little Green paused and took out a grayish-blue energy crystal from his pocket. By the way, hundreds of thousands of years ago, you and Lord Maple's friend came here, but just left a message for me to pass on to you and then left. It's related to that thing. When you mentioned the source, I remembered. That girl, she left after leaving a message. She's a busy person. Hui muttered and touched the grayish-blue energy crystal. A paragraph was clearly reflected in his mind. The source has disappeared, or it's hidden in the void. It's very far from the branches. This thing is suspected to be a man-made creation that solidifies the void. Hui was a little stunned after reading this paragraph. The source disappeared just like that. Suspected to be a man-made creation that solidifies the void. What? What did it mean? On the surface, he understood the meaning. He didn't know who hit the void randomly and turned it into a strange creation, but the meaning behind it. He didn't understand. He didn't understand. Forget it. This wasn't something he could get involved in. He threw the message back to Maple and let him see what the situation was. As soon as he came back to his senses, he saw Little Green whispering something to the girl with the brown hair, laughing happily. Damn, he wanted to run away quickly, but he still had something to say, so he could only interrupt the two. Ahem, that, I still have something to say, I Ching, and the girl immediately stuck out their tongues and stopped talking. They listened to Huey's words and were deep in thought. The top combat power of the Void frontline now. Little Green lowered his head and rubbed his chin. He slowly answered, at present, excluding some people who joined the Void frontline later, all of them are in the primeval stage. As for the mid-level primeval stage, they make up about 50%. Oh, after Lord Maple adjusted the source law last time, the seal was worn down faster. If we follow Lord Maple's plan, we might be able to what? When did Maple adjust the source law? Hui was stunned. How come I don't know about this? 2 or 3 million years ago. That's quite a long time ago. It seems that he used the origin energy for something. Well, with some adjustments, the Order warriors who have already adapted to the origin energy can wear down the seal a little faster. Although it's just a little bit, but over time, we might be able to pull it apart for some time. Little Green looked at Huey's widened eyes and pondered. He scratched his head and continued. By the time Lord Maple specified, we should have a lot of mid-level primeval stage elites at the front line, as well as a considerable number of high-level primeval stage elites. Well, that's a matter for the future. Although the future is foreseeable, it still requires a lot of effort. High-level primeval stage. Hui sighed and looked at the Void with one hand on his waist. It seems that we should prepare for that. But aren't we always in a state of preparation? Well, I don't mean this kind of preparation for war. I mean the preparation for the formal attack. Hui waved his hand. But you don't have to worry about that. Hui, Maple, and I have discussed it. Sigh. Fighting into the underworld is also a troublesome matter. The situation there, although I think your Lord Maple might just throw down the words improvise and say that the preparations are done. I Ching and the girl smiled bitterly. Hui glanced at them and patted Little Green's shoulder kindly. So, when are we going to get married? Why do you have to rush us to get married? Chapter 2065. Things that happened in the Void were usually silent and unpredictable. Occasionally, there would be situations that could not be judged. For example, the strange big nail. They thought it was just a strange Void anomaly and thought it would disappear after a while. Never did they expect it to be some kind of indescribable creation. They did not know who created it and what it was used for. The only thing that made them feel at ease was that it was not doing anything now. Oh, it wasn't that it wasn't active. It was just that it hadn't been messing around in the Void yet. It hadn't shown any signs of trouble like the permanent points, so it made them feel a little more at ease. But it was only a little. For the time being, they just had Little Green raise its attention level by half a level. And then there was nothing else. There was no way to deal with it. So they just left it there and continued to pay attention. He patted Little Chingzi's arm and urged him to get married again. Little Chingzi was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Then he slipped away happily and returned to the observer space. He saw that Foam was still reading a book with a gloomy face. His shoulders were so heavy that they drooped unnaturally. Thinking about it, he went over and mentioned it to him. Changes. Yun Nuashing turned a page of the book that looked like a door and put the light ball on her head on the table. There are only 2 factors that can affect a creation related to the Void. The Void is calm for a while, so it is not a problem of the Void. It can only be the influence of another party, the person or group that created this strange creation. And the sudden change is probably that group of people or that person doing something. Something related to the Void? What could it be? Hui sat back on the chair and continued to stare at the crystal tower in his hand. He was a little confused. God knows there's so many things that can be done. Yun Nuashing exhaled indifferently. As long as it doesn't affect us for the time being, we won't care about it. Of course, the main reason is that we can't affect it. Let hang there. I thought of a situation. Just because we can't affect it doesn't mean that its level is higher than ours. It might just be a very special existence that follows its rules. If we don't follow its rules, we might not be able to affect it. However, this kind of creation related to the Void must have something similar to its core and source. If we can find its core, many problems can be solved. However, if you really want to destroy it, minor Void turbulence can definitely do it. It's just that the price is too high. After Hui heard this, he directly shattered the crystal pagoda in his hand and stared at him with a green face. This. Let's forget about this. That's what I thought too. That's why I've been saying that I'll just leave it there. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Compared to those things, the preparation for attack that you mentioned reminded me of something that I talked to Xiao Xiao and Sui Qing before. We felt that the atmosphere had become much more formal. He could not help but sit up a little straighter and crossed his hands. His face was as calm as water. Go on. He scratched his head as soon as he said those two words. It feels weird. It's like I haven't been so serious for a long time. It was only when I was fighting in the realm of the gods, and occasionally when there was a large-scale operation, that I would be so serious. Because most of the things that came after were improvised and could not be arranged. The strategies and plans mentioned in the past could be wiped clean when the tide of the void hits. Standing in the void, no amount of arrangements could compare to the impact of its activity. So, we just need to improvise and then firmly hold on to the truth that can deal with sudden changes. Yin Nuashing chuckled dryly, cleared his throat, and picked up the ball on the table. Back to the original topic. A while ago, I've forgotten how many years ago, Xiao Xiao had me arrange a surprise attack on the Death Mist Rift in the Abyss to verify something. Hui was dumbfounded. What did you guys do while I was busy chewing on books and pulling out my hair, adjusting the source laws, and suddenly sending troops to attack the Death Mist Rift in the Abyss? It's not like I had to arrange for everyone to do something important. If not for my poor condition, I would have gone to test it out myself. Yin Nuashing glanced at Hui and saw that his face was alternating between white and red. After stuttering for a long time without saying anything, she said flatly, "It was just a normal test. We moved the Origin Temple to the Void Rift. Block the door and kill it? No. We tried to throw the Origin Temple inside." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and shook her head. But it failed. It was blocking the door, and there was no way to drag it in. There are only two ways for us to attack the underworld. One is to find where they are hiding in the void, and the other is to rush into the Death Mist Rift in the Abyss. No matter where they come out from, they would definitely be in the underworld, and even a slightly more remote location would be close to the underworld. When the time comes, we just have to find a way to locate their base. We basically skipped the first method. They control most of the void and hold the incomplete power of the origin god. They also have beings at the pinnacle of the primeval, and the space they're determined to hide is basically completely isolated. There's no way to locate them through the Death Mist Rift, so we have to go with the second method. That's why we had to bring the Origin Temple to crash into the door. Oh, we said after listening to that part, but we found that the rift couldn't fit the Origin Temple inside. Yin Nuashing nodded. The Origin Temple was blocked outside the Death Mist Rift. They probably did something over there. There's no telling if they would be wary of that. Let's just say that they were prepared because they were wary. But here's the problem. The Origin Temple couldn't be put in a pocket and taken away, nor could it be broken through directly. The Origin Temple, and, of course, the Fort of Origins. To put it another way, they were a nail that pinned themselves in the void. It was the same when they were placed in the World Luminous Cluster, and when they took root, they would root the World Luminous Cluster in the void as well. So far, there had been no problems. Even if the World Light had taken root together with the World Light, it could still be pushed away. This was how it had been done back when it had captured the permanent point and drained its blood. However, it couldn't be placed in a pocket. In other words, the Origin Holy Temple couldn't place the World Light in the World Light, and then stuff the World Light into its soul to sneak away. The reason was simple. The Fort of Origins and the Origin Temple were essentially nodes, and the realm of order that was rooted in the void was the area of influence of the node. If they were rooted in the World Luminous Cluster, according to Xiao Xiao, their power could cover the entire World Luminous Cluster and turn it into a void node. In other words, the World Luminous Cluster was so heavy that it couldn't be put in a pocket. I've heard that the Origin Temple couldn't be carried around, but I didn't expect that there was such a detail. He was a little dumbfounded as he filled in that part of his knowledge. That means the soul couldn't hold the World Luminous Cluster with the realm of order. By the same logic, it couldn't be carried around directly, and the reason is the same. He scratched his head and thought for a while, feeling that he had found a blind spot. Then, can't we close the Origin Temple and the Fort of Origins and put them in a pocket before bringing them over? Yes, but do you know how much energy and time it would take to reopen the Fort of Origins and the Origin Temple after closing them? Yin Nuashing tapped the world luminous cluster in her pocket, making a hollow echo. It would take half an hour just to start them up, and the energy consumption. We have energy sources to offset that, so let's not talk about energy for now. After they're activated, they would roar at the void, so there's no need to worry about the energy consumption after they're activated. They could keep fighting in their most powerful state until the end of eternity. What we need to pay attention to is the situation when they're activated. The Fort of Origins is a little more special. It has a bunch of cores, and its original intention is to load the cores to unleash more power, while the cores are used as auxiliary energy sources. Now that we don't even have enough cores, its various levels would more or less drop a little, but it should be enough. As for the time needed to activate it, about 2 hours? Half an hour? 2 hours. Huey's face twitched for a while. We'll be dead by the time they activate it. They've never considered shutting it down since they came out of the furnace. As I said earlier, they can fight until the end of time, and there's no need to worry about energy consumption at all. It's only now that we've encountered this kind of problem that it's a little headache. Yin Nuashing replied as she shrugged and continued to flip through her book. Her nonchalant look made Huey's eyes widen, and he could not help but raise his voice a little. Don't be so calm. The Fort of Origins and the Origin Temple are our most important foundation. Why don't we find a way to drag them in and fight them? Don't worry. Yin Nuashing smiled mysteriously at him. I made some preparations a long time ago that can solve this problem. My original intention was not to deal with this matter. After all, I didn't know that the Origin Temple would not be able to be brought over. It's just a coincidence that this happened. Can't you just finish the conclusion? The conclusion is, I have a way to bring the complete node into the underworld, so don't worry. Do what you need to do now. It's not worth the effort. Seeing that Phone was flipping through the book calmly, he was not worried at all. He had said a long time ago that Phone was the most concerned about this matter. Since he was not in a hurry, it meant that this matter had come to an end. There was no need to worry. Although he did not know what Phone had done, he would know when the time came. Speaking of which, when he first came back, he did not see anything wrong with Phone. Before he went out, Phone was yelling as if he was going to be done the next second. Hui even carefully peeked for a while, but he found that nothing happened. Now the little angel and Ming were still in the ring of frost, still peeking at Phone. He did not know what they had just done. Noticing that his thoughts were a little off track, Hui quickly came back to his senses. He steadied the crystal tower in his hand, took a deep breath to calm down, and casually found a topic to talk about. How's the domain of origin? He really touched the pot that did not boil. Phone had just started reading not long ago, and he already asked this question. A little gain, a little feeling. Yin Nuashing nodded slightly. Huey's eyes widened, and he almost dropped the toy in his hand. However, this is something that I left for you. It's not particularly compatible with me. Moreover, I want to use the energy of destruction as the core and the other 48 types of energy of origin as auxiliary. So, I have to convert this part of the information that I saw before it can be used. It's not as good as it's more versatile if it's targeted. Hui sighed, but when he talked about himself, he had a strange expression. But the domain of origin is not universal. Which divine religion of origin does not teach their own people according to their targeted teachings? At most, they would mention the characteristics of other people's disciples so that they can cooperate better. They would definitely not use the universal method. Phone, you're such a troublemaker. Yin Nuashing, although it might be true, but why do you have to mention those 3 words? Forget it. Anyway, I need to extract the information and filter it myself, and then think about how to use it to help me activate the domain of origin. Things will not be very smooth. Fortunately, there is still time, and I don't have to worry about it from now on. Speaking of time, Hui looked up and told Yin Nuashing about the current distribution of combat power in the Void frontline. Yin Nuashing listened and thought for a moment. That's expected. The existence of the source law has broken the restrictions. As long as the path here is smooth and unobstructed, the The warriors of order will be able to step on the platform and reach the sky in one step. They were originally the best in their own world. If it was not for the restrictions of the void environment, they would have already reached the level of Yuanshi. Now that they have come to the void frontline, where the environment conditions are better, it's not surprising that they have such results. When you guys have also advanced. No, when a considerable number of the higher-ups have also advanced, then you can tell them the news of the final battle. Final battle. We suddenly put on a serious expression. You want to wait until our higher-ups have all advanced into the realm of Yuanshi to tell them and raise their morale. There shouldn't be a need. You and I know our family's morale and people's hearts better than anyone else. If there's a problem, there will be a problem early. No? Yin Nuashing shook her head and interrupted him. It's just an ordinary symbol of a node used to announce that the void frontline has entered the next stage. That's fine. We were also hesitating when to tell them about this. We scratched his head. It was a long time ago. He and Sui Feng had talked about this topic before. When should they tell them about the final battle? They were not sure. Just as they said at that time, the warriors of order were first and foremost individual lives. Then, as a warrior of order, they also had their own lives and things that they valued. The battle here was just for the same distant goal, and they should not get rid of everything for it. Announcing the arrival of the final battle was equivalent to informing them, giving them time to fulfill their wishes. When the day of the final battle arrived, they could go all out as much as possible. As Maple thought, the fact that the higher-ups had all advanced into the realm of Yuanshi was a symbol in itself. It meant that the void frontline had already had the power to enter the next stage. In his opinion, it was a sign of encouragement and something like that. It was a sign, a declaration that they had the power and qualification to fight the underworld head-on. That kind of future was just around the corner. It was just that he suddenly felt a little sad. Perhaps he thought of the scene when the 20 advanced Yuanshi broke through the void frontline. Perhaps he thought of the time when Maple decided to lie down for 100 billion years. Now, they had the power to fight the underworld head-on. It was the result of the long accumulation of 5 eras. It fulfilled their wish, but made him feel a little sad. He was now looking forward to the future's ending, but he was also worried. Sigh. The thing called time flew by in a daze. It was unknown how much time had passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it knew that something was about to happen soon. This will urge them to keep moving forward, immersing themselves in it, and unable to extricate themselves. A period of time passed silently. They did not even look at the rules of time. When they looked back, they did not know what year or month it had been. Enduring and enduring, they were weakened. For some reason, it seemed to be far more exhausting than fighting. Waiting in endless time and constantly moving forward was far more torturous than being immersed in fighting until one's scalp went numb. Phew, perhaps it was also torturous. The endless time exerted on them was eroding their souls bit by bit. Perhaps even numbness could not be described. What did they do during this period? The period was not clear. As they moved forward, they would eventually become numb. After all, they were not Maple, who could endure until he was half dead and still be resolute. Moving forward was Maple's route and what he was determined to do. He did not need motivation or vision for anything. He just wanted to move forward and needed to move forward. In the end, they couldn't close their eyes and pinch themselves to endure it. Fortunately, the observer space wasn't lonely and quiet. Occasionally, when they woke up, they would see Sui Feng and the others. They would also see him and Qing Jun fighting each other in the concept level space for some reason instead of fighting in the tower. From time to time, they would also see CU and Little Phoenix gathering together to talk about something. But whether it was a situation like a shift change or something else, when they woke up, they would see the fixed 3 people sitting together. The atmosphere was serene, as if the years were peaceful. Peaceful? Quiet my ass. What kind of atmosphere did you get to feel that the years were peaceful? Can't you just say peaceful to the void that's bombarding you outside? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. 100 million years have passed. Have you gone stupid or confused? I think I'm stupid and confused. He put his head on the table and muttered, Isn't it because, I don't want to study anymore. Yin Nuashing glanced at him, fiddling with a colorful energy crystal that looked like a three-dimensional hexagram in his hand. As he fiddled with it, he suddenly freed one of his hands and picked up a book from the surface of the 1-meter-high pile of books and casually flipped through it. You should be done with your things, right? It's been 100 million years. It's over. It's long over. The matter of the origin energy, the matter of the origin of the structure, and the matter of the primeval realm are all over. The rest of the time is just to figure out the essence. Oh, inspiration is such an illusory thing. What comes knocking on the door, I'm confused. When I'm awake and open the door, it doesn't come. It's something that can only be found by chance. Everyone sighed, and Yin Nuashing was stunned. Well, I'm a little curious. He tilted his head and looked at everyone who was depressed. What are you guys thinking about when you're figuring out the essence? Xiao Shi, who was sitting next to him, was the first to answer. Magic circle, research. Siyu, who was resting her head on his shoulder, said in a daze, Oh, creation. Oh, structure. More creation. Wheeze Xing LV, who had a chicken coop on his head, was obviously roasted by himself. I still can't hang myself up there and burn for a month. It's torturing me to death. Hui was even more distressed. I'm the one who's responsible for the defense of the whole field. What do you think I'm doing? Lord Green waved his hand and said, Barging through the void. Everyone, from the beginning to the end, you didn't do anything other than barging through the void, right? Look at your spirit, and then look at the group of people who have been suffering for 100 million years. Oh, that's really hard work. Yin Nuashing responded dryly and turned the three-dimensional six-pointed star in his hand. After a while, his palm trembled slightly, and his eyes flickered slightly. He took out a world light ball from his stomach, looked at it for a while, and stuffed the six-pointed star into it. He looked at the thing in his hand for a few minutes, swallowed his saliva, and slowly adjusted the internal activities of the origin energy and the power of order, controlling them in detail. Although his expression was very serious, it was rare for everyone to gather together and talk about their own things for a long time, so no one noticed him at all, until he suddenly stood up with a pants sound and a long howl spread across the ice field. Wah! It's finally King done. Kill me. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. Everyone looked at the observer who suddenly lay down straight on the ice field and was dumbfounded. This guy, is he really crazy? When Xiao Shi and Siyu dragged him back to the chair, he stood up again and suddenly threw the world light ball in his hand at Sui Feng. The ball coming at him startled Sui Feng. He caught it in a hurry and looked down at the ball in his hand. He was still stunned. What's this? Yin Nuashing lowered his head and let out a sinister laugh. After a while, he held his face with one hand and raised his head to let out a crazy laugh. Everyone shuddered and couldn't help but swallow their saliva and carefully moved back a distance. Ahem. After a while, Yin Nuashing calmed down and replied faintly to the bewildered crowd. The energy source world, the energy source, and the energy light ball are special among special. The special model of the fortress of origin domain. In an instant, there were only a few normal people left at the scene, looking at Sui Feng, Brother Lei, and the others who were dancing crazily, looking at Hui, who was strangling Qing Jun's neck with his arms until his face turned purple, looking at this group of demons who were dancing crazily. It was very crazy. Xiao Shi stared blankly at everyone who was in a daze. She pulled Ling and whispered in his ear, What did you finish it? Just now. Yin Nuashing put one hand on his waist and breathed a sigh of relief. It took a long time. Just dealing with the prerequisites was enough to torment me to death. Prerequisites. When Xiao Shi heard these words, her gray eyes flashed. Suddenly, she pulled him and whispered seriously, Have a baby. Yin Nuashing, why did this girl think of this? Ahem, stop fooling around. He raised his hand and knocked on the girl's head. Then he stood up and said to Sui Feng and the others who were still screaming, Hurry up and install the thing and see how it goes. In the name of origin and primordial, this thing that gathers 146 origins and converts 90% of the origin energy level is still not enough. I can only be the core myself. The scene suddenly froze. All the inheritors stared at him with their eyes wide open. They were even more dumbfounded than before. Hui stared at him with his eyes wide open. How did you convert all 90%? Weren't you dealing with the origin domain? Because I couldn't find a knack for the origin domain, and I couldn't open the door and the wall together. So, I had to turn around and continue to work on the prerequisites. Yin Nuashing spread his hands and sighed helplessly. In the end, I still couldn't find the knack. Like I said, the origin domain is a little unreliable. I can only treat it as a surprise. Now, the situation is clear. Either the surprise doesn't want to open the door, or it wants to shut the door in my face. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know if it was good news or bad news. All 146 origins had reached 90%, but they still couldn't touch the origin domain. Well, under normal circumstances, the exploration of the origin domain would only officially start when one reached 90%. But from the looks of it, it was obvious that he couldn't figure it out even with all the prerequisites. So, he cursed and pulled the rest of the prerequisites to the passing line, and then continued to curse and bang on the door. But this guy was really scary. It was understandable that the little angel had reached the higher tier. After all, she had been sticking close to him. Shuang Shuang was an origin life form, which was already ridiculous. So, he was mentally prepared. As for the observer, well, he had never tried anything that wasn't ridiculous from the beginning. After 100 million years, all the origins had suddenly reached the threshold of the peak of primordial. It was not unacceptable. Yes, acceptable. He covered his right side of his conscience to express his acceptance. Accept my ass. Bloody hell, this is so exciting. Think about it. Are all the inheritors still stuck at the 60% threshold? Don't you guys keep making big news? Chapter 2066. There was a type of person who usually kept a low profile and seemed harmless to humans and animals. However, when no one expected it, they would suddenly jump out and exceed everyone's expectations. Usually, this was called acting like a pig. I'll pretend to be your Chue Chue. Is that what I want to pretend to be? Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes at Hui. I was forced, okay? You think I didn't want to break through? Can't you say something like take a different path? Or build up your foundation? Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. After a period of time, without a word, and seeing that your 146 origin energies had been converted to 90%, isn't that? Ahem. That's what it means. But he can't play that. Hui scratched his head and mumbled, when you were causing trouble back then, there were no ghosts or gods within a radius of 10 million miles. Only a small portion of the divine realm active on the battlefield would not run when they saw you. And that small portion would usually be the newbies who don't know who you are. It's a walking disaster. The light of truth of order would eliminate all trouble, provided you show it on the surface and not hide it. Yin Nuashing put her palms together and said calmly, instead of letting others come looking for trouble, it's better to tear down the house and root out the trouble in the cradle. It's boring and time-consuming to be troubled, and it's easy to trigger my mania over time. For the sake of my physical and mental health, it's better for the trouble to disperse. It's much more fun to let others tag me with 10 million dangerous tags than them charging at me head-on. So, little Fong Fong, how's it going? Hui and the others laughed dryly. The trouble was dispersed with a disaster-level storm. Sui Feng shuddered, and his hand that was pushing the space trembled slightly. Brother Feng, don't be like that. I'm getting goosebumps. Fortress of Origin, between the core of the domain, everyone stuck their heads out and looked at Sui Feng as he tore open the space where the core was placed layer by layer. After spending a tremendous amount of effort, he finally dug out the true location of the core. Sui Feng held the sphere with both hands and stood in front of the shell made of chains. He looked at the empty space in front of him and gulped. He took a deep breath and threw the sphere forward. Seeing the energy source world floating forward, he couldn't help but put his hands together and murmured, "Success, success, success, success." Even if you recite it 10,000 times, it will still fail. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes, waved her hand, and said, "Let's see if it works first. If it doesn't, I still have 2 or 3 backup plans. Don't worry, although the backup plan may take longer." See, you looked at him curiously. How long will it take? Oh, 100 billion years. Everyone was left speechless. Wasn't that the same as directly assimilating oneself as a material before running to the spiritual temple to hang for 100 billion years? Is that how you do things? Suifeng raised his head with a bitter expression. He watched as the energy source world floated to the center of the core frame and rapidly expanded to fill the entire space. He stared at it with his eyes wide open. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the colorful energy source world. They waited for a full minute. Just when they thought that the energy source world they had spent so much effort to create was still not up to standard, a slight energy vibration suddenly reverberated throughout the entire space. The shell piled up by chains was also dyed with a multicolored light bit by bit. The brilliant light suddenly burst out from the core, drowning everyone in a sea of light amidst a burst of astonishment. The fortress of origin, which had been silent for countless years, suddenly trembled. Countless patterns appeared on its surface, and immeasurable energy gathered in the void and nothingness, smashing through the spatial barrier of the observer space and pouring in. Then it crashed into the conch-like structure and was absorbed by the patterns on its body. The huge suction force released by the fortress of origin even caused the sea of energy below to churn. If it had not been restrained by Yun Nuoxing, it might have used the sea of energy as well. The gathering of energy lasted for a full 2 minutes. Suddenly, an energy halo visible to the naked eye burst out from the fortress of origin, disappearing into the depths of the observer space in an instant. At the same time, the power of order descended from the sky, covering the whole observer space. The sea of energy also went berserk in an instant, spurting out huge pillars of water like a fountain. Under the influence of the restless sea of energy, the stable energy between heaven and earth turned into a storm that roared and rushed in all directions, gradually evolving into energy storms of different sizes that wreaked havoc on the sea. The sudden surge of wind and clouds stunned everyone. They had thought that the Fortress of Origin's domain would change the observer space when it was unfurled, but this huge change was beyond their expectations. They could not react in time. After all, it was their first time seeing the Fortress of Origin's domain unfurled. Yun Nuoxing conjured a large umbrella to cover everyone under it, blocking the seawater that was falling from the sky. She looked at the huge conch in front of them, and then at the sea of energy that rose tens of thousands of miles into the sky. When the Fortress of Origin's domain unfurls, it forcibly occupies the environment and immediately reconstructs itself. This is a much bigger movement than the Temple of Origin. It seems that the domain will only stop after the concentration of energy in the domain reaches a balance. The energy will be raised to the level of the domain and then spread throughout the entire space. Damn, fighting in the order domain is like fighting in a pool of energy. The energy is inexhaustible, and the recovery speed is also forcibly increased to the same level as the domain's recovery speed. Even a high-tier primogenitor would not be able to squeeze himself dry even if he poured his energy on the enemy. It seems that it can also help pour energy and increase the intensity of the fire. Suifeng and the others nodded. So that's how it is. Yin Nuoxing. So why don't you know? You used the Fortress of Origin before, didn't you? We do know that it's very powerful during the battle, but at that time, there were too many creations, and there were dozens of creations placed in each node, so we couldn't tell which creations were responsible for the impact for a while. Suifeng scratched his head and forced a smile. Now it seems that the Fortress of Origin's domain has the biggest effect. A lot of creations. Yin Nuoxing glanced at them helplessly and continued. Although it's called balance, it doesn't seem to affect things with a higher energy level than the domain. To put it bluntly, it's just making up for and improving things. There's no need to reduce the power of a certain aspect or a certain thing to achieve balance. We looked at this side of the space in confusion. How did you come to this conclusion? Look, the staff of origin and the staff of creation over there are still normal. They're not affected at all. Then, everyone nodded. Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment and looked at Suifeng and the others. How is the domain compared to when you guys used it? Feng shrugged. Naturally, it's more powerful than when we used it. But the current state of the domain isn't that much different. Compared to when we used it, it's probably only about 10% weaker. Ahem. Feng coughed and squinted at his sister. Sis, you're talking about the normal fortress of origin. The one before us is specially made. It's at least 40% weaker. After all, it's specially made by the gods. Being restricted by the core, we can't find a way to make up for it. Sai, you're thinking too much. It's fine as long as it can be used. It's not worth it. Yun Nuashing raised her hand and gestured to the others. There are ways to make up for it. Although it's basically impossible for me to make up for 40% of the difference, I should be able to make it 20 to 30% higher. At least 20%. Based on the current level of the domain, 20% is not a small number. It should be worth a try. Wait a minute, Everyone turned pale with fright. Shut up. But he couldn't hear them. He had been wrapped into a cocoon by the little angel and forced to calm down. After a few minutes, Yin Nuashing calmed down as she plucked the feathers on her head. Let's put the Staff of Creation back. Hui Ji was feeling the changes in his domain. He tilted his head and looked at Feng. You're not going to use the Staff of Creation anymore? I've done what I should do. What I can't do is that I can't do anything from the beginning to the end. Yin Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. She opened her umbrella and led everyone to the Staff of Creation. Then, she carried it towards the Fortress of Origins. I've already put 7 energy source worlds in it. It should be enough. There's nothing I can do if it's not enough. 7 is the limit. It's different from the energy source worlds in the Fortress of Origins. They're special. They borrowed from the first generation's creation core to strengthen the domain and energy attributes, although it's just a little bit. I've studied the second generation's creation core for hundreds of thousands of years, but I still couldn't find the way to strengthen my attacks. I'm tired. Let's just throw it aside. So, I've stuffed 7 energy source worlds that are 1 level lower than the domain core. Hui Ji took a deep breath. You didn't want to use the second generation's creation core to strengthen the Staff of Creation, did you? Yes. The energy source worlds created by the second generation's creation core should be able to increase the attack power of the objects it drives. Yin Nuashing crossed her arms. But it failed. It's a pity. I used the first generation's energy source worlds to speed up the charging of the Staff of Creation. That's it for now. Everyone was speechless. Is this guy crazy? Does he still want to increase the attack power of the Staff of Creation? The Staff of Creation was at home. It was a space covered by the sacred sigil of destruction. From the outside, it looked like a horizontal well. However, they did not expect the gravity to change direction after they jumped in. They fell vertically as if they had jumped into a vertical well. It was probably as deep as 20,000 feet. The walls and the bottom of the well were covered with dense, sacred sigil of destruction. The red and black light kept flashing, and a strong aura of destruction lingered at the bottom of the well, covering the entire space at the bottom of the well. Everyone felt numb from their toes to the top of their heads. Being surrounded by such a strong aura of destruction, they felt as if death was choking them. It was as if they would be reduced to ashes if there was a flash of light here. However, there was also a very contradictory and unusual feeling of intimacy in their minds. It was reassuring. No, they really could not calm down. Staying here was like sitting on pins and needles. Their whole body was resisting this place. If they could, they would have fled as fast as they could. The aura of destruction here was too frightening. However, there was one person who was an exception. Yin Nuashing touched the sacred sigil of destruction, and the sacred sigil branded on his forehead involuntarily popped out. He suddenly looked very relaxed, and his tone changed. There was a hint of comfort in his voice. The atmosphere here is good. It's really relaxing. Everyone was speechless. If they did not know that the two of them were family, they would have thought that he was seriously ill. At the center of the bottom of the well, there was an unidentified reddish-black object. It looked like a composite structure. There were 3 huge rings on the periphery. They were translucent, and they could see that the inside of the translucent ring was engraved with dense reddish-black patterns. The 3 rings were not fixed. Although there were always some places attached to each other, they did not interfere with each other. At this time, they were slowly rotating in a very slow and unsynchronized manner. In the center of the structure was a huge reddish-black sphere. There were 6 three-dimensional stars in the 6 directions of the sphere. The 7 objects in the center were connected to each other by energy threads. They were translucent like the 3 rings, and they were stuffed with more incomprehensible but shocking patterns. This thing was not like an energy creation because it did not seem to have a physical body, but their senses told them that it should be a creation. Xiaoshi looked at the structure for a while. Suddenly, her pretty face changed slightly. She exclaimed softly, "This is the magic circle of the god of destruction." "This thing is also a magic circle?" Hui was surprised. "The 3 rings outside are also part of the magic circle?" Xiaoshi nodded slightly. "There can't be a mistake. But the god of destruction rarely uses this part of his power. I only have a vague impression of it because my teacher took me to see it." Huey's face twitched. The heavenly gods of origin are indeed very obsessed with circles. Why are there 3 circles here? I've seen a few 3-dimensional spell formations before, and they're all connected together. Why are there 3 independent circles here? I'm not sure about that. Xiaoshi shook her head. After all, they're gods. Maybe there is a deeper meaning that we can't understand for now. I have seen the strangest magic circle, and it was also cast by a god. If I remember correctly, that magic circle is in the shape of a fist. It seems to be used to raise the magic circle and smash it. It is a rare, non-energy attack magic circle. Everyone was speechless. Well, now wasn't the time to talk about the strange appearance of the magic circle. Their attention should be on the ball trap and the starlight circle in front of them. Because this place was too strange, not many people would come here. That was why after so many years of rebuilding the Fortress of Origin, they only found out that there was something hidden here. Since it was left by the god of destruction, it was probably a magic circle used to support the staff of creation. It was definitely used to maximize the attack. Even if they did not understand it, they could be sure of that. That was the only thing they could not be wrong about. It was like a certain person who kept talking about maximizing the attack. Speaking of which, that person did not say anything since the beginning. Noticing that a certain observer was silent, everyone turned to look at him. The former was staring at the circle and circle in front of him with his eyes wide open. The destruction rune on his forehead was gradually expanding, emitting a reddish-black light that was flickering at the same frequency as the light in this space. The origin energy on his body was also surging with the flickering light. Judging from his appearance, he was not responding to the call to be summoned to the continent of origin. Instead, he should be suddenly activating something. When the switch was pressed, it was either a firework or an even bigger firework. Hui gulped, intending to interrupt his best friend before he could do anything. "Phone!" Yin Nuoxing blinked her eyes, and the surging energy in her body shrank back bit by bit. After a while, she came back to her senses. She suddenly pulled Little Hour and pointed at the circle with one hand. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly as she looked at her. "Little Hour, I want that." Everyone was speechless. Can you not say that with such a cute expression like a child who has taken a fancy to something? Don't you know that your persona has fallen apart? Your moral integrity is all over the floor. Hui was sweating profusely. He patted Yin Nuoxing on the shoulder. "Do you understand what that is for?" Yin Nuoxing smiled brightly. "Of course it's a good thing. You can put extra large firework. I understand. You don't have to say anymore." Huey's forehead was sweating even more. He smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "But why can't you feel it when you understand it?" Yin Nuoxing shrugged and said, "The proper name for a 3-dimensional magic circle is magic circle structure. The structure system is completely different from a normal magic circle. It is not the same thing at all. Furthermore, I have never learned this thing before. I have to figure it out myself. I don't even have a guidebook to figure out blindly. I don't know how many years it will take me to figure out. Although I still have time now, it is not to be wasted." Xiaoshi nodded slightly. "I plan to do so. The timing is just right." Yin Nuoxing smiled even more happily. Then let's quickly put the staff of creation back together. Huey's cheeks twitched for a while. Look at his happy face. He's like a child. I haven't seen such an innocent and relaxed smile in a long time. It would be even better if he didn't only show it when he saw the extra-large fireworks. The staff of creation was divided into two parts. One was its base, and the other was the body. The base was used to help gather energy. Unexpectedly, the base was placed at the bottom of the well. After it was put back, there was only a low wall 1 meter above the ground. The staff of creation was suspended a distance away from the ground. Between the two of them was the circle of the god of destruction. It seemed that it was indeed used to assist and attack. Well, it should be a good thing, right? Probably. It was not easy to tell. When it was just the staff of creation, Maple already said that he could not bear to use it. Now, with the addition of the god of destruction's circle structure, it would be even more difficult to withstand. No wonder Maple pointed at that thing and said that he wanted to take it. Apart from the fact that he was interested in the more powerful firework, he probably also knew that he had to solve this circle before he could use the staff of creation. Sigh, so many twists and turns. He did not expect this thing to be so troublesome. Speaking of which, they tore apart the Fortress of Origin, but did not take away the staff of creation. Was it because they knew that they could not twist it into something that could be operated by the energy of chaos, nor could they use the origin creations to power the two items, so they could only destroy them? And because they were not strong enough, they could not turn it into ashes and could only dismantle it safely. Suifeng had played with the staff of creation before, so it did not take much effort to put it back. The whole process could be simplified as aim, move twice, click, and it was done. The only big change was that after the staff of creation was put back in place, the energy in the entire shaft moved a little. Countless runes of destruction lit up with the brightest light, and this time, after the light reached its peak, it no longer weakened. A vast wave of destructive energy surged wildly at the bottom of the shaft, gathering on the circle and the staff of origin, causing everyone to sweat profusely. Just as they thought that the staff of creation was charging and were about to run, the energy surging in the shaft suddenly weakened. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they caught a glimpse of the red-black light surging again from the corner of their eyes, as if a star was being born. They were stunned and turned their heads. A certain observer was pulling his hair with a gloomy face. The energy of origin in his body was surging uncontrollably, and the dazzling red-black light was shining from his body. Yin Nuoxing looked down worriedly at himself, which was flashing in the red-black light, and sighed. Can you not treat me as a waste energy storage? I can recycle it, but forget it, I'll just recycle it. Everyone covered their mouths and tried to suppress their expressions. The creation of Origin would feel that something was missing if it did not torment him once. They all had the same feeling now. They thought that the Fortress of Origin did not torment him because there was nowhere to do it, but they did not expect that it was waiting here. It's done. Fortunately, I've mentioned it to my teacher before, and he knows how to put it back together. Suifeng wiped the sweat off his forehead as he descended from the air. He looked at Maple, who was slowly withdrawing his energy, and pointed at the staff of creation hanging above his head. Maple, do you want to give it a try? I don't think so. Yin Nuoxing threw the energy bit by bit into the divine vessel, and looked at everyone and shook his head. I've known about them after tormenting them for so many years. I don't think there's a need to try. It's still quite difficult for me to use in my current state, but it should be easier when I'm at my peak. By the way, I suddenly remembered something when I saw this scene. He patted Suifeng's shoulder and told him about the image he saw with Frost and the little angel, and the thing stored at the bottom of the continent of origin. What do you think it is? That thing at the bottom of the continent of origin. Suifeng's face was very solemn, and he even pinched his face to express his surprise. I never thought that they would sneak to that place. You know what it is? Well, I know a little, but I don't know the details. Suifeng took a deep breath and nodded at Maple, the solemnity on his face fading bit by bit. I'm not the only one who knows. The others know too. What? You don't know? Before he could finish his sentence, Sui Qing and Xiao Xiao shook their heads vigorously. However, Brother Lay nodded and said, I know a little about it. My teacher brought me there before. I think he said, oh, it's some kind of seal. We became excited at once. The seal of the chaos concept body? No, no, no. There's no way they would put the chaos concept body under their own home to seal it, right? Brother Lay smiled bitterly and waved his hand. And there's no presence of the chaos concept body inside that thing, only the power left by the gods. But when it comes to seals, Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and tugged at her long hair. Only the chaos concept body would need to be sealed, right? The suppression on them had yet to begin, or they wouldn't have sneaked into the continent of origin when the heavenly god of origin and the others weren't there. I think that the thing that they risked their lives to break into that place really has something to do with the chaos concept body. At the very least, it's something used to guard the void of order. Since it was in their way, they had to destroy it then, but they didn't expect that the heavenly god of origin and the others had already taken it away. I'm not too sure about that. I've almost forgotten about it, and my teacher only brought me there on a whim because he had nothing better to do. Brother Lay raised his head slightly and thought. I do remember that it was a fist-sized energy crystal on the table. It was roughly a dodecahedron, with a strange rune engraved on each side. It wasn't the original divine language, nor was it the divine pattern of any of the gods. I don't remember much about it, and as for what it's used for, well, that's probably it. Sui Feng shrugged. I agree with you, Brother Feng. Her eminences have never changed their ways. It was a very pure idea and reason, just like the obsession they had left behind. The short 8 words encompassed the ultimate goal of everything they had done over the past 300 eras, and was also the reason why Sui Feng was so certain that it had something to do with the chaos. However, too much time had passed, and there was no way to delve deeper into it. The topic could only be put aside for now, and there was no way to achieve anything by delving deeper into it. Yin Nuoxing clapped his hands to wake everyone up. He looked around and said, Are you done with the things here? Is there anything else? Huey's expression visibly withered, and he rolled his eyes. No, that's it. Let's go back and work on the essence of the origin energy. Oh my God, I'm going to kill myself sooner or later. If there's nothing else to do then, Yin Nuoxing turned to look at Little Hour and drag her out of the fortress of origin when she saw her looking over. Then we'll go first. Hui was stunned for a while and scratched his head with a weird expression. Are those two in a hurry to have a baby? Everyone was speechless. It was fortunate that a certain observer had run quickly, or he would have been tied to the muzzle of the staff of creation and executed. Chapter 2067. The light of teleportation flickered, and a landing point was now fixed in front of the big conch house. When they were done with work, idle, or crazy, they would gather at this place. Although they had watched the snowy tundra for 100 million years, it was not to the extent that they would get tired of it. For them, there was not much time to idle. They would get up for a walk or two to relax, and then they would enter the next phase of work. It was just like sitting for a long time and drinking a cup of tea. After drinking it, they would have to sit down again. After sitting for a long time, they did not have much time to look at the tundra, so they would not get tired of looking at it for too long. As soon as they slipped out of the portal, they saw a large pile of purple gold alls covering the tundra space before them. Xiao Xiao and Maple were sitting on chairs facing each other. The former was teaching the latter about magic circles and constructs. There was no such thing as poking one's forehead and slapping something on one's forehead. It was not the same as when they were little kids. Poking one's forehead and slapping something on one's forehead would complete learning. Poking one's head would at most give the information in one breath. It was irresponsible to throw things into another's head without organizing them. Sometimes it was not as convenient as oral communication. Moreover, they had reached the level of analyzing the root of the structure and delving into its essence. Everything needed a long time to settle down, and there was no way to speed things up. Even Frost, who was the fastest among them, took hundreds of years to do it. The purple gold magic circle before them was not just pieces of alls. It spread out across the vast tundra, entangling into a painting in the air. It was as if a mountain range was built, covered in purple gold plants. The scale was huge, compared to Maple's hundreds of millions of magic circles that were so densely packed and suffocating. The painting cast by the magic circle before them was more continuous and magnificent. Still, there was a restless aura of energy, turbulence hidden under the beauty. It felt as if a random step or two would trigger some inexplicable trap and be hit in the face by a torrent of energy. Xiao Xiao raised his right hand to Maple. A purple gold cube the size of a palm was floating above his palm. The cube seemed to be a framework woven by threads of energy, and its interior was densely packed. If one were to put their eyes on it, they would see that there were many runes that were a little smaller than pores. It was so stuffed that it looked like scribbles, just like the door-sized book of Her Eminence. The cube was the source of the continuous scene cast by the magic circle. Since it was too difficult to understand and too brain-burning, he decided to turn his eyes away after a glance and not torment his brain. Maple, on the other hand, was listening to Xiao Zhao's explanation with great interest. It had been a long time since Maple showed such a joyful expression when he touched something new and interesting. Previously, when Maple encountered the origin energy and the chaos energy, he would pinch his nose and pinch his chest as if he was half dead. The pain of his soul was beyond words, and it was especially painful to watch. He walked over casually. Seeing that Xiao Zhao's explanation seemed to have ended, he bumped Maple's arm with his shoulder. "How's it going?" Yin Nuoxing raised his head slightly and glanced at the scene cast by the purple gold magic circle. He rubbed his eyes and said, "It's okay. Things of the origin system are more or less similar and connected. In my case, although it's a new thing, it's already an incomplete foundation. Now, as long as I tidy up and straighten out my thoughts, I should be able to do it." Things of the origin system were more or less similar to their roots and essence. In his case, except for the power of Luo Zun God, the other things should not be too difficult since he had converted 90% of his roots. He just needed to put in more effort and spend more time. This was the incomplete foundation. In fact, it was not that Luo Zun God's power did not exist. The 49 types of origin energy that he had adjusted also had Luo Zun God's power, but it was still in an incomplete state. Now that he was busy with the normal 146 types of origin energy, he could only throw the adjusted ones aside and ignore them for the time being. The essence of the magic circle structure was more like a non-physical energy creation woven by magic circles. It was a large-scale magic circle. Compared to the hundreds of millions of magic circles that he had thrown out in the past, the former had an additional important core. However, it was different from the normal energy creation's structural source and core. What he needed to straighten out now were these two different cores. He had to temporarily slap himself to make himself forget about the energy creation's core and structural source. Then, he had to redifferentiate the core of the magic circle structure. If he did not do it well, it would take a lot of effort. Xiao Xiao had already explained the basic situation to him. The next thing he had to do was to fall into an endless state of thinking. He had to figure out the existing conditions bit by bit like a puzzle. Sometimes he even had to try to understand the specific situation. It was not particularly troublesome. Among all the things he had to deal with regarding the origin of things, the difficulty of acquiring the magic circle construct was only one of the lowest. After all, what he had acquired was a new type of thing, a new magic circle form. It was just the beginning of the basics, and it was not as difficult as the high-level and deadly origin creations. He felt that he could get it done in a few days. Seeing that Ling had started to practice, Xiao Xiao observed with interest. His movements were stiff and awkward, as if he was trying to force himself to change his habits. It reminded her of the beginning, when she had fumbled around clumsily like him, carefully pushing forward. Every step she took was very slow, as if she was afraid of making a mistake. When she saw that Ling's eyes were gradually lost in thought, and he was slowly entering the zone, she dispersed the formation she had set up and retreated to the side. Hui, who had moved to another table, saw Xiao Xiao coming over and asked curiously, "How is it? How is it? Is it going well? Don't worry about me. Xiao Xiao nodded calmly and sat down next to Qing Qing. She took a sip of tea and looked up at Ling, who was struggling with the first step. With the foundation of the origin energy, it may not take long for him to master it smoothly. After that, he just needs to practice more. We glanced at Maple, who was concentrating. He also did not understand the specific situation. So, when he is proficient, he can touch the magic circle of her eminence. That will have to be done in a special way. After all, it is the magic circle of her eminence. It is not an ordinary thing. Xiao Xiao shook her head calmly. Also, even if he is proficient in the magic circle, it will take a lot of effort to change the form. In other words, Maple was now just trying to get started. Getting started, practicing, and advancing. When he was almost at the right level, he could then deal with that special thing. After that, he would have to change a lot of things that he often used. It sounded like a brain burner. Fortunately, he did not play with magic circles. His eminence did not use magic circles. Otherwise, he would be sitting there in a daze like Maple. Come to think of it, Hui suddenly remembered something. Three-dimensional. No, what was it again? Magic circle construct. Is it standard not too high? I think I have seen someone use a magic circle to manifest a three-dimensional pattern a long time ago. What you're talking about is just the energy released by the magic circle to manifest its characteristics. Magic circle construct is only mastered by her eminence. Moreover, only the realm of the gods has magic circles. Other worlds that are derived from the void are just another kind of similar thing. Xiao Xiao looked at him and calmly replied, making the energy of the magic circle manifest its characteristics is mostly due to lack of practice. If you exclude this reason, then the only explanation is that he is showing off his skill. Ling's magic circle's energy is restrained, and the attacks it releases are almost all energy torrents. Only when the attack hits and explodes will it manifest part of its characteristics due to the release of all the energy, but it will not draw out a complete pattern of its characteristics. We thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Maple's magic circle did not have anything more than a very bright magic circle. Most of the attacks it released were simple and unadorned. Yeah, why is that? Everyone looked at him speechlessly and said in unison, restrain the energy and attack at full power. Hui laughed dryly and shrunk his neck. His brain was temporarily damaged, and his train of thought was blocked. Shuang Shuang put a 1-foot-tall ice sculpture of Little Star on the table. She looked at Little Star, who was immersed in the state of learning new things, and suddenly said, when Little Star comes out of her isolation, everyone turned to look at her. She gently pinched the new ice sculpture, and her eyes flashed. The magic circle at the front line may undergo a huge transformation. Everyone thought, that is also very possible. Bah, it is definitely something that will happen. That guy will not hesitate to use more effort to increase the intensity of his attacks. Once he has mastered this new form of magic circle and understood the magic circle of her eminence, he will definitely make a move on the magic circle at the front line. No, it shouldn't be. Little Hour gave a negative answer when everyone thought so. This form of magic circle is much more powerful than its initial form, and requires more energy and control. However, it is not a problem for Ling. If all the magic circles at the front line of the void were to change form, the order domain of the Temple of Origins alone would not be able to withstand such a level of energy expenditure. Moreover, the front line is already in a state of balance and stability. Unless the underworld sends out more powerful forces, there is no need to spend effort to further increase the power of the order domain. Everyone thought about it and said, oh, that was true. The power of the order domain at the front line was already a notch above the cannon fodder thrown out by the underworld. If it were to be increased, the warriors guarding the order domain would have to carry the domain to the abyssal death mist rift and block the door. Little Hour's eyes flashed for a moment. However, he would probably make adjustments to the original third defense line's magic circle. Everyone nodded with all their might. This time, he would definitely do it. In short, if there was something more powerful, he would definitely complete the adjustment and installation as soon as possible. He wouldn't stop until he had thrown out 10 billion copies. This was a rare opportunity to refresh the upper and lower limits of the lower and lower limits. Let's put aside that guy who was breaking through the upper and lower limits and let him figure it out himself. After all, they could not help him, and they had their own things to do. Actually, only a few of them appear to be very busy and exhausted. For example, he and Little Hour were both thinking about how to explore more powerful defensive magic circles and magic circles. Generally speaking, there was no end to this, so they could not stop. As for the others, Green had gone to the tower to fight. It was said that he planned to challenge his Lord Maple's source form to a one-on-one battle. Hopefully, this iron-headed kid would not drown in the torrent of source form. 100 million years had passed, and they did not know to what extent the observer of source form had grasped the source form's power. In any case, it was definitely not stagnant. The other second-generation inheritors had also followed him to the tower to fight. Xing LV was still propping himself up on a pile of firewood, and the fire was so strong that the aroma of barbecued meat wafted out. The siblings, Sui Feng and Sui Qing, were staring at each other, their blue eyes flashing with starlight. No one knew what they were doing. Dao Heaven was making ice sculptures and figurines with Shuang Shuang. They heard that Shuang Shuang was planning to change the shape of the derivative formed by her psychic energy, and no one knew if there was any deeper meaning behind it. That girl, Ji Shuyan, kept staring at Maple as she fiddled with the magic circles. They did not know why this girl would have an unclear obsession with someone she had forgotten. It was very mysterious, but she could not explain it herself, so they could only suppress their curiosity. Although everyone had reached the stage where they were supposed to wait for time to pass, it didn't mean that they had nothing to do. Anyway, they were all busy, as usual. For the time being, they didn't have to care about the time or think too much about it. In short, they just had to keep moving forward. This time, everyone maintained a sober state. Even if time passed for a long time, it wouldn't be too boring. Since Maple wasn't here, let him say it. Let the time here fall into a frenzied vortex and fly by quickly. Then struggle with all your might. Even if it would be meaningless, time slowly fell in the vibration of minutes and seconds. It was said that if one calmed down for a long time, one could hear the sound of time passing. But he felt that this was a lie because he had never heard it at all. Of course, it might also be because he hadn't really calmed down. His mind and soul had always been in a state of restlessness. He couldn't possibly say, well, actually I'm very calm to himself. That was simply a lie. It was just like how Hui and the others thought that he would never rest and would only torture himself to death. The more tired he was, the harder he would torture himself. The harder he was, the more tired he would be. Gradually, he would torture himself to death. He felt that it was very necessary for him to make a statement. He didn't die from overwork. At most, he had fainted many times. While this long period of time had passed, and they had been in a very normal activity, there was no change. Those who were rushing through the void had been rushing, and those who were causing trouble would occasionally take a break and come over to chat and drink tea. As for him, he seemed to have been forced to calm down a little more during this period of time. But the problem was not particularly big. He just had to endure for a while more, just a while. It would be soon, really soon. Damn it, soon. Do you know how many times I have heard you say soon over the years? Hui rolled his eyes at him, poking his face with his hand and scolding. There is a limit to what you can do. You have to admit that even if you are an energy life form, even if you're a creation of Yuan Chu, there is a limit. The limit is used to remind you that if you continue to persist, you will either die or be injured. Why are you so stubborn? Yin Nuoxing's face was indifferent as he tilted his head and dodged his finger. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Soon. Hui narrowed his eyes and stared at him, looking at him, who was so transparent that he was about to become one with the space, the energy particles manifesting and floating in his transparent body, and the snowflakes passing through his body. Hui could not help but grit his teeth. Are you going to die soon? That will be soon too. Yin Nuoxing nodded indifferently and admitted. Huey's face twitched twice as he rolled his eyes and sighed. This guy, his energy body had already collapsed, and he was now in a pure energy state. His body did not exist, and his body was just a mass of energy swaying around like a ghost. He had endured to this extent, and yet he still did not let go of himself. Speaking of which, you have endured for 6 eras, right? To be precise, it has been 5.5 eras. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and saw Huey's gloomy appearance, sighing one breath after another. He also felt very helpless. To force Hui into such a state, it seemed that his current state had reached a level that made them tremble in fear. However, there was still a while, and then, well, he did not know how long it would take. In the concept-level space, the energy storm raged, and energy particles of various colors floated between heaven and earth. The 5-colored energy particles and the crimson and pink energy particles floated and circled together, passing by them. He stretched out his hand and released a weak suction force from his palm, pulling the energy particles into his palm and rubbing them between his fingers. In his line of sight, on the left and right of the ice field, there were 2 energy storms that were not particularly large in scale. The 5-colored energy storm on the left was caused by Siyu, and the flame storm on the right was caused by Qinghuang. These 2 storms were tossing and turning, and Shuang, who was sitting on a ring of frost descent, could not bear it. She could only carefully separate the 2 storms, and did not dare to exert full force to suppress them. Throw a shield up there. Shuang is trapped and can't use her power. Yin Nuashing raised her hand and patted Huey's shoulder. These 2 girls are also very interesting. They actually broke through at the same time. How could the timing be so perfect? Hui groaned, took out a shield, and threw it to Shuang to help her share some of the pressure. Did you carefully adjust it? Adjust what? It's just a matter of time. Siyu was actually slower by about a month, but the 2 of them just happened to cause the final impact at the same time. Well, I didn't expect that the 2 of them could cause such a strong impact. The feeling that the 2 girls gave me when they broke through without making any noise made me think that the others would also break through without making any noise. Now it seems that it should be due to the influence of the source energy. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. Since the last time Siyu and Qing Huang broke through the seal together, she knew that the 2 girls would break through at the same time next time. A lot of time had passed in the blink of an eye. Sigh, I feel weird. Hui mumbled and scratched his head. We should be faster. Why are these 2 girls the first to reach the higher level? Is it really because you were next to them for too long that caused the seal to be worn down for a long time? That's why the 2 girls caught up. That's one reason. The other reason is because it's just right. Yin Nuashing gently stroked the wings of the little angel who was sleeping on her shoulder. Siyu and Qing Huang went from the middle level of the premier to the top level after the seal dissipated this time. This time, they will be blocked by the seal when they break through to the higher level. As for you guys, after the seal was lifted this time, you can still go a few more steps forward. It's actually almost the same as before and after, just half of the seal's time difference. In the end, you guys are still a little ahead. So how long will the seal last this time? Hui was gnawing on the plate with a gloomy face. Hearing this, he put the plate on the table, closed his eyes, and looked at it for a while. A few more years, not too long. Sigh, I didn't expect the seal to be so long. Half an era will pass just like that. Yin Nuashing glanced at him while drinking tea, and then turned to look at the 2 energy storms in the sky. At the beginning of the 57th era, the Void Frontline was about to welcome the 2nd and 3rd premier. At the same time, it was also a sign that the Void Frontline was about to enter another stage, a node. The higher-ups would step into the higher level one by one in the following time, and the whole stage should last for tens of thousands of years. Half an era's seal. Hui counted with his fingers. If the time is just right, we will get through 2 more rounds of the seal, and it will be the 58th era. Then, we can take 2 more steps forward. Do you think we can reach the 8th level of heaven by then? I hope so, but I'm not sure about the actual situation. Yin Nuashing shrugged, and her hand that was stroking the wings paused slightly. But this girl should be able to. Ming? Ah, yes. She's about to break the seal. She has been sticking to you longer than anyone else. I guess you will break the seal before us this time. Hui sighed as he spoke. He looked at the little angel and Maple who were sticking together. He glanced at the former who had fallen asleep and could not help but say, "Why did she fall asleep again during this time? Now, it seems that only her instinct to stick to you is still in effect. Is she not in charge of anything else?" Yin Nuoxing looked at Hui helplessly. She patted the girl's head and sighed. "One is to prevent me from suddenly disappearing. After all, I look like this." Hui rolled his eyes. "Since you know that you look like this, why don't you go back to the factory for a round of major repairs? Hold on for a while longer. Soon, it's really soon. Cough, cough. There's another reason." Yin Nuoxing bitterly smiled after being looked at by Hui with a disgusted expression for a while. He narrowed one of his eyes and muttered, "Her seal has actually been broken." "Hui, what?" "You can't change the result no matter how loud you shout." Seeing Hui jumping up and somersaulting on the ice, Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. She shrugged and said, "Since a quarter of an era ago, this girl has been in a state of half-fusion with my soul to prevent me from suddenly disappearing. So the seal, you know. Huey's mouth trembled for a while. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Then he picked up the chair and looked at the little angel with reluctance and helplessness. He could not help but sigh. "Sigh, you are better than me. I have been sitting with you all the time. Why does the effect seem to be worse? How can the fusion of souls be the same?" Yin Nuoxing could not help but smile bitterly. She stroked the silver-white hair of the little angel and looked at him softly. "It's like she carries my obsession. The obsession born because I can't break through the Yuansha realm. The obsession is growing because I want to break through the Yuansha realm. Maybe after I have mastered the power of will that Luo Ying gave me. This part of the obsession also affected her through the soul." Huey's mouth trembled for a while. After a while, he let out a long breath. "After all, she is half of your soul." "Huh. Oh, by the way, if there's no accident, Shuang will break through the higher level first in the next 100 years. So the first 1, 2, 3, for people who break through the higher level are all your sisters." Hui grimaced and stared at him unwillingly. "Phone, help me speed up. I want it too. Damn it. Don't be coy. I will beat you up." Yin Nuoxing shuddered and had goosebumps. She rubbed her arms and stared at him unhappily. "I asked you to stay in my soul for a few years. You said you didn't want to go. Now you blame me?" Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly. "That's your family area. It's embarrassing. It's weird. That's it. So you can't blame me for not speeding you up. The external acceleration is only to this extent. It can't be any faster." "Ouch." Hui sighed sadly and glanced at him. "Then your soul is now. There's no space." Yin Nuoxing shrugged and looked at the angel girl. "She needs it. She is also hanging on for me." "Oh." Hui took a sip of tea gloomily. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He stared at him. "What? What did you just say? She was still in your soul when she broke through the Yuansha realm? She is still hanging on for you? Damn it. There are 2 or 3 points to complain about, but I don't know where to start. You can do whatever you want." Yin Nuoxing turned and gave him a calm expression. "First, it won't affect her breaking through the Yuansha realm. Second, she can use my soul to speed her up. There's nothing wrong with it. By the way, I haven't broken through for a long time. Let me experience what it feels like again." This." Huey's face twitched. "Then spit out the other one. You are hanging on for life. Hurry up and go back to the factory for major repairs. Soon. Wait a little longer." "No. You. What are you waiting for? Is it worth it for you to hang on for so long?" Hui grabbed his shoulder with a pained expression. "You are really fading. You are about to collapse from the inside out. If she doesn't hang on for you, you will really lose your underwear." "Yes." Yin Nuoxing nodded, but still repeated the sentence. "Wait a little longer. Give me a little more time. So, what are you waiting for?" Hui took a deep breath. He was amused. He knew that Maple was stubborn, but he didn't expect him to be this stubborn. Yin Nuoxing was silent for a while. He put down the teacup and whispered, "The source of the destructive energy is approaching the end of 95% and the threshold of the origin domain. I seem to be 100 million points away from touching it. Just 100 million points? 100 million points." Huey's hand holding the teapot stiffened. He turned and stared at him as if he had seen a ghost. Ah. Chapter 2068. Of course, he could also put it in another way. Sometimes he was worried that once he put something down, even if it was only temporarily, he would feel that something was wrong when he brought it up again. He had a lot of similar experiences, which was why he could say that. After discussing something with Hui that night, he would wake up the next day and cancel it as if he had gone crazy. He had to put it aside for a few days or even a few years before taking action. God knows what happened to his brain after that night. So he insisted on finishing things in one go. At present, he was in good condition. His brain could still move and his thoughts were clear. Unfortunately, the condition of his soul was not good. It required a lot of energy to deal with the origin energy and things related to it. It was like treating oneself as a river with a constant source of water that washed away for a long time. It seemed like it would never end, but there would always be some changes in the water and the river course. Perhaps the sand would be washed away, or perhaps the stones would be washed away. Over time, the river course would be wide in 1 year. Just like now, the flow of soul and energy had never stopped, but the river course had become a little strange. That was another effect of the long-term consumption of energy, a change brought about by the continuous accumulation of the soul's fatigue. But as he had just said, if some things were delayed, he might not be able to find the original direction. The deviation of his thoughts and the slippage of his thoughts only needed a moment. Of course, it could also be corrected in an instant. These things were unpredictable. God knew what would happen if he continued to sleep. It was true that his condition would improve, but it was hard to guarantee that his thoughts would not change because of this. So, it was more important to grab hold of the current thoughts and move forward than to roll into bed and rest immediately. Rest could wait until he solved the most important things, or until his thoughts reached the end. The transformation of the origin energy is different at every stage, but the small differences before 90% can be ignored. The small differences will not affect the advancement of the current path. Just treat it like a stone on the road. You can jump or kick it, but the path after 90% is a little difficult. You see, after I stepped into the 90% threshold, my speed suddenly dropped. Half an era has passed, and I know it when I haven't gone far. Yin Nuashing explained indifferently. Oh, after all, it's the last part of the journey. Huey's expression was still a little sluggish. He poured a cup of tea and washed his face. The cold wind made him shiver and sober up. He couldn't help but ask, "Let me ask you again. Do you only have about 95% of your destruction energy? Or is all of your origin energy close to this threshold? What are you thinking about? Of course, it's just the energy of destruction. Don't you feel that the speed has dropped even more? That's indeed half an era, and you haven't even taken half a step out. That's a little ridiculous. Last time, when I heard you say that you were 90% complete, I thought that you would be able to reach perfection before you set off for the Netherworld." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. "Unfortunately, that's impossible. Let's not talk about all of it. I would be overjoyed if the destruction energy could reach perfection. I can even say that it's for the sake of origin and order. After 90%, the path becomes very strange. I'm just fumbling forward now. The method I told you before has changed at this stage. It has become limited." We thought for a while and whispered, "We're following your guidance now. Play with the origin energy and order well, then use them to transform the origin of structure and the origin of soul. After that, we'll start to transform the origin of energy. Then, we'll go back to the first step and keep going." "Which part of you has changed?" "Everything has changed." Yin Nuashing sighed. She hugged the wings of the little angel in her arms. Her pretty face was full of depression. "I don't know how to say it. Actually, I haven't walked very clearly. I'm just moving forward subconsciously based on my intuition. I'm still fumbling. Now, I still need to deal with the origin sigil and the power of will." Huey's hand, which was holding his chin, slipped. He looked at Maple in a daze. Seeing Maple's serious expression, Huey's mouth trembled. "Huh. In short, we now know that the path after 90% requires the use of the origin sigil and the power of will. The origin sigil is engraved on the soul and the origin of soul. When the soul adapts to the changes brought by the origin sigil can be engraved on the origin of structure and order. The power of will is used to activate the last layer of power of the origin energy. It's a big threshold. I've fallen here hundreds of millions of times. My head is swollen. Yin Nuashing sighed. She held the tea to her mouth and sighed. She felt that she was not in the mood to drink tea. She put the tea back. I haven't figured out the situation of these two new things yet. In short, these two new things have been added to the progress. Other than that, we still need to follow the original steps. But, at this point, can you tell which step is first and which step is later? Anyway, it's not the original order anymore. Hui shook his head hard. He shrugged. I haven't figured it out either. Now, I'm just trying step by step. If I make a mistake, I'll go back to square one. After so long, I've found that there's actually no pattern. The steps are completely messed up. Of course, there may be some higher level pattern that we can't find. A complete inheritance of the origin energy is an entire world. Phew, now I finally understand what this means. This method is not as simple as tormenting an entire world. It requires one to personally shape every corner of the world, every inch of land. And it can't be done with a big stroke of the pen. This side is all mountains, this side is all water, and the other side is either flowers or grass. It can't be done. It can't be done at all. The energy consumed is making my soul tremble. In other words, he was not going to borrow the power of the natural laws, but instead rely on his own hands to create a complete and prosperous world. Ugh, just hearing this was enough to make his liver tremble. This was not something a human could do. No, not even a higher life form could do it. In any case, they created a world by adjusting the power of the void, and then using the power of the natural laws to create the world. How could they complete every step and every detail by themselves from start to finish? Do they have to make balls or small people with their bare hands? Well, he finally understood why Maple's condition had taken a turn for the worse during this period of time. Half an era. It was because his energy consumption had increased exponentially. What was originally a stream in the forest had been forcibly expanded into a long river that was 10,000 zhang wide. It was impossible for him not to change at all. A complete inheritance of the origin energy is a complete world. Hui held the teacup, suddenly sweating and swallowing. Then wouldn't your 146 types be? Yin Nuashing's face trembled for a while. When she was about to say something, Hui fell into another thought. He touched his chin and muttered, "That's not right. You already have the experience of dealing with it, so you only need to use the same method to deal with it. So it's just difficult at the beginning. After this journey, it'll be what are you thinking about? How can it be so simple?" Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes at him and sighed. "Do you still remember what I said before about crawling and groping at the same time? It's the process of dealing with 196 types of origin energy without anyone's guidance. Let's talk about the 146 types now. Each type of origin energy needs a different way of dealing with it. Before reaching the threshold of 90%, they can be summed up into 5 or 6 common paths. Although the speed of dealing with each type of origin energy is different, it's still okay. For a complicated task like mine, the common way of dealing with it is more convenient. After all, the difference in speed is not too big. But after crossing the threshold, it really becomes 146 paths. Each path goes its own way and does not connect with each other. I used the method of dealing with the destruction energy to test the other types of origin energy. I found that only 12 types of origin energy can be started, and they have to be stuck not long after they start. From the moment they get stuck, they have to be adjusted immediately. And this is just the beginning of the test. We saw that his old friend was exhausted and anxious. He quickly patted him on the back carefully and said softly, don't worry. Take a deep breath. Don't be agitated. Don't be impulsive. You are now a patient. Stay calm. Recite, everything is fine. Nothing is urgent." Yin Nuashing glanced at him and sighed faintly. "I'm not in a hurry. I haven't been in a hurry all the way here. I'm not going to get anxious just because I said a few words. I'm just really tired. I'm so tired that I want to lie down, but I can't lie down. Phew, if I lie down this time, a lot of things may be cleared in my mind. By then, I won't know what I was thinking and doing before I fell asleep. These things can't be explained simply by leaving a few words. Even if I leave the most important information, my thoughts will be different because of the different states before and after I wake up. What if what I'm thinking is wrong at this moment? And then I have to spend a lot of time thinking again? What if I can't remember the original state? Hui was speechless. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He could only make a distressed sound. This is just the matter of the energy of destruction. There's still the origin domain. I've just touched this thing. It's not the beginning. It seems that I've just accumulated a little feeling. I don't even have an official beginning. Now that I'm lying down, I feel that this kind of illusory thing. Who knows when I can explain it clearly and when I can't? Yin Nuoxing sighed helplessly. She shook the cup on the table with a helpless and depressed face. So, give me a little more time. When I reach a point where I can stop temporarily, I'll go and rest for a while. Hui sighed and looked at him faintly. I don't think you'll really stop obediently. Once you've passed a point, there's still the next one. You've just started the origin domain. Maybe you'll continue to run forward and not look back because it feels good or the state is just right. I know you too well. You've done this kind of thing many times before. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He rubbed his eyebrows and cheeks and sighed. It's different this time. This time I'm really going to lie down because... He lowered his head slightly and raised his hand. He looked at his almost completely transparent arm and almost completely transparent body. Energy particles kept appearing and disappearing in his body. They were restless, as if they wanted to jump out of his body. Because I've reached the limit of the limit. There's still some time left. If I still can't stand on this stage when the limit is right in front of me, I can only force myself to stop first. If I continue to endure until the limit is reached, I'll be in a state of moderate collapse. The loss outweighs the gain. Hui squinted at him and laughed dryly. It's good that you know. Since you know, I won't be long-winded. Yin Nuoxing sighed and looked up at the sky. The energy storm caused by Yu and Qing Huang was subsiding little by little. Seeing this, Shuang also reduced her power to avoid affecting them. After about 10 minutes, the storm they caused was officially annihilated. Only 2 massive energy clusters remained in the center of the storm. Those were the energies released by the 2 of them after they broke through the realm. They were still slowly converging. Successful breakthrough. The front line of the void has 2 more high-level premier. We also looked at the sky. Looking at the 2 clusters of energy that were slowly converging, he could not help but praise. Their aura is no longer restrained. The original shackles in all aspects seem to have been broken. Is it because of the origin energy? There may not be much difference when an ordinary high-level premier breaks through the realm. Stepping into the high level is the symbol of crossing the threshold of the upper 3 realms. It will usher in another change and sublimation. For the inheritors, it also means that the shackles of the origin energy, the origin law, and so on will be unshackled and can be further improved. Well, although the origin law can't replace the structure law with the structure law for the time being, they can only carefully cover the structure law and the structure law with a layer. Yin Nuoxing said calmly. In short, the path is wider. Stepping into the high-level threshold, there are more things to do. Only when you reach this level can you fully understand the power of the origin energy. That's what they said. Ugh, they're going to eat books again. Hui immediately put on an expression that did not know whether to laugh or cry. His heart trembled when the topic of eating books was mentioned. Yu and Qing Huang took a few minutes to converge their energy. They roughly looked at their own situation, stretched, and could not wait to land here with Shuang. Oh, it's over smoothly. You have broken through to the high level. Congratulations. Hui raised his hand to greet Yu and Little Phoenix. Yin Nuoxing also looked at them and sighed with a smile. It's not easy. Well done. What? Shouldn't I be more excited? Yu seemed to be dissatisfied with this answer. She moved closer to him, put her arms around his neck, and pouted at him. You can say a few more words. You and I have known each other for almost 6 eras. It's not like you don't know that I'm not good with words, let alone praise. Yun Nuoxing pinched the girl's nose and looked at Qing Huang, who had moved 3 chairs to sit beside him. He reached out and patted her head. In short, well done. Qing Huang stuck her tongue out at him, full of joy. TSK, not fun. Seeing that she could not squeeze a sentence out of Little Star's mouth, Siyu pouted and sat on Qing Huang's shoulder. She could not help but mutter, "Anyway, it's just a high-level premiere. It's nothing to Little Star, right? How is that possible?" Yin Nuoxing looked at them with a bitter smile. "High-level premiere. That's a power that I can only reach if I don't use my sea of energy. Ah, wait a minute. Based on the current situation of origin energy, I might be able to use my origin form. I should be able to save my rule, order, and energy form. Of course, if I don't save it, I'll be able to fight more freely." He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of water. Black lines appeared on his face. "You, TSK, no wonder Sui Feng and the others said that if you reach high level, you can single-handedly overturn the entire netherworld. With your current situation, once you reach high level, no one other than the chaos concept body will be able to suppress you. But I haven't reached high level yet." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and patted Qing Huang's head. He smiled and said, "Moreover, if Qing Huang uses her rule, order, and energy form, I might not be able to defeat her, unless I use this form of energy as well." As he spoke, he became a little worried and covered his face. "Oh, I'm going to be pulled away from you guys. That's not good. I have to work harder." Hui and the others were speechless. Pull away? Didn't they just say that without using their sea of energy, they could reach high-level Premier's power by doing this and that? If they used all their trump cards and switched to pseudo-high-level Premier, wouldn't they be able to single-handedly overturn the Void frontline? We couldn't help but complain. "I think you can single-handedly overturn the Netherworld. How is that possible?" Yin Nuoxing was startled for a moment before shaking her head with a bitter smile. "Let's put aside the primordial chaos concept body for now. It is very difficult to deal with the peak primordial origin of the underworld. At the very least, the Lord of the Underworld is a peak primordial origin of rank 7 in the 9th layer of heaven. If he receives the favor of the primordial chaos concept body, he might reach rank 8. I have not thought of how to deal with this thing yet. 7 or 8 cycles of the 9 heavens of Yuan Shi." We felt a headache coming on. Siyu and Qing Huang couldn't help but fall silent. The joy of advancing to the higher levels of the Yuan Shi realm was immediately extinguished by this blow. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They knew what each other was thinking. "There's still time. We can talk about how to deal with them later. There's no need to discuss it now. It's still early. There's still time." Yin Nuoxing gently stroked the wings of the little angel. She suddenly looked at Shuang Shuang and said softly, "When Shuang Shuang reaches the advanced level, we can officially start working on the attack system that we talked about before." Hui was stunned for a moment and said, "I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it." Shuang Shuang pointed at herself and asked, "Am I also part of it?" I said it directly back then. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched and she laughed dryly. "Do you have any other ideas?" "If it's meow." Shuang Shuang quickly shook her head and said, No. Maybe it's been too long and I forgot. After all, Little Star said that she would put this matter aside and forget about it." "Oh, that's right. After all, the conditions were not right. You were all busy, so you didn't continue to talk about it." Yin Nuoxing slapped his forehead and said, "Just in time, Shuang Shuang's time is almost up. I'll take this opportunity to say something. I've thought of 3 more specific plans in this half an era. Blue Phoenix, your plan is a separate one because you're the one carrying the Nether Void Sword. Xiao Yu and Shuang Shuang will be in charge of energy attacks. I've specifically listed the 3 plans for you too. Listen and think about which one is more convenient and straightforward." Shuang Shuang and Siyu nodded. They rubbed their ears and took a deep breath. They stared at him attentively, indicating that they were all ears. You don't have to be so serious." Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. He cleared his throat and said, "The first plan, I'll give you a bunch of special energy towers. You can use the special energy towers to deal with that period. The second plan, see you, do you still remember your pure energy weapon? I plan to borrow part of the characteristics of the first-generation creation core to give you a more advanced one. As for Shuang Shuang, you don't need anything else since you already have the Ring of Frost Descent and the Ice Lotus. I guess you don't have anything more advanced than that. I'm just arranging it for you to use during this period. The third plan. Do you want to learn magic circles? With your nature and characteristics, controlling a magic circle shouldn't be a problem. You just need to spare some time to learn magic circles. To be honest, it's quite time-consuming. The only thing the three plans have in common is that during this period, the pressure on you will increase. After all, I'm forcing you into my attack rhythm. It may not be easy to adapt to my rhythm, but other than the increase in pressure, there's nothing else. Yin Nuashing finished and coughed dryly. That's it. Why don't you two discuss it? Or if you think there's a better plan, let me know. Seeing that Ciyu and Shuang Shuang immediately went to the side to discuss, Huey's face twitched as he looked at Maple. You're really willing to torture your own sisters, bringing them into your attack rhythm and whatnot. Do you know that anyone would be afraid of your attack rhythm? Only the heavenly god of origin and the primal chaos concept body would be able to calm down after seeing this. The latter would even be able to fight you while nagging. Yin Nuashing was about to speak when Blue Phoenix explained to Hui first. It's okay. This is our own choice. Naturally, we have to do our best. Little Star is right. If there's a chance that he can't control the situation, there has to be another suppression system to help him control the situation. We can't just rely on Little Star, can we? Well, you're right. Huey's mouth twitched. I just want to say that because everyone has their own attack style and battle rhythm, forcing yourself to change into Maple's state of extreme eruption is indeed very powerful. But at the same time, it will also put a lot of burden on yourself. You have to be prepared in all aspects. Okay. Feng Qing Wang smiled and turned to Little Star. She held his hand and said, I've already been prepared to face everything with Little Star. I've already made all the preparations before I chose law, order, energy form. Yin Nuashing's face turned red. She mumbled and pinched Blue Phoenix's cheek. What are you talking about, really? Don't put dog food in my mouth. I'm not eating it. I'm not eating it. Hui was so anxious that he did a backflip and retreated a few meters on the ice. He pointed at them and bared his teeth, scolding them. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at him and ignored the wacky guardian. She looked at Blue Phoenix and said, We've already fulfilled the prerequisites. Blue Phoenix, do you want to learn the 3 styles of nothingness? Wow, you. Hui was shocked. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes at a certain guardian, telling him to shut up. He then continued to look at Blue Phoenix and coughed dryly. It will consume a lot of energy, so when the time comes, I might have to make some changes to the world light in your soul. You can refuse, but it's fine. This form of power is actually enough. Because you also have 2 different types of power of order. That's why I brought this up. If the conditions are met, you can release the origin of chaos. 2 different types of order energy. Hui came back with a puzzled look on his face. Feng Qing Wang also tilted her head curiously. The power of the Dark Phoenix form and the power of the normal form. The 2 types of order energy are exactly opposite, so they're suitable. Yin Nuashing nodded. When I was exploring the origin of chaos, I also used the normal power and the element of annihilation to find it. Of course, the origin of chaos now uses the origin energy and the annihilation energy. The degree is completely different. You're using 2 types of order energy to release it. The burden and pressure you'll face will be much smaller than when I release it, but it'll still be more burdensome than when you use any other power. So, teach me. Feng Qing Wang nodded. That's straightforward. Yin Nuashing scratched her head and looked straight into Blue Phoenix's pink eyes. After making sure that Blue Phoenix had thought about it carefully, she nodded. Let me sort out. I'll throw it to you later. Wait a minute. Little Star, we've thought about it too. Just as she finished talking to Blue Phoenix, Ciyu and Shuang Shuang came back hand in hand and sat down side by side. The 2 girls looked at each other. Ciyu spoke first. I choose the first and the second. Shuang Shuang raised her hand and made a 3 sign. 2 and 3 are not bad. Yin Nuashing said, I'm asking you to choose one. Huey's face was twitching. He poured the tea so hard that the tea was overflowing. Oh my God, Phone, look at what you've done. The three girls are just like you. Look at how they've been influenced by you. Yin Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She covered her face and said, "Two is fine. Are you sure?" "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Seeing Siyu and Shuang Shuang nodding, Yin Nuashing was sure that they had thought about it carefully. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. She had led herself astray. All right, let me prepare for a while. When she was preparing, she suddenly raised her head and covered her face. Damn it. I didn't expect that there would be a time when I could pass on my knowledge. Although I've only passed on 2 or 3 parts of my knowledge, I've passed them on. It's a miracle. Huey's face was twitching. He forced a smile and said, "You even have to pick out the parts for sale. You even have to split them into 3 parts. Do you expect to find someone in the void to pass on your knowledge?" "Forget it then." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. "Based on my family's, that girl's situation, she has waited for more than 300 eras and finally caught me. She even caught a special situation, using this situation to divide. Ugh, I don't want to wait for hundreds of eras. So, I better give up on this idea. Besides, I really didn't have this idea from the beginning. It's so troublesome to teach someone." Hui and the 3 girls couldn't help but laugh. Their lineage was passed down to only one person. There was a long gap between each generation. They didn't know how long it would take to find a successor. Whether they could find one or not depended purely on luck. They should just look after their own people and stop looking. Chapter 2069. The Peak of Yuan, sure. What's the situation on the last part of the journey? When Sui Feng and the others heard that there were 2 more high-level primeval, they hurried over to the ice field and the Conchouse Manor. Before they could even stand still, Maple threw a representative and frightening topic at them that made them speechless. Well, in any case, he still gave little Brother Feng's family's 2 newly advanced primeval girls some fireworks and blessings. Then he tossed Sis and little Shi over to let the girls talk among themselves. He and Mang Lei went to deal with little Brother Feng. Wow, I haven't seen this guy for a while. How did he become so transparent? He was so transparent that he could turn into starlight and shine on the world. When they were mentally prepared, they sat down in front of Feng and listened to him tell them the specific situation. Then they turned into statues on the spot. The only thing left in their minds was the words 95% chance of reaching the door. Their eyes were dull, and they didn't know what to do. Well, their brains couldn't work, and they were about to suffocate. Their high blood pressure was cured. As expected, Feng's ability to create big news depended on him. The fact that he started the last part of the journey without saying anything really scared them. Brother Lei scratched his head. "Feng, you've already reached this level. Why are you still asking us?" "Well, it's just, you've spent more time with the heavenly god of origin and the others, so it's normal that you know something that I don't. Besides, based on your standards, and the origin system is like a family, right? There's nothing to worry about when a family member asks something. After all, you became inheritors more than 20 eras earlier than me. You're my seniors." Yin Nuashing opened a book that she had read several times on the wings of the little angel. She turned to Sui Feng and the others. "So, can you show me the way?" "Well." Sui Feng bent over and placed his elbows on his thighs. He rubbed his hands together and looked serious as he recalled, "The gods never told our system about the path to the pinnacle. After all, it's the final checkpoint of the path. It was still too early for us back then. If they told us about it too early, we would probably just brush it off like a gust of wind. So, we only heard bits and pieces about it, and it wasn't anything useful. On the other hand, Sister Luo Ing and Big Brother AI did tell us about the path, but it was just a little bit. But since you're about to reach the last part of the journey, why didn't you tell us until now?" Yin Nuashing raised her head, and a drop of cold sweat slid down her face. "I mean, I'm used to figuring things out on my own. Plus, you guys weren't in front of me at that time. My brain was busy dealing with these 2 troublesome matters, so I didn't think about it. Can this excuse fool you?" Sui Feng and Brother Lei were speechless. This was purely a subconscious action in the right situation. Brother Feng, who was dealing with the mess of the origin, was in a state of mental decline. They all knew that. Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly and shook off the cold sweat on her face. What did Luo Ying and the others say? Try to create a world. When you have a whole world and constantly look at it, you may be able to see the imperfections in the corners. You have to know that perfection is a very one-sided view of everything in the world. So don't talk nonsense. Brother Lei rubbed his chin and said, "That's what Brother AI said, although I don't know what it means." "Oh, I like that." Yin Nuoxing nodded vigorously. Sister Luo Ying's original words were, "Just rely on your feelings. If you really can't figure it out, you can try to give it control. Maybe it will tell you what to do next." This sentence also applies to you at this moment. The earlier you get used to it, the less you have to figure it out. Well, that's the gist of it. Sui Feng held his chin and muttered, "On the surface, it's like that. But according to our understanding, it's definitely not like that. There must be some kind of cognitive gap in some details. There must be some kind of deeper meaning that we don't know. Only Sister Luo Ying can understand it. If we really want to talk about it, it's actually a new path that requires a lot of effort to figure out. It's hard to see the result without putting in a lot of effort." These two sentences were quite simple. AI Hong Yun's words reminded him of a more unique way to advance in the first few realms of the rebirth state. It was to create a small world. Although the situation at the beginning was very different from the situation at the end of the Yuanshi state, there must be a lot of differences in details. But he could not pinpoint the specific differences. He would only know after he tried it. As for what Luo Ying said, it was really a very casual way to deal with it. If he could not deal with it himself, he would turn around and let the origin energy do it himself. At first glance, it sounded like a method, but how to make it do it himself was a problem. The origin energy essence that quarreled with him had not come out for a long time. Perhaps it felt that everything was fine, so it did not want to come out for a walk. In short, there was no need to delve into this topic now. It was useless to delve into it. This part of the information would not be of use in a short period of time. After a while, they would forget about it. Moreover, at that time, they did not know that they would be so far away from each other in the future. Otherwise, they would have said everything directly. No matter when it would come in handy, it would be a waste of time to talk about it. Anyway, at that time, they did not know that they would be so far away from each other in the future, and it would be difficult for them to meet again. Otherwise, they would have said everything directly. No matter when it would come in handy, it would be a waste of time to talk about it. Anyway, at that time, they did not know that they would be so far away in the future, and it would be difficult for them to meet again. Anyway, everyone's situation was different, and the way to deal with it would definitely be different. Just like how different origin energy dealt with the last obstacle. The method that AI Hong Yun and Luo Ying found might only work for their origin energy. He did not want to take the risk of changing his path halfway. If he wanted to change his path, he could experiment with other origin energy. Or he could wait until he stabilized at 95% and try another method before moving on. As for why he suddenly brought this up, he looked up at Siyu and Qing Huang. He lowered his head and flipped through the book that he was not in the mood to read. He narrowed his eyes and sighed. He did not have much time left. After helping Siyu and Qing Huang with those things, he felt that his remaining time had decreased by a lot. He did not have the time to make the pure energy weapon for Siyu. So, when he saw Sui Feng and Qing Huang coming over, he remembered that he could ask them about the situation, so he immediately brought up the topic. The answer that he got confused him. After Sui Feng and old brother Lei finished speaking, they saw that little brother Feng didn't move. They looked at him and saw him casually flipping through the book in his hand with his head down. His eyes were on the ice. It was clear that he wasn't in the mood to read. He was in a mental state. They didn't know if what they said had given little brother Feng inspiration or even more trouble. Feng. Sui Feng tried to call out to him. "What's wrong?" Yin Nuoxing suppressed his wanton emotions and raised his head to look at them. "Nothing. I just want to see if you have any clues." "I don't know. It's hard to say." Yin Nuoxing shook his head lightly. The simple words they said may be the core of it, but it is very likely to be an answer that corresponds to their own situation. It may not be useful to deal with my own situation. Besides, those guys really thought too highly of him. They said that since he had walked so hard in the beginning, he should be able to do it later. But now he was stuck in the middle of the road again. Even though he knew that they probably couldn't provide any more help. But, he was just a little annoyed. This kind of vague feeling of not being able to ask for help. Leaving aside the origin energy, the origin domain, the conditions were already complete. It was complete a long time ago. Why was it just a little bit short? It was just a little bit short. What did it mean? It was just a little bit short. It was the kind of feeling that one could see but not touch. It made one unable to stop. It was a strange feeling. It was like threading a needle, and the end of the thread would either diverge or not go, and no matter what. It made one anxious, and their heart would beat wildly. I can't stand it. Yin Nuashing closed the book in his hand and threw it back onto the pile of books on the ice surface. He stood up abruptly with the little angel in his arms. His movement was so loud that everyone turned to look at him carefully. After a while, they saw him sitting down in a daze. 2 minutes later, he suddenly stood up again and walked around the ice surface with the little angel in his arms, circling around the manor. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at each other, not knowing what he was doing. After watching him circle around the manor twice, we finally couldn't help but say, "Phone, stop circling around. The starlight on you has dimmed." Yin Nuashing said with a bad and anxious mood, as if he had been beaten up, "I'm distracted. Don't worry about me. Let me circle for a while. Just a few 100 million dots. Just a few 100 million dots." Huey's face twitched as he watched Fong walk around the manor for the third time. He turned to Sui Fong and asked, "What did you say just now? Wasn't he fine just now? Why does he look like he wants to break the void of order into pieces now?" "Well, the path to the peak of Yuanshu." Sui Fong spread his hands and said, "I didn't say anything superfluous, really. Besides, Fong just said that he might not be able to do anything when he's in a daze. He just said that he might not be able to do anything. Why did he suddenly... I don't know." Seeing his sister looking at him with a puzzled look, he had to quickly explain what they had just said to Fong. "Look, there's nothing strange, right? No. It's nothing strange for us, but for Fong." Huey's face kept twitching. He turned to look at Fong as he circled the manor for the fourth time. He couldn't help but say, for Fong who has activated the mode of drilling through the south wall and the void, every piece of information that might be useful is strange. I don't know when was the last time Fong was so conflicted. Brother Lei snapped his fingers and said, "The last time you forced him to get married." Thud. As soon as his voice trailed off, an observer who was circling the manor for the 5th time fell to the ground. Everyone was speechless. This guy really touched a sore spot, and it was the one that shouldn't be touched. Although what he said was the answer. The last time an observer was conflicted was when he was forced to get married by a guardian half a century ago. Blue Phoenix and Shuang hurriedly ran over and pulled up little Xing and little Angel, who were paralyzed on the ground and didn't seem to have any intention of moving. They dragged them back to their chairs. Everyone was shocked when they saw little Xing's extremely conflicted and half-dead expression. Without exception, everyone thought that the 2 short sentences had made him lose his train of thought, or that he had let his imagination run wild and made all kinds of bad mistakes. His face looked very bad, and he kept silent with his brows furrowed. They all looked at him with worried eyes. After a while, he said faintly, "I'm fine. I'm just a little uneasy." Little Star thought for a while and whispered, "The difference between the realm and energy of this body is too big. If there's a mistake or you can't move forward, you can... No, it's not this problem. The realm problem does exist, but it's not the main problem. And this problem has almost been solved. It won't affect you much." Yin Nuashing sighed and shook her head. "In fact, what I encountered is not a problem. It's something else, some kind of reason. What is it? It makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe it's some kind of intuition. Intuition tells me that something is going to happen. Something... I'm restless and restless. I can't wait to finish this step, but I know that impatience will only lead me to the wrong path." Finish. Finish what? What is it? What is it? What is it? Yin Nuashing pulled little Angel's wings and covered her face. She looked up and sighed. "Everything was fine just now. It's strange. Just now, everything was," Sui Qing immediately said. "Compared to just now, what changed? Nothing? There was nothing they could do. This guy didn't even know what happened to him. How could they know what happened to him? This guy didn't act according to common sense. God knew when he would go crazy. For example, he was fine just now, but for some reason, he became abnormal after a few words. No one could tell. The atmosphere was tense for a while. Everyone spoke softly for fear of disturbing someone who was in endless self-entanglement. They really couldn't help him with the last step of the road to the peak of the premiere. They wanted him to go in and ask the honored gods for help, but there seemed to be no way for him to go in. He himself said that it was not a place where he could go as he wished, so they could only give up this whimsical idea. Phone. We tried to call Phone after a few minutes. The latter lowered his head and muttered without looking up, "Well, I'm still alive. I'm still here. I'm not dead." Everyone was speechless. For what he said, it seemed that he was still alive, but he was definitely going crazy. Well, it seemed that he was gradually calming down and returning to how he was when they first met him. However, the slightly irritated atmosphere that lingered around him had not dissipated. It seemed that he was still in a state of endless worry and struggle, but he had suppressed it a little. After looking at him for a while, they felt that he seemed to have really calmed down. Then, they quietly breathed a sigh of relief and did not have to be so nervous. It was a strange feeling. The agitation, just now, was completely unreasonable. He had been quietly exploring this path for half an era. How could he feel agitated just because he asked a few more questions that seemed to expand his knowledge? It was impossible. Therefore, he must have inexplicably triggered something just now, triggered something strange. Perhaps it was some kind of condition. The condition that was conveyed to him through words was captured by his consciousness and intuition, even though he still did not know what the condition was. If only the girl was awake at this time. She should be able to help him figure out what he had just heard that made his brain cramp. He had been impotent and manic for a long time. Yin Noashing raised her hand and looked at her body where this spark was dying out little by little. She narrowed her eyes and slowly focused. Just now, what was it that was mentioned? What AI Hanyan said? Or what Luoyin said? Well, it was hard to explain. Feelings were mysterious and abstruse. If the resonance caused by the words had to bypass his own feelings and affect other things in his body before affecting himself, then it would be even more difficult to determine what the situation was. What kind of abstruse situation would it be? Did such a strange condition really exist? Well, let's not talk about that first. Let's think about what I just heard. AI Hongyan's method was to try to create a world. This should be using various things of the origin to try to create a world and then observe every moment and every point of the world's development. There would always be imperfections and so on. It was just like when the first few stages of the rebirth state tried to create a small world and explore the power of rules and so on. He waited quietly for a while and took a deep breath. The agitation in his heart continued to weaken, and he did not feel as impatient as before. It seemed that this was not the reason. Then, it should be the influence of Luo Yin's idea of leaving things to fate. If I can't solve it myself, then I'll hand it over to the origin energy. Well, in fact, he had some doubts about this seemingly random idea. Maybe it was because he had encountered too many problems that he did not believe that such a good thing would happen. Looking at the situation along the way, when did he not grit his teeth and persevere through it? When he closed his eyes and handed over control to the origin energy, he also wanted to be able to do it so easily. You've huffed twice in a short period of time. It seems that you're really in trouble. I see. You're dealing with these two things. An extremely abrupt voice suddenly sounded in his soul, startling him. He could not tell whether it was a male or female voice. This ghostly voice sounded in the depths of his soul. He had not heard it for a long time. Master told me that you might run into trouble at certain points. You might not be able to move forward even after exhausting a huge amount of energy due to the lack of guidance. It seems like you have indeed entered this corner. However, you were able to travel such a long distance in half an era without any guidance. That's really impressive. Lin Dong said with a smile. You're right. Yin Nuashing was stunned. It seemed that it was indeed the case. He could not help but wonder if the experience of quarreling with his own energy was not unique to him. Perhaps. Luo Yin had such an experience as well. After all, she was the one who came up with the idea. However, when did she say it? 20 years ago. No, it should be the last time in the shattered continent of origins. Originally, this matter was too early for your current condition. However, you completely fulfilled another part of your condition. Now that I've determined that you have met the requirements, please be prepared. In any case, now is not the time to be thinking about other things. If he still did not understand what was going to happen, then his brain should be sent back to the factory for major repairs. Thus, he immediately stopped his wild thoughts and pressed down on his soul and his body. In the next instant, he saw that the origin rune that he had engraved in his soul had all lit up. The destruction rune spread out at an astonishing speed in an instant. It was as if the destruction rune had turned into a rope that was connected to the other 145 runes in his soul. In the next instant, his soul was completely occupied by a red and black light. With a buzzing sound, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was being tortured by the origin energy essence. It was really a splitting headache. The sudden appearance of the massive origin energy reaction startled the people who were drinking tea and chatting. They all jumped up and knocked their chairs and tables over. When they turned around, they saw that a certain person's body was surging with multicolored light. It was as if a long river was spreading out with him as the source. The 146 types of origin energy seemed to have some sort of reaction as they rapidly moved and gathered. The origin runes on his body also lit up one by one like stars, and each rune would eventually connect with the red and black rune. At the intersection of the runes, a gradual change of color kept surging. A strange energy presence with a faint tremor of energy spread out, causing the eyes of the people present to stiffen. Little brother Feng is unusually tense today. Sui Feng could not help but grumble after watching for a while. His eyes were a little dull. He was so restless just now that he suddenly entered some sort of state. It's so strange that I don't even know what to say. Is he going to be okay? See you nervously tugged at Shuang Shuang. Little Star is already very weak. Will he be able to take it if he suddenly enters some sort of strange state? Sui Feng tidied up the tables, chairs, teacups, and teapots that were all over the place. He sat down and thought for a while before saying, he should be fine. Should be? He did not know what kind of state it was, but he knew that it had something to do with the origin energy. In his memory, the first generation of inheritors had all triggered similar states. It was hard to say. He did not know what would happen after the state was triggered and what kind of state it would become. If he had known earlier, he would have taken a closer look and asked more questions. Sai, what was with the hindsight? If he had known that he would be locked up as a backup plan. Sai. Sure, Xiao walked around Ling twice and carefully approached him. He held his hand and sensed for a while. Then, he gently stepped back without a sound and nodded to everyone. He's in good condition. Don't worry. The origin energy, origin runes, and willpower are all in a highly active state. He should be dealing with something and suddenly entered this state. This is a rare opportunity. Don't disturb him. Just wait and see. Oh, so it's like that. We could only nod. Then he turned to see you and Blue Phoenix. We'll take care of things here. Don't worry. Maple just taught you those things, and you just broken through to the high tier. Logically speaking, you should have a lot of things to do. If you're in good condition, you can go and do what you need to do. There's no need to wait for him here. His head is crooked, so it should take some time before he moves. See you and Blue Phoenix looked at each other for a while. Then, they stared at Little Star for a while. After confirming that Little Star was fine, See you muttered softly, all right then. I'll leave Little Star to you too. Blue Phoenix and I will go and do some work. After watching the two girls slip away, we could not help but yawn. The two of them went to attend classes again. After reaching the advanced level, they still had to continue to cram in knowledge related to the advanced level. He really did not know how many things the Origin Heavenly God and the others had left behind in a hurry. Half an era had passed, and they still had not completely figured it out. The bottleneck that limited their origin energy had also been removed, which meant that they would be busy for a while. First, it would be them. After a while, there would be Shuang Shuang, and then it would be the rest of them. The time when they were busy reading books seemed to be right in front of them. Their memories were still fresh, and they did not feel that half an era had passed without them noticing. Perhaps they were too busy, and their memories were blurred, turning like a timed spinning top. Soon, they would return to the time when they were reading books. It was really tear-jerking. In other words, this ice field would be lively again after a while. After all, this group of people had broken through the seal at about the same time. Puff! Suddenly, there was a sound like air leaking. Hui, who had just sat down with a sigh of relief, immediately became nervous. He quickly turned his head and saw that the observer, who had just undergone some changes, suddenly spurted out a tongue of fire, like the sun, leaving a large mass of rich origin energy in the space beside him. The colorful mass of energy kept rolling. The energy reaction and the volume of the energy kept increasing, until it was like a balloon that had expanded to the limit. It suddenly burst with a bang. The moment the energy mass burst open, a large number of indecipherable patterns and symbols made of origin god runes burst out from it. In the next second, what was left in everyone's sight were countless complicated portraits made of different origin god runes. They watched as they scattered in an instant and gathered in an instant, burying the observer alive and the little angel. They were a little dumbfounded. They did not understand what was going on. While they were still in a daze, they suddenly saw a reddish-black ball of light that appeared out of nowhere on top of the portrait hill. But until half a minute ago, they didn't seem to have seen the existence of this thing. Noticing everyone's stunned gazes, the reddish-black ball of light shook a little, and a genderless voice came out. Under normal circumstances, there is no need to worry. The whole process will take 10 to 20 days. Disperse. Everyone. It was the observer's energy that had become a spirit. Not only could it quarrel, but it could also bury him. Chapter 2070. In the blink of an eye, spring had passed and autumn had arrived. Day after day, year after year, the void collapsed and recovered. When it recovered, it would continue to poke holes in it. There was no end to it. Places that were supposed to explode were exploding all day long. Places that were supposed to be busy did not have a relaxing atmosphere. Everything was as usual. For them who lived in the middle of 2 points in one line, the more compact and busier the day was, the more packed the schedule was, and the faster time would pass. To their senses, time was indeed speeding up, and it was speeding up to push them forward, completely ignoring their staggering pace and not worrying that they would fall flat on their faces. After all, they were not the ones in pain, so they could do whatever they wanted. After more than half an era had passed, the Order Void had become much quieter. Those small-scale internal fights were considered as brawls between hooligans. It was very normal and did not need to be bothered. Fights in small places were inevitable. As long as the world still needed to move forward in progress, and there were still different big ideas coexisting, there would be fights. Those small places did not need to be bothered as it did not affect the big picture. They only needed to stare at the Order Void, and only needed to know if the big picture was stable or not. They would monitor it and take action when necessary. After all, the feeling of having one's own backyard on fire was indeed very uncomfortable. This was something that everyone in the Void frontline agreed with. In short, it seemed to be quite stable at the moment. Since the primordial world was gone, the Tianxian world had taken over the task of holding down the Order Void. Over the years, with the arrangements of the young Sector Master, the Order Void was safe and sound. There were no major disturbances and no big or small troubles. They also helped to spread the knowledge of the underworld and the abyss of death mist, so that people who had contact with them could clearly understand what kind of death omen was hanging above the head of the Order Void. As for whether this had caused any changes in the Order Void, he was not particularly clear about this and did not specifically investigate. What? Changyuan boundary and Saint Spirit boundary? Forget it. Those two-faced things, he had removed them from their post, but did not blow them up with a blast. It was also because he had stopped Maple with all his might and advised them to take care of themselves. They had certainly been quiet over the years and had no intention of rolling around in their nests like salted fish. Of course, It was also possible that little Qingzi had accidentally slipped past the two-realm gate when he was wandering the void with 18 billion energy towers. Coincidentally, a few hundred energy towers had accidentally gone off fire, causing a commotion that made them completely quiet down. Afterward, little Qingzi had even looked apologetic and personally delivered his most sincere greetings, expressing his concern, even kindly fixing the smoking gate for them when he left. He felt that little Qingzi was sometimes quite naughty, but, well done, it was quite satisfying. Just as they had expected, the higher-ups had stepped into the higher tiers one after another. From now on, the Void frontline could bring along a group of high-tier primeval whenever they wanted to go out. Finally, they had some prestige. If the Underworld dared to come out with only 20 high-tier primeval, they would be beaten to a pulp and clean up the road of reincarnation. As for the ratio of high-tier primeval in the Void frontline, 80% of them were warriors from the Divine Realm, while the remaining 20% were warriors of Order who were faster in the Void frontline. Although they had fought side by side for almost 6 eras, he still liked to pick out his own people from time to time. Probably that was, what was it again? That was what it meant. It was just a comparison in the early stages. Later on, when all the higher-ups had stepped into the higher tiers and the other warriors of Order had stepped into the higher tiers, this ratio would become useless. After all, they did not have many warriors from the Divine Realm. Even if they were constantly replenished with members from the Divine Realm and their numbers kept increasing, it was still not enough compared to the behemoth that was the Void frontline. Why was little Qingzi calculating these numbers here? Nonsense. Speaking of the higher tiers, it had been many years since he stepped into the higher tiers. He was here to declare that he was the fifth. The fifth. He was almost pushed down by Jing Yuanji. Although he was only 1 day faster, he was also 1 day earlier. In short, he was the fifth to step into the higher tiers. This was very important. The road to the higher tiers was so busy that he wanted to pinch himself unconscious. It was many times busier than before he stepped into the higher tiers. Not to mention 2 points in one line. If he could, he planned to stay in 1 point and not move. Every day, he would turn left to burn his brain and read books, and turn right to face the wall and rest. After 20 rounds, he would knock himself unconscious with a brick. But since this would force him to look like Maple, he decided to forget about it. It was very important to maintain a healthy schedule, rest on time, and release stress. After all, that guy sigh. He let out a long yawn and felt a swelling pain in his head. He rubbed his eyes and stood up from the ice field. While yawning, he walked toward the manor behind him. You can't take it anymore. Hui was stunned by the sound of the wind. He quickly opened his eyes and saw a cup of tea hovering in front of him. The tea was green, but the steam coming out of it was strange and colorful, as if it could reflect light. Hui was startled. He could not help but look up at Sui Feng, who threw the tea over. What is this? Tea. The tea of the gods. Sui Feng squinted and took a sip in front of him. Although I don't remember which god this tea is from. It's refreshing and energizing. Hui was so excited that he immediately poured the tea into his mouth. He smacked his lips and felt a lot more energized. Even his soul seemed to have emptied a little. He walked a few steps to the table and his tiredness disappeared. Then, when he sat down, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. No, the tea of the gods isn't that. Oh, it has a history of dozens of eras, right? Hui was speechless. Don't worry, it won't expire. I have drunk a few pots, and I don't see myself spiraling into the sky. Sui Feng glanced at him and said, I found it in this pile of junk a while ago. It's quite amazing. I didn't expect to find a pile of tea leaves in the corner. There are dozens of jars, and the jars are bigger than I thought. I don't know how long it will take to finish all of them. By the way, shouldn't this manor be tidied up? It's not a good idea to leave so many things here. Many things haven't been checked yet. Hui looked at him stiffly for a while, trembling as he held the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. This time, the tea was powerful. The cup was blood red, and after looking at it for a while, it turned black and then purple. The steam emitted seemed to be flashing with colorful lights, which made his scalp tingle. Can this thing change color? Aya, you won't die for drinking it. What's wrong? I smell something delicious. What are you guys eating? A white gold figure walked over like a gust of wind. Both of them turned around. Hui juiced it up and poured a cup of tea for her. Do you want to have a taste? This is the fragrant tea of the origin heavenly god. 1 cup refreshes the mind, 2 cups make you never tired, and 3 cups make you immortal. You can stomp on the underworld and punch the chaos concept body with your fists. Dao Heaven looked at the Lord Guardian suspiciously before looking at Sui Feng, who was calmly sipping his tea. He mumbled as he took the tea from Sui Feng and drank it. Immortals don't have lifespan in the first place, so there's no need to express immortality. Hey, this tea tastes good. Give me another cup. After drinking a pot of tea, the girl was satisfied. She smacked her lips and savored the aftertaste for a moment. Then, she suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, the tea of the origin heavenly god is... Oh, it has expired for dozens of eras. Hui smiled sinisterly. Sui Feng rolled her eyes and waved her hand at the pale-faced Dao Heaven. It's not expired. Don't listen to him. Dao Heaven's face was pale. While he was holding his stomach and letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. The 3 of them immediately pricked up their ears and turned around. CU and Blue Phoenix, who had just finished their ordeal, walked over while holding their heads. The 2 of them were startled when they saw the 3 of them staring at them. CU was a little surprised. What's wrong? Did something happen? Before Sui Feng and Hui could say anything, Dao Heaven tossed out a few teacups and poured 2 cups of tea before handing them to CU and Blue Phoenix. I prepared something good for you, something left behind by the origin heavenly god. Just 1 cup, and all your troubles will fly away. The 2 of them believed him without thinking. Half a minute later, 2 more figures appeared at the table. They were holding their stomachs and thinking about life. In less than 2 minutes, Shuang yawned as she came out of the snowstorm. As soon as she sat down, she heard everyone at the table saying in unison, Shuang, are you tired? Come and have a cup of tea. Siyu stared at Shuang until she finished the pot of tea before pulling her to sit down. She whispered something into her ear, and the effect was immediate. Everyone saw that the cold air and snowflakes floating around the ice sculpture girl had disappeared, and she had now become an ice sculpture. We looked at everyone. Apart from him and Sui Feng, everyone else had expressions of contemplation on their faces. Some of them were holding their stomachs, and their faces were turning yellow and green. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Look at how much this expired food has affected everyone. I told you it wouldn't expire. Sui Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He poured himself a cup of tea that was as black as ink and scarily thick. It's fine if you don't want to drink it. This is really good stuff. Just 1 cup, and you'll be able to come back to your senses very quickly. Although that's true. Siyu's pretty face turned green as she raised her head. But it's been expired for dozens of eras. Dozens of eras. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the glowing tea in front of them, their expressions changed as well. Siyu continued, This tea is even older than me. Who knows how many times older? Shuang couldn't help but mutter as she caressed her throat and stomach. When Sui Feng and Xiao Shi returned, everyone immediately turned to look at them. Their eyes glowed. Just as they were about to speak, Sui Feng looked at the table filled with color-changing tea and immediately understood what had happened. Xiao Shi and I've already drunk it. Everyone, they felt that it was missing something if they didn't follow the procedure. Xiao Shi naturally poured a cup of tea for herself. After taking a sip, she was startled. Wait, isn't this the pot of tea from yesterday? Sui Feng was startled. I don't know. I just took it randomly. Seeing you put together, I don't think there's any difference. Sui Feng took the tea canister that her younger brother put aside and opened it. Looking at the tree fork-like tea leaves, she was silent for a while. Then, she raised her head and looked at everyone with an indescribable expression. This canister of tea leaves is from the Chaos era. Everyone, this must be an antique among relics, right? Xiao Shi leaned over to take a look. Then, she picked up a finger-long tree fork-like tea leaf and was silent for a while. I was going to let Ling see if it could still be used, but now this step is omitted. Everyone, This is a poison testing competition, testing the poison with one's own body. Huey's face trembled, and he could not help but laugh dryly. This thing has expired for more than 57 years. This taste is really good. I can't taste the expired taste at all. Speaking of which, why are there piles of expired things in this place? This thing was first blasted into pieces and then put back together. This doesn't even count as tea leaves, right? This is definitely an energy creation, right? Wow. See, you immediately lay down and threw out a big puddle of water to wash her mouth. Everyone, you're exaggerating. If you're fine after drinking for half an hour, then it must be fine. Even if there was something wrong, it's too late now. Xiaoshu shrugged and calmly drank the tea before replying. The quality of things made by the gods is guaranteed. I was a little worried, so I didn't try it first, but it looks like you guys are fine. The reason why they turned into energy form is probably for convenience of preservation. Anyway, things that are interesting to eat now are all made with energy and the power of rules, aren't they? There's no difference. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at the pile of junk with a complicated look in his eyes. Anyway, Sui Feng was right. There might be more strange things in that pile of junk. They must have been created by the gods of origin. No matter how strange they are, it's not surprising. To be honest, we could get a lot of strange blessings by eating those things. However, for our physical and mental health, it's better to pack those things up as soon as possible, then find a small box to seal them up and throw them aside. Otherwise, we might accidentally trigger some strange things and cause some strange things to happen. Sui Feng nodded as he poured tea. So, are you going to pack? Well, Hui scratched his head stiffly. I'm busy reading books. I've just touched 70% of origin energy. I want to see if I can touch the domain of origin. Sui Feng nodded and turned to look at the others, who shook their heads. He could not help but smile bitterly. Now that everyone had ascended to advanced and the path to the final major stage was open, they had a lot of things to do. Who would have the time to clean up the manor that had been piled up for half an era? Even Shuang, who was the fastest among them, said that she was very busy and would not be free for a while. Where's Brute Ray? I thought he was with you, sister. No. Sui Feng shook her head. He seems to have dragged Xing Lu and Qing Jun to train. They're staying in the tower and not planning to come out. Those two guys who went through the void and the young man they brought along. Sui Feng smiled bitterly and rubbed his face. All right. Those two battle maniacs. What are they dealing with this time? Feng Ling's rule, order, energy form. Sui Qing's nonchalant reply left the others smiling bitterly. Those two who had recklessly traversed the void were impatient to seek a beating after ascending their tier. It was not as if they could not wait to spar and see how much their combat ability had improved, but why did they insist on sparring with the Observer Shadow? After all, the Observer had updated his Shadow, which now carried 146 origin energies that were 90% converted, and its combat ability was untold times greater than the original Shadow. Seeing everyone's helpless expression, Sui Qing thought for a moment and simply reported the result. I heard that they finally saw Feng Ling's sin word, decapitation. Oh, Hui straightened his back at once, his face solemn. It's been half an era. Finally, someone could see the power of that strike. No one had ever made it to that point before. How did it end? Sui Qing shrugged. Xiaolei took that sword head on. Feng Ling used a sweep to kick everyone out before the effect of Sin Whisper, decapitate on the others. That's the end. Everyone was speechless. Well, they were insta-killed after seeing that strike. That was very much like the Observer. They still had a long way to go before they could take down the Observer Shadow. They still had to go home and train again. They seemed to have challenged Feng Ling's chaos form as well, Small Hours suddenly said. They were suppressed by Feng Ling's domain from start to finish. In the end, they said that they could not fight without the Fortress of Origins. Give up. Everyone was speechless. They were indeed very observant. Speaking of chaos domain, that should count as experience. If that was the case against Feng Ling's chaos domain, what more when they faced the chaos concept form's chaos domain? Dive drank another pot of tea and felt much better. It was only then that he turned to Conk Hut with his different colored eyes. Ow, his big brother. I don't know. Sui Feng shook his head. Feng Ling's angelic girl has been guarding his bed all the time. I just sneaked over to take a look. I have no idea what's going on. Feng Ling's energy ball should be fine after 10 to 20 days. We turned to look at Concut and scratch his head in distress. But it's been 10,000 years. Why did something go wrong? Don't tell me. That's not funny. Sui Feng's face twitched. Don't say that. Feng Ling is fine, but something happened to him because of your words. He hasn't done anything for half an era. Are you itching to talk? Well, Hui laughed dryly. He had forgotten that he was the #1 prophet. Shuang sat and thought for a while before standing up. All right, let's go take a look. All right. Everyone nodded. They stood up one after another and quietly walked into the conch house. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Now, the Void frontline had entered another phase of drastic change. All of them were fighting with all their might for that one common goal. But he, who had led them forward incessantly and was like the morning star of the Void frontline, had slumbered for 10,000 years without a sound. It was impossible to say that they were not worried, but they could not see any movement and could not stop because of that. Moreover, with the little angel keeping watch, they were able to divert some of their attention. They would not have come here on a whim, but today they were truly worried to the point of anxiety, which was why they all swarmed in. Before they reached him, they saw him first. His body was no longer transparent to the point where it was about to disappear. It was very solid, as if he had condensed his body of energy. His face was calm, he was breathing, and his heart was beating. The destructive, sacred patterns on his face were still surging with energy. They wanted to say that he looked much better, but they could not understand his condition. It was not as if they had never seen him fall into a pit in the next second. He was a blind box. They could not tell what was going on until he really jumped up. The little angel who was sitting by the bed had been holding Feng Ling's hand, spreading her wings over him. She closed her eyes as if she had been waiting quietly. She only opened her eyes when she heard a sound behind her. She turned around and whispered, "Why are you here today?" As soon as she turned her head, she saw a few heads poking out from the side of the screen. A few dogs were hanging on the screen sneakily. She was startled. There's so many people." Everyone laughed dryly, moved the screen away, sat down on the sofa against the wall, and continued to make tea. Shuang came over with a cup of tea and handed it to her. Then she looked at the person on the bed. "How is little Star?" The little angel shook her head gently. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. His body is completely covered by various sacred patterns of origin, and 70% of them are the sacred patterns of destruction. You can say that it was a change that happened that day. After that, there was nothing more. His body? Everywhere. Shuang tilted her head. Mei Mao trembled. She covered her mouth and took a step back. Could it be that you? The little angel thought for a moment. She put her hands on her hips and said confidently, "Check his body. It's nothing." Everyone looked at each other for a while. For some reason, they were reminded of the goddess of destruction. She almost stripped the observer in public that day. What about Maple's ball? We looked at Maple's serene face and asked in a low voice. The essence of origin that quarreled with him. Did it come out and say anything? It didn't come out. I knew about it later than you guys, so I didn't see it. She looked distressed. She sighed and shook her head. When she woke up, little Star had been placed in the conch house. She was also placed beside him. It was only after she asked Hui and the others that she knew what had happened during her hundreds of years of slumber. Since then, the essence of origin had not come out. Now, even if she touched little Star's soul, she could not find out what had happened. Perhaps only he knew what was happening to him now. Even you don't know about Maple's situation. As half of his soul, you don't know. Hui dragged his voice for a long time before he sighed. Then I guess no one knows what's going on, except for himself. She stroked his cheek with the tip of her wing, from his mouth to his forehead. She saw him frown slightly. She could not help but laugh in her heart. She turned to the others and said, "Although I don't know little Star's situation very well, I might know what he is doing now." Isn't he just busy with the big explosions and big fireworks? Hui grinned and waved his hand. Just look at the surging origin energy all over his body. I'm afraid his soul is immersed in the source environment and thinking about bigger things. Origin energy, origin domain. If these things don't come to fruition, how can he be at ease? Unexpectedly, the little angel chuckled and shook her head. She turned to look at the sleeping little star. Little star is resting. The hall fell silent. The group of people who were holding their teacups were completely stiff. 8 pairs of eyes widened, revealing fear and disbelief without exception. She did not know whether to laugh or cry when she saw their looks of disbelief. But they are indeed resting. Moreover, it is a real rest, returning to the factory for major repairs. It is not like before when they need to urgently recover after dealing with something due to heavy consumption. She stretched out her hand and brushed it across little Xingxing's pretty face. Gently, she said, "He's already very tired. He's already at his limit. One day, he'll quietly fall asleep when none of us know. No one will disturb him. Or perhaps he'll quietly fall asleep without even knowing. Perhaps he's just following that incident from 10,000 years ago. It's just the right situation and he's going with the flow." Huey's eyes twitched a few times. He could not help but cover his face. "Ah, I remember now. 10,000 years ago, he said that the origin energy or the origin domain was reaching his limit whether he succeeded or not. It was time for him to sleep. So it might be as you said. He just happened to be buried by the essence of the origin energy, and he really fell asleep. I did not expect this at all, although I think it is mainly because the impression of little brother Feng holding on was too strong, so we did not think about it all." Sui Feng couldn't help but murmur. Everyone nodded in agreement. "But it's good that he's gone to sleep. It's time for him to get some rest. After 5.5 centuries of fatigue, who knows how long it'll take for him to fully recover." Siyu tilted her head and thought. Based on the situation where a normal person sleeps 1/3 to 1/4 of the time, Little Star might need to sleep for an era. He almost spat out his tea. "That is bad. Something will happen when he wakes up. By the way, don't judge your Little Star with the standard of a normal person." Everyone quickly winked at him, indicating for him to be quiet. "Ahem." He coughed dryly and lowered his voice. "In short, he's finally a little more well-behaved. Let him sleep slowly. We'll continue with our work and strive to give him a big surprise when he wakes up." Shuang tilted her head in confusion. "Why a big surprise?" "Of course it is because..." We looked at the person on the bed and smiled bitterly. "When he rushes out after returning to the factory for major repairs, there is a 10% chance that he will bring big news. If we do not prepare a big surprise, we will be depressed for a long time because of his big news." This was a very troublesome matter. A certain observer's ability to create big news had never decreased. If they did not work harder, they would be sent flying by the tail of a certain observer after the transformation. Chapter 2071. Huijun suddenly wanted to do something big, just like the surprise when little brother Feng suddenly fainted last time. She fixed the sea of energy. It could be a surprise for little brother Feng, but it could also be a surprise for herself. She could treat it as a salute to a certain someone who was returning to the factory for major repairs. It would be even better if she could make little brother Feng faint and rest for a while. Although he felt that this was purely a pipe dream, the only things that could make little brother Maple faint again after he woke up and heard the news were the underworld exploded, the underworld exploded again, the underworld exploded again, the chaos concept body is being held down, and other such news could achieve the desired effect. Unfortunately, these news were all empty talk, and they had to personally use their hands to produce them. Well, even though he knew what Huijun meant, seeing how excited he was, he couldn't bear to interrupt him. But if he thought about it carefully, he immediately understood. Little brother Feng didn't seem to have done anything that needed their help. Or rather, most of the things that needed to be dealt with now needed little brother Feng's help. It was purely putting the cart before the horse. After Huijun proposed the big news creation plan, he also understood it after 5 minutes. Now he was squatting in a corner like an idiot, drawing circles and muttering. It was really laughable. If they really wanted to talk about surprises, they couldn't help little brother Feng prepare a surprise for him. However, just like what they just said, They could prepare their own surprises and treat their own matters as surprises. For example, the matters that they had to scratch their heads to prepare for, I know, the domain of origin. Hui smiled bitterly and stood up. He looked at Sui Feng and sighed. If it were that easy, we wouldn't be sighing here. Look at Feng. Look at him. 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 Even he is in so much trouble. Don't be in such a hurry to sigh. Sui Feng shrugged. Brother Feng's situation is unique, so it's expected that it'll be difficult for him to activate the origin domain. Well, the current difficulty may still be within the expectations of the gods. Ahem, what I meant to say is, don't assume that the origin domain will be difficult just because of how Brother Feng has been tormented. He coughed dryly and pinched his throat to imitate someone else's voice. After the 90% threshold is the most appropriate stage to activate the domain of origin. Well, you can think of it as the easiest stage. After all, it is a domain of origin that requires us to exert our strength to the limit. But there have been people who have touched the threshold of the domain of origin at 70 or 80%. After that, they can still use the embryonic form of the domain of origin. Just like the domain of chaos that the little guy activated, although it has been activated, it is still in its embryonic form. It still needs to be perfected step by step. But just as you know, that's the business of the previous generation of inheritors. For you, it's a long, long time ago. Let me tell you these things as a guidepost. No matter if it's the first generation or the second generation, the final destination is the same, so don't think of it as a burden. It's just for the convenience of distinguishing between the first and second generation. The first generation has to face a much heavier burden than the second generation in a short period of time. So there's such a distinction. Just like what the little guy said, we're racing against time. These 3 words speak for themselves. If there's no time limit, for us, as long as we're the official inheritors, it's all the same. Everyone will eventually reach the same place. Sui Feng cleared his throat and quickly took a sip of tea. His voice was hoarse. Ahem, that is what it means. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. That was what his teacher told him when he went in half an era ago. The only difference between the first generation and the second generation was that the first generation could push themselves to death in a short period of time. There are also people who had already touched the domain of origin when they reached 70 or 80%, although that was the matter of the previous generation, the inheritors of the chaos era. The domain of origin that appeared at the beginning was only in its embryonic form and still needed to be perfected. The domain of chaos of the observer was an example. They knew that the observer had spent a lot of time perfecting it, but they did not know to what extent it was perfected. Judging from the current situation, when the observer used the domain of chaos to hit them, it was already very painful. I know that you can touch the domain of origin when you reach 70%. We picked at his ears and muttered. His Eminence had told him about this before, and he had also specially prepared for it. However, the situation did not go according to his wishes. After all, he had already entered the realm of 70%. Oh, he could not even let out a fart. I'm also trying my best. My Eminence also reminded me that it can be done, but it may require a lot of effort. Sui Feng suddenly looked up at Hui Jun. Speaking of which, we still don't know if you were the first generation or the second generation. When you awakened, we were all busy. At the mention of this, Hui looked up to the sky and spat out his soul. He collapsed on the sofa. To everyone's surprise, it was the little angel who answered for him. I heard about it when I went to the inner land of origin. Hui is the first generation, and so is Yuanji. Sui Feng's eyes widened. He counted with his fingers and said, "Let me see. Shuang Shuang, Hui Jun, Jing Yuanji, 3 stable generations, plus Qing Jun, who is expected to become the first generation after a period of struggle, and the guy who burned himself like a match for half an era, and Dao Tian yourself. Wow, there are so many generations in this batch. It has already been 6. Hui covered his face with his hands. But I just want to be lazy. Sui Feng pushed his nose bridge and pointed at Feng with a serious face. How can you face Feng who is lying on the sickbed? Hey, I'm kidding. Do you think we don't know you? Every day you say you want to be lazy, and every day you try to activate the original domain. Last time, I saw you hit the wall with all your strength. You even asked Feng's shadow to beat you up tens of thousands of times. Hui grimaced. Yes, I am risking my life to activate the original domain. But from the bottom of my heart, I really just want to be lazy and forget it. Forget it. Siyu was playing with a small toy in her hand. Suddenly, she asked casually, am I still the second generation? For now, you and Qing Huang are still the second generation. Sui Feng looked at them and nodded. Seeing that Lin Sanjiu was a little dizzy, he wanted to explain again. In the early stage, when you officially become an inheritor, you are judged based on the compatibility of the original energy and the original law. This is the beginning and also the starting line. The better the compatibility, the better the adaptability, and the more likely you are to be the first generation. For example, Shuang, Hui Jun, and Jing Yuanji are very compatible with the original energy that they have inherited, so they are considered the first generation from the beginning. However, one's own standards will change. Compatibility and adaptability will change step by step. So, even if you have passed the beginning, they will still be the standard to judge whether you are the first generation or the second generation. In addition, there is another standard. If you can transform the original energy to 90%, you will be considered the first generation inheritor. Teacher said that if you can reach 90% of the original energy, you will have already overcome all the difficulties. At most, you will be considered a slower generation. Xiao Shi added, although the first and second generations will eventually arrive at the same place, the pure second generation will be stuck at the 80% threshold. Without Her Eminence's help, he'll be stuck there forever. The reason for this is, well, I don't really understand. I've only heard about it, but we haven't encountered it yet. Perhaps we'll understand after a while. Hui held his forehead. There are so many standards. Maybe it is because the chaos era has been too long, and they have taken in a lot of inheritors and trained generation after generation. That is why they came up with such a situation. In fact, it is just a lot of standards that the original god of origin and the others set for their own convenience. Once they are distinguished, they can prescribe the right medicine. What the inheritors need to do is to try their best and play with their own lives. When they can't take it anymore, get stuck, or die, their eminence will take them to receive education of love or something. After that, they will continue to move forward. Sui Feng's cheeks twitched. You have summed it up well. He looked at Siyu and Blue Phoenix with a bitter smile. The two of you have good compatibility with your own origin energy. You are the best of the best among the second generation. But, well, there's a problem here that I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone looked at Siyu and Blue Phoenix, who looked a little uneasy. Finally, they looked at Sui Feng curiously and listened as he slowly explained, Blue Phoenix wants to charge into the enemy with Brother Maple, but your origin energy is of the blessing element, so, it's a little against your will. Your own thoughts are the easiest to affect your own path. It will also hinder your progress in adaptability and compatibility. Siyu, you're a little late to creation, and the heir who created Her Eminence is quite special. I should say it's troublesome. It's not easy to find an heir who created Her Eminence, and the requirements are quite strict. We heard from Her Eminence himself that there are a lot of things that require his guidance along the way, and it's more of an experience. Siyu, having survived half an era, I'm sure you know that. Siyu's pretty face turned pale. She covered her forehead and trembled. She fell into Blue Phoenix's arms. Structure, creation, so scary. So scary, everyone thought, another one has been driven crazy. Sui Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. That is the reason why one of the 49 weakened powers is one of the powers that created Her Eminence. It is said that reaching the true limit and the weakened limit are two completely different paths. To complete the path of the true power of inheritance, one can sing and dance, jump and run on the weakened path. One can even walk back and forth 3 or 4 times. Everyone was speechless. What kind of weird saying was that? So you took a deep breath and fainted in Blue Phoenix's arms. Blue Phoenix could not help but smile bitterly. Sui Feng shrugged and continued. Therefore, without the guidance of her eminence, Siyu's future path may not be easy. That is why she can only be judged as a second-generation successor. After all, compatibility and adaptability are partly due to her. The rest is all due to force majeure. According to the average successor, the ratio should be 8-2. But Siyu's ratio is 3-7. Hui was speechless. Isn't this all due to force majeure? The path is blocked. Suifeng glanced at Siyu, who fainted with a little toy in her hand. Seeing that Siyu wanted to say something, Suifeng seized the opportunity to speak first. Theoretically speaking, this part of the path will be very, very difficult without guidance, but will not be completely blocked. At most, the wall will be very hard. Like Feng Ling, she can lift the door and the wall together. Everyone was speechless. This was truly a terrifying piece of news. Everyone knew that as long as an observer was close to or connected to something, the degree of difficulty would become like a joke. It could change any time, but overall, it would only go up and not down. Look at Siyu, that unlucky child. She fainted right after she woke up. Okay, let's not talk about this. We did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and finished his tea. He stood up first. Let's play with our own domain of origin and try to prepare this surprise before that sick person wakes up. Ahem, we have guessed wrong in the previous questions. Do you want to guess who will be the first to touch the domain of origin this time? At the mention of this topic, everyone sat up straight. Even a frightened Siyu bounced up. Everyone looked at each other for a while, thinking about all kinds of situations. Suddenly, Shuang stood up and sat next to an observer. She smiled and said to everyone, "Well, this is my answer." Everyone was speechless. Can that person participate in the competition? Unconventional contestants are not allowed to participate, right? Is that right? We seem to have expected this. He crossed his hands and covered his mouth, pretending to be a schemer. If you want to talk about Feng, you have to add detailed conditions. Shuang was very firm. When he wakes up, everyone was speechless. Usually, when someone wakes up, there will be big news. As everyone knows, the longer an observer sleeps, the bigger the news. There is no guarantee that he will wake up with the domain of origin this time. The probability is very high. We seem to know this. He smiled inexplicably. It's okay. We still have a chance. Who knows how long Feng will sleep? Of course, I know that Feng will announce big news as soon as he wakes up. You think I didn't think of that? As long as we touch the domain of origin before he wakes up, it will be fine. According to what I know about him, this time, the overhaul will take hundreds of millions of years. Let's wait. Let's go and touch the domain of origin. The answer will be announced after a while when we sit down together. Everyone saw a certain guardian rushing out of the conch house like the wind. They all had a strange look on their faces. Why was this competitive spirit suddenly ignited? Compared to the sick person, wasn't it because they were taking things too hard? TSK, perhaps this was the motivation to catch up. It was not incomprehensible. Well, that's right. This level of chasing would make one bald. At the very least, they knew that they could not torture themselves to the point of not resting for 5.5 years. From this point alone, they could not endure a certain observer. Forget it, there was no point in thinking about it. Everyone had their own unique pace of progress, and there was no need to think too much about it. If they thought too much about it, they would not be able to grasp their own pace. They should just continue to move forward as per normal. After understanding this, everyone sat there for a while before getting up. They took turns to look at the person on the sickbed for a while before slowly slipping out. It was time to fight. Although they did not intend to follow in the footsteps of that lunatic in the void, they still had to move forward. They just had to keep moving forward. That was what he said. There was still time now, but it was also urgent. Time to relax occasionally was enough. Now that they were done, it was time to get down to business. Well, the domain of origin. If possible, they really wanted to touch it. It was not just to surprise a certain observer, but also to prepare for the future battle. In short, they had to give it a shot. Sitting by the bed, the little angel watched them leave. Her gaze was a little spellbound as she looked at Little Star on the bed. After a long time, she sighed softly. Hundreds of millions of years, She moved the screen back to its original position and then crawled under the blanket to hug him. She stretched out her wings and wrapped the two of them together. Looking at little Xingxing's sleeping face, she sighed faintly. Although I always advise you to rest, but I didn't expect that after you quieted down, time would be so difficult to bear. It was clear that half an era had passed easily, but when he fell into a deep slumber, she felt that time was endless. This feeling was much clearer than usual, so much so that it made her feel a little bored. She was not like the others. As the inheritors, they had a lot of things to do every day. At this moment, the things that she could do had stopped along with his deep slumber. Since that was the case, she might as well sleep with him. It would not be too long, just a blink of an eye. Time flew by quickly as everyone was busy. The void would erase all traces of its existence one by one until nothing was left. Whether it was thousands of years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years, there would not be any traces left. It was the same in the void, and so was the front line of the void. In the observer dimension, as endless time passed, it still maintained the same scene that had not changed for countless years. The surging sea of energy, the towering waves, and the ice field of the concept dimension. Today, as usual, one side of the ice field was still quiet, and the other side had some slight movement. They had walked back and forth countless times, but they did not see any changes. The ice field was still the same, the snow was still dancing, and the sky was still clean and clear. It was not completely unchanged. In a corner of the ice field, above the ice field where the ice lotus was, the ring of frost descent gathered a storm and a large amount of ice and snow. As the wind blew, the snowstorm made the sky on their side a little darker from time to time, but it would return to normal after a while. The movement over there had been for many years. He thought. It was probably after Shuang said, 90% I need to slow down. Let me take a look at the domain of origin. There had been a snowstorm over there. The girl's words really made their hearts tremble. What did she mean by 90% she needed to slow down? Even if they knew that she was the life form of origin, wasn't that too ridiculous? After 90%, it was the path to the pinnacle. When it came to the stage where Maple said that the path would change one's appearance, she probably would not be able to figure it out in a short time. But 90%, that was, in short, it was ridiculous. They had been shocked by the girl's ridiculousness several times, but they did not expect that they could still be shocked to the point where their heads were numb and dizzy. Even the cold of the ice field could not wake them up a little. But then again, the domain of origin. Exploration was not going well. Whether it was him or the others, it was not going well. After a long period of trying and failing, he continued to explore the conditions. At present, the transformation of the origin energy was about 80%. Even so, his domain of origin did not have any movement. This was probably what Maple meant. Either she did not intend to open the door, or she intended to shut the door in his face. Sigh. Now he knew why Maple insisted on holding on after getting a little clue. If it were him, he might have done the same. After so many years of exploration, he finally got a little clue. If he woke up and lost everything, wouldn't it be a big loss? No matter what, he had to wait for this hard-won clue to become a cornerstone and take root. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. He turned to look at the conch house and could not help but mutter to himself, Maple, I said that it was in the hundreds of millions of years, but it has been more than 2 billion years. You should wake up, right? Your girls miss you very much. You should wake up and see them. They have been working very hard these years. Their hard work has been led astray by you. Look at how hard they are working. Forget it. He could not help but sigh. Raising the teacup and looking at the colorful tea inside, he tilted his head back and splashed it on his face. He carelessly wiped his face and sighed again. In the past, he was always worried about Maple, worried that he would play himself to death. But now that he was not here, it seemed a little boring. When he was running back and forth between 2 points in one line, he would be tired. Every time he came here, he would see him sitting there, maintaining a calm and steady posture. He would greet them, thank each other for their hard work, talk about the recent situation, chat a little and laugh a little. The time to relax would pass quickly, and it was very comfortable. Just like the morning star that had taken root here for a long time, as long as it existed, as long as they could see it, they would naturally relax, being used to a world illuminated by light. How could he be willing to suffer alone in the dark and lonely wilderness? Now that the morning star was resting, the door of the conch house in a world of ice and snow was empty, and he was the only one sitting here. His angelic girl probably found it too boring and really had nothing to do, so she followed him into dreamland. Speaking of which, the news of the final battle, remembering that more than 2 billion years had passed, he suddenly remembered that there was something he had not done and could not help but slap his forehead. But then he thought again, forget it. I'll wait until Maple comes out. When he wakes up and tells everyone about the big news, the effect would probably be better. I'll just treat it as stabilizing the morale of the army. Bah, treat it as giving everyone a long-lasting incentive. Well, there's still time now. There's no need to be too anxious. Take it slow, take it one step at a time. There's no use in being anxious now except to die from anxiety. Forget it, I'll talk to little Qingzi. Treat it as a regular contact, lest he thinks that something happened to them without saying a word. Hey, little Qingzi, how are you these days? Oh, as long as you're fine. No mission. I just want to talk to you and ask, how many advanced tiers are there in the Void frontline? Oh, 30%, right? 30%, after more than 2 billion years. That's about the same number, and the speed will slowly slow down later. Oh, I'm finally at the level where advanced primeval are everywhere. Damn it, I'm so happy. I really want those bastards in the underworld to throw out 20 batches of advanced primeval to beat them to death. I Ching, who was punching in, stamped an extra stamp with a tremble of his hand. Can you not say that? Oh, what's there to be afraid of? With our current combat power, as long as it's not a peak primeval or a chaos concept body, it's not a problem. Hui smacked his lips and snorted. They've been dominating for more than a dozen eras. We have to stand up, you know. Although I know that's what you mean. I Ching smiled bitterly and thought that it was better not to dwell on this topic too much, lest Huey's strange ideas came to his mind. How's Lord Feng? Hasn't he woken up yet? Your Lord Feng. Hui sighed softly, scratching his forehead and muttering, he's sleeping like a log. He hasn't moved for 2 billion years after returning to the factory for major repairs. God knows if he's... His voice paused halfway when he suddenly saw ripples on the newly poured tea in his hand. His gaze trembled slightly. Firstly, he wasn't swaying back and forth. Secondly, he wasn't so old that his hands and feet were trembling. The sudden energy fluctuation made the entire ice field tremble, and the tea spilled all over him. He hurriedly put down the cup and glanced at the source of the tremor. His eyes widened slightly as he said, Little Qingzi, seal off Node 0 City. No, it's not that urgent. You just have to make sure that no aura leaks out of this place. Hui immediately stood up and looked at the conch house. He raised his hand, and a golden energy barrier quickly spread out, supporting the observer space. Your Lord Feng woke up because of your nagging. Damn, this movement. Damn, the ice surface is cracking. He's going to cause trouble. Damn, I'll stop talking first. I have to prepare to receive guests. Anyway, hurry up and seal off Node 0 City. Don't let the underworld know what's going on here. Don't let them know even if it's just a billionth of the aura. Little Qingzi listened to the sound of the soul message disappearing. He was silent for a while, and then covered his head with a distressed face and sighed. Lord Feng was always associated with big movements. Even when he got out of bed, there was such a big commotion. He ordered through the soul message, everyone, Node 0 has entered a sealed state of energy. Everyone in the realm of order. Wake up, block them in front of the door, and kill them. Nothing could be better than breaking through the door. This? Your Excellency, I Ching, what's with this sudden order? Guys, get up. Bring the realm of order and kill them. Kill them. Don't let even a drop of ink go. I Ching smiled bitterly. I don't know. Something happened in the observer space. It seems that Lord Feng's time to go back to the factory is over. From Lord Huey's anxious tone, it's most likely, I understand. Explosions, explosions, and explosions. Or even bigger fireworks and void disaster-level fireworks. Cough, cough. Throw 2 more energy towers over there. There are more cracks here, so make sure they're all blocked. Hey, hey, is this node 1 next door? Yes, it's node 0. We're setting off fireworks. You guys, cooperate with us and block the entrance. Don't let them come out. What? You're asking why? Let's go all out. If you have any questions, ask His Excellency I Ching later. I Ching thought for a moment and said, "Oh, the acting has to be done well." He was so focused on Lord Feng that he almost forgot about the situation here. He had to arrange for more nodes to block the death fog abyss crack for a while. It doesn't matter if there is an audience or not. If there is an audience, it would be embarrassing if he didn't act well. Chapter 2072. The Primordial Source. The Primordial Source's aura had not weakened for a long time. Perhaps to the primordial source that was buried deep in the void, weakening and weakening was something unimaginable. The primordial source had stopped changing the moment the great Yuan realm was born. The primordial source, who was immersed in the bottom of the sea, had accompanied the primordial source to create the environment of the primordial source. Later, with the turmoil, the primordial source had personally witnessed the changes in its neighbor. It had seen the primordial source weaken continuously from the disturbances, but it did not understand why such a change would happen, because it did not understand what change was. The primordial source that was eternally fixed here would not understand the meaning of the changes in the world. What was he? The primordial source's creation, the primordial source's representative? Could it be a specific change that occurred when the primordial source evolved to a certain stage? Or could it be a change that occurred when the primordial source made a small change? The primordial source that stood eternally. Could it be that he was born because it wanted to detect the changes in other places? Using him as a vision to observe the changes in the world, to witness the changes in the void. Maybe he was overthinking. The primordial source was silent and would not make any movements. What he thought was just his own guess. In fact, the primordial source might not be anything at all. It was just that he did not know. The search for meaning could be discussed until the void was destroyed. What meaning was given to something depended entirely on what it was thinking at the moment. Usually, he would not delve deeply into these matters. As for the meaning, he could not be sure. This time, it was just that he had slept in the primordial source for too long. After returning to the primordial source and being deeply integrated with it for too long, his thoughts suddenly ran wild. Perhaps it was because he had slept for too long, or perhaps it was really as he thought. The primordial source had given him a certain stage of his life. It was like the primordial source had given something a meaning called the primordial will. Although his thoughts would be affected by the world, perhaps it was still the thoughts of the primordial source. After breaking away from eternity and falling into infinite changes, anything could change. The void could change, and the primordial source would naturally change as well. The primordial source's movements? She wanted to tell him not to think too much. Is that really the case? Strangely enough, the primordial also had its own activities, but generally speaking, it was hard to detect. He could only faintly sense the primordial's activities when he was deeply integrated with the primordial's will. Although he had said something like, "in the name of the primordial," when he was talking nonsense, it was different from being proven to be true. When he was proven to be related to the primordial, he felt a chill run down his spine. Where did the primordial's consciousness come from? Cough, cough, that was what it meant. The nest built in the deep sea trembled slightly. The nest that the primordial source and the primordial source had transformed into opened little by little. Yin Nuoxing, who had been sleeping here, slowly opened her colorful eyes. She slowly stretched her curled-up body and sat up. She stared blankly at the empty space in front of her for a while and yawned. I don't know how long it has been. I took the initiative to return to the factory for major repairs, so I shouldn't be lying there for too long. Although I had to return to the factory for major repairs because I was at the limit of my limit, it should be, in short, it shouldn't be longer than the time needed to recover from moderate collapse. He had been lying there quietly for so many years. I don't know if Hui and the others would carry him away to be buried or something. I hope they don't destroy his body. However, there should be a girl looking after him. Most likely, it's the little angel looking after him. Those things shouldn't happen. They're all busy themselves. Why would they have the time to mess with him? He rubbed his eyes and yawned. After a while, he opened his eyes. Looking at the colorful, primordial source in front of him, he couldn't help but be shocked. What he saw was like a colorful painting with black dots drawn on it. The black dots were the primordial source's primordial source, and the remaining colorful part was the primordial source that had been inexplicably colored. Of course, these changes were not caused by the primordial source's primordial source. The primordial source would not change. Well, there probably would not be any change. At least, it rarely happened. Well, let's not talk about that first. Back to the painting in front of him, this was actually a change caused by him. The primordial source and the primordial source's energy seemed to be still active when he was asleep. The two energies rubbed together on their own. Then, because he was deeply integrated with the primordial source, so the primordial source carried the breath of the primordial source and manifested here. It became this strange, colorful painting in front of him. Probably because it was still the breath of the primordial source, it did not cause any strange changes. He was thankful that there was no thunder to wake him up when he was asleep. The area affected was not very large. It was just a certain distance around the nest. Looking at it again after this distance, the primordial source's primordial source was still pitch black. Phew! He let out a long sigh of relief. An unprecedented sense of comfort came from his soul. He knew that the fatigue of 5.5 eras had completely dissipated. Now, he could really say that he was in good condition. Phew, I should get up first. This hibernation will not be too short. I wonder what's going on outside. Is everyone still riveting and fighting the primordial source's power head-on? He turned his head and looked at the nest made of wings. His cheeks twitched. Probably when he was integrated with the primordial source, he thought of his own little quilt, so the nest became like this. That girl's wings were really comfortable on his body. He could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. He quickly threw these strange thoughts aside and turned around. His consciousness faded little by little. The sound of the waves crashing on the shore echoed in his ears. The light in his eyes only disappeared for a moment before it lit up again. This time, the light that lit up was the light of the outside world. At the same time, Yin Nuashing was preparing to wake up from the primordial source's environment. At the same time, in the observer dimension, more than 100 second-generation inheritors were now gathered around the fortress of origin. They were throwing out waves of energy onto the fortress of origin to strengthen its domain. More than 100 kinds of primordial sources' energy surged and dyed the entire fortress in a gorgeous color. Hui and the others were still gathered in the concept dimension. He had already thrown out thousands of guardian shields, sprinkling them all over the observer dimension so that the power of the barrier could be evenly spread to every corner. Frost activated the halo of frost descent, blowing a huge ice storm hundreds of thousands of miles wide. From afar, one could see a thick cloud of ice and snow that contained a huge amount of energy spinning rapidly in the sky. It was so powerful that the ice, snow, and cold wind that fell on the entire observer dimension were far colder than usual, causing everyone to shiver. This girl's ice storm was too cold, and it was actually a series of accidental injuries to teammates. Blue Phoenix stood on the ice wasteland in her law order energy form. Tricolored light flickered on her body, leaving a 1-meter-long trail of light behind her. The violent energy that kept erupting turned into a domain of flames that covered the entire ice wasteland. The ice wasteland, which had already been torn apart by the vibrations, constantly released a crystal-clear light to block the sea of flames that could burn through the void. Affected by both the ice storm and the fiery storm, everyone was suffering unspeakably. This was truly a combination of ice and fire, the ultimate enjoyment to the point of dying. They laughed bitterly as they desperately strengthened their defensive power, afraid that something bad would happen if they were not careful. It appeared that the two girls were fighting at first glance, but that was not the case. Excluding Maple, the two girls were the ones with the greatest combat ability in their party at present. A certain void duo who had been forced to move expressed their dissatisfaction and gloom. In truth, it was none of their business, even if it was still them since they were not energy masters. Now, they were using their power to suppress the rapidly expanding and spreading power within the observer space. The others were also doing their best to support it, and it was already affecting the observer space's doorway. Little Ching and the others were leading others to seal the zero node without leaving a trace, hurriedly throwing a bunch of energy towers in front of the doorway to strengthen the suppression. It was a power they could muster in an emergency, and the power that was continuously strengthening and suppressing, it was still stacking little by little. That could not be rushed at all, but even so, the power that was constantly expanding and spreading was still thickening little by little to the point that it could crush them along with the void. As for the source that caused them to make such a big fuss, he raised his head and looked at the conch house. The light of primordial descended from the sky, and the originally gentle aurora-like light of primordial light was dyed red and black by the sky, as if some kind of ferocious light was spewing out from hell. The dark red and black light dyed the light of primordial light red and covered the entire space. Huge cracks appeared in the sky, and the colorful Milky Way flowed out from the cracks, flowing freely in the sky and on the ground. The light that spread out merged with the red and black space, making the space even more strange and frightening. An unstoppable aura of destruction surrounded everyone, making them feel slightly frightened. It was as if there was a big red and black hand holding their souls in its palm, and only needed to pinch lightly to destroy them. It was also as if it had grabbed their hearts, and every time it contracted and pulsed, they could feel that the claw was using some force to pinch their hearts, and the feeling of feedback was that their souls could not help but tremble and tingle. Even if they used all the strength they could muster, they could only barely block the main effect of this destructive energy on them. As for the pressure and intimidation that could shake the world, they could not completely cancel it out. The domain of destruction. The domain of destruction, mixed with other origin energies, can't completely block it. Try to deflect the wave of destruction. Don't face it head on. Xiao Shi was sweating profusely as she helped to carry the Guardian's shield. The purple gold patterns on her body flashed with a dazzling light. The tens of millions of purple gold alls erected in all directions had begun to collapse in the torrent of destructive energy. One after another, the magic circles burst into flames when the energy was annihilated. They used their concept-level domain, the order domain of the Fortress of Origin, and the full power of more than 100 high-ranking Yuanshir's inheritors to suppress it, but they could barely suppress the core destructive force of the domain. There was no way to filter out the awe. If they could not think of a way to change the current situation, they would not be able to maintain their strength due to the awe if they continued to hold on. Lady Hui, the power of the domain of destruction has covered half of the node city. The energy has blown up 3 batches of energy towers. Wah! I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on anymore. Oh! Little Qingzi cried out loudly. Judging from his voice, he was most likely sent flying by the explosion of energy. Judging from the clanking sounds, he was most likely embedded in the wall. Everyone, run away. Bring out the inventory. Anyway, first, suppress the domain that is gradually expanding. Suppress it more at the front line. Don't let any of the abyssal death mist spawns come out. If they dare to poke their heads out, chop their heads off. Is anyone there? Is there anyone who can help? Bring out the level 1 energy towers quickly. Change them to energy sources and bring them up. Bring out the personal energy towers too. Don't worry about the front line. Trust our brothers and sisters at the front line. If you have the time to care about the front line, why don't you suppress this thing in front of you? If the domain continues to expand, we will have to rebuild Node 0 again. Hui listened to the screams in the soul transmission. He felt his scalp go numb. He quickly looked at the shimmering angelic girl beside him. Ming, you have to think of something. The little angel was pressing on her burnt wings. She looked at him with a dumbfounded expression and opened her mouth. Uh, we, that was too much for her. She was thrown out by the sudden explosion of the destructive domain when she was still asleep. She was still in a daze and was probably in a terrible state. Now that she was fine, he didn't have time to think about anything else. While everyone was hurriedly using various methods to deal with the emergency, the reddish-black sky suddenly brightened a little, causing everyone to be stunned. They hurriedly turned their heads, only to see a white-colored aura gushing out from the conch house like a fountain, adding fuel to the already unstable space. The wanton eruption of the Genesis aura caused the space that had just stabilized to tremble once again. The continuously increasing vibrations caused everyone's mouths to tremble, while their ears seemed to catch the creaking sounds of space crumbling. In reality, they could also see a crack that led to the Genesis domain slowly opening. Gasp! The moment the crack leading to the source space opened, everyone's face turned pale. Huijun's face was pale as he immediately held his shield with both hands. Just as he was about to rush into the center of the domain to block the crack leading to the source space, the entire domain suddenly trembled. Suddenly, a tranquil aura covered the entire reddish-black space, startling them. In this aura, there was a sense of peace. It came so suddenly that Hui was stunned and did not rush out. The destructive energy that was constantly erupting like a raging tide receded without warning. The reddish-black space quickly shrank and shrank. The initial light trembled twice, leaving behind a large number of energy particles and dissipating. The crack leading to the source space also closed in an instant, not allowing the source space to flow back into this space. Little Greenie, who was still fighting against hundreds of energy towers and destructive energy, suddenly felt the pressure drop. He could not help but be startled. Looking at the reddish-black space in front of him rapidly retreating, he immediately understood after thinking for half a second. He hurriedly shouted, "Master Hui, the destructive energy has retreated. It has retreated. The Node City is safe. I see it. Probably that bastard has woken up. Phew, damn it. I almost rushed up to block the crack with my flesh. Deal with it according to the standard state of a void-level disaster. Let everyone at the front line charge for a while more, then slowly retreat. Act until the end. I'll leave the cleaning up to you." Hui wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and let out a long breath. Little Greenie sat on the ground exhausted. He used his hand to fan himself and nodded with a bitter smile. Understood. Phew, I'm so tired. I don't want to move for the next 2 days. I haven't been this tired since I reached the higher level of Yuanshu. By the way, you should take a look at Master Feng's condition. Master Feng's condition? Huey's face twitched, and his hand that was holding the shield trembled slightly. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, before they could say anything, they saw a figure appear in front of the conch house. She covered her mouth and yawned as she walked out. After a while, she stretched her body in a small area, and there was a crackling sound of energy exploding from her body. Finally, she raised her head and looked at them, who were in a sorry state. She smiled brightly and raised her hand to greet them. Good morning. The veins on Huey's forehead were bursting. He rushed forward while cursing. Good morning, my ass. Hit me with a holy shock. Yin Nuashing had just finished laughing when she saw Hui rushing towards her with a burst of golden light. She could not help but turn pale. She quickly pressed her hands together and used all her strength to hold back her energy. Don't come over. I'm still. One of the guardians who was yelling slammed his shield down on Huey's head. However, before he could get half a meter closer, a thick reddish-black energy burst out of his body uncontrollably and spontaneously collided with Huey's shield. Bang! The mighty energy impact burst out in an instant. Hui only felt as if his fist had chiseled a soft energy barrier. A strong counterattack energy suddenly surged out from the front, making him look surprised. As soon as everyone got closer, they heard a cry of surprise and the sound of energy explosion. One of the guardians turned into a reddish-black meteor and flew out, disappearing into the horizon of the conceptual space. They were stunned. Yun Nuashing turned her head with a bitter smile and hurriedly finished what she had just said. We can't hold back the destructive energy now. Don't be impulsive. We'll wait for you to come back and settle the score later, okay? He sighed and shrugged at the confused crowd. He repeated, wait until autumn to settle the score. I'm still. Everyone trembled and shook their heads vigorously. They said in unison, no, no, no. We can't. Yin Nuashing walked forward with a bitter smile. When she saw the little angel and blue phoenix coming over anxiously, she quickened her pace. Her face was full of distress. Blue Phoenix, your hair is messy. Why is your face so dirty? Shuang, lower the chill a little. Xiao Yu is going to be frozen by you. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Yuan Ji, you don't have to poke your hand into my clothes. E.T., who bit my ear? Don't take advantage of me in public. Everyone. This scene was a little too cheerful. Just a moment ago, they were anxiously and united to resist the void-level disaster. Now, the atmosphere had eased up when they were done, and everyone saw the sorry figure of a certain observer. Well, they suddenly felt much better, and their hearts were slightly at ease. After the initial chaos and surprise, everyone quickly quieted down and sat down at the table. Hui also rushed back with his messy hair. Yin Nuashing had just finished a pot of tea. Seeing Huey's sorry figure, she wanted to say a word of concern. But for some reason, she blurted out, is the destructive energy's automatic defense power fun? Huey's face twitched. He scratched his messy hair and sat down. He looked at Feng from head to toe for a while with a gloomy face. I know you're going to make big news when you come out, but I didn't expect this big news to make the entire Void frontline lively. You're such a big trouble. You won't even let your own people go. Well, Yin Nuashing laughed dryly. Isn't that good? The Void frontline hasn't been so lively for a long time, hasn't it? Letting everyone move around helps. Well, it's my fault. When I woke up, the destruction domain had already gone out for a few minutes. It probably couldn't control itself after sleeping for too long and woke up with me to move around. Everyone rolled their eyes. Luckily, they were used to it and reacted quickly enough. When the disaster was brewing, they had already made a series of arrangements with lightning speed. Otherwise, there was no telling how much destruction this void-level disaster would cause. Anyway, it would not be better than now. Xiao Shi had been staring at Ling. After staring at him for a while, she finally could not help but move closer. Under everyone's gaze, she suddenly lifted Ling's chin with her hand and bent down. Their faces were only a few inches apart. Everyone was stunned. Yin Nuashing was also stunned for a moment. She looked into Xiao Shi's purple gold eyes for a while. Xiao Shi said in surprise, your origin, energy. This aura, Yin Nuashing understood. She then showed a mysterious smile and winked at Xiao Shi with her right eye. She then turned to look at everyone. So, as you all expected, I have two pieces of good news. I don't know which one you want to hear first. Hui raised his guardian shield on the spot, but when he saw the faint red and black runes on his forehead, he quietly put it down. He coughed dryly and sent himself flying with a shield bash. We already know one of them, the origin domain. Phew, in the end, I still couldn't get the origin domain before you. I'm not happy. No, happy, very happy. So I'll congratulate you first for getting the origin domain, but I'm still not happy. Everyone was speechless. Are you happy, or overly happy? Yin Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly. Before revealing the surprise, she asked, speaking of which, how long have I been lying down? Not long. We flicked 3 fingers. More than 2 billion years, close to 3 billion years. Is that so? That's okay, if it's only about 3 billion years. Yin Nuashing made no sound. She looked at everyone and smiled for a while. Then, she looked at Xiao Shi, who was still in shock as if she was still confirming something. In fact, Xiao Shi has almost realized it. Then I won't keep you in suspense. My destruction energy is fully charged. The entire concept-level space fell silent. Everyone who was standing on the other side of the space turned around and stared with their eyes wide open. Huey's cheeks twitched. He stared at Xiao Shi as if he had seen a ghost. He could not help but say, "Can we call you the god of destruction now? Call you Chue Chue?" Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. "It's just my energy that's close to her. In fact, there's a lot more to it, and it's something that I can't deal with at the moment. This time, I really can't deal with it." The isolated destruction energies rule power, the related order power, the destruction runes, divinity, and divine right are all at this level for the time being. I have reached the end point. There's no possibility for me to poke my head out and explore for the time being. Huey's cheeks continued to twitch. The problem of the realm? Yes. The heavenly path of the realm has imposed the strictest and most unnegotiable restriction on me. She finally made a move on me, the little one. Yin Nuoxing spread her hands and sighed. This can only be said to be the beginning of another phase. Like I've said before, what they tried to achieve is just a state of calmness. It's not the same thing at all. Now, everything about the destruction energy has reached the end of its current path. Looking around, it's as if I'm standing on top of a tower. I'm surrounded by so many chains that me would die if she looked at them. It's my own reason for locking me down, not leaving a single hole for me. Hui replied in a daze. Then should we change paths? That's true, but not now. Yin Nuoxing took a sip of tea and let out a long sigh. Now, we can only adapt and get used to this situation. It was a coincidence that we were forcefully pulled to the end this time, and, no, it was because of the influence of the cause that we left behind. After we plucked the fruit, it became like this. Well, it was the result of forcefully achieving it. There was a part of the road that we skipped while jumping around. Therefore, we still have to get used to it again, or else, he looked up at Hui and laughed dryly. Or else we'll be like how you try to beat me up just now, thrown away by its overreaction. So, how did you feel about the automatic counterattack just now? Huey's face twitched. Terrible. I almost suffocated. He rolled his eyes and looked at Maple as he changed the topic. Have you rested enough? You've been lying in bed for almost 3 billion years this time. You returned to the factory for major repairs, right? Don't tell me you're yes. I'm dealing with the origin energy and the origin domain, or I'll beat you up today. Yin Nuoxing crossed her arms and smiled. Of course, I'm going to rest. Although it's half-hearted. The tiredness of 5.5 centuries has finally dissipated. Now I just feel refreshed, as if I've thrown away some heavy things and come back to life. He looked up and said half-jokingly, "Why don't we go to the Underworld now? I feel like I'm in good shape." Everyone was speechless. Is this guy full of himself?